Either way, baby, let's get it started. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are ready for a wild day. You already had the post-market news with China and Switzerland market news, and that got people excited, but we've already faded it like some people were expecting. Is it going to lead to an immediate trade deal? No. Is it going to de-escalate things? Is it a step in the right direction? Yes, everybody is addressing that now. Other than that, though, you have Jerome Powell. We still got Scott Bessent. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but we're still going to get Scott Bessent. Then we get Jerome Powell, and then after that, we see where Thursday, Friday, trade deal, trade negotiation, and all of that takes us. But other than that, we got 5 minutes till the bell. We've already covered everything. I am going to be watching Disney, NVO, AMD, GLD, gold. Again, with Powell, the dollar, gold. It's going to be an interesting one. Some people think Powell's really going to move the dollar. Some think it will not have any effect. So that's what we're going to watch out for Powell. And then keep an eye on Wynn. I just liked them, and they had earnings. They were down and then up. And then watch out for any of the nuclear plays like yesterday. And, yeah, just keep in mind just the earnings effect that you saw. So I'll tell you right now, if you have any earnings names, and they already reported, you have Uber, AMD, Disney, NVO, and I think there's one more. Who else? ANET, I think, and Marvel, EA too. So you saw how crazy these post-earnings have been. So if you want to play, I'd look at them in the morning and look at them even if it's doing the opposite. So other than that, I think it should be very straightforward. We got 4 minutes, Chad, so you have time to post your plays, but I also have time to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to do that. I will be right back. Please hold. Follow me on Instagram, @TheTradingFraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter.
Which everyone thinks the boomers have all this money. That's a small portion. Seniors are living paycheck to paycheck.
Even though we hear from, we were talking with people who are saying $75 trillion is how much the baby boomers have. I think Ed Yardeni said that.
And that aggregate number is correct, but only 1 in 10 seniors can afford assisted living. So they're staying in their houses. This is one of the problems with housing inventory. They're staying in their houses longer because they can't afford to move out. And the problem is Invitation Homes that reported last week, and they're one of the larger single-family rental companies, said that their move-out to first-time buyer ratio was the lowest it's ever been.
All right, Meredith, we're going to keep you with us. Very excited to ask you also about any parallels you may see between now and the financial crisis. Meredith Whitney with us through the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
The future of trading is here on Robinhood.
Hey, yo.
Purpose built for...
I disagree. But, all right. I guess that was good enough. We got it. We got 2.5 minutes. Yeah, that wasn't a trap, but you guys, I'm glad you know the rule. Amen. 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 So, but no, this is your time to post a play. If you want to post any play, it's going to be right now, baby. What are you watching in the morning? I already told you what I'm looking at, so you let me know. Other than that, definitely long-term, baby. Definitely long-term. 2 minutes. So watching Disney and Uber, long-term, TTD, Pepsi, Intel, TLT, SPY calls, Tesla call, long-term SPY calls, Holden GLD, Berkshire B, watching gold, Oscar, Disney, SMCI, SPY, screaming 10%, Tesla calls, NVO 72, Bank of America, NVIDIA, gold, SPY, Marvel 48 put, K-Web, long-term Intel, Pepsi, long-term calls, looking at SoFi, Uber puts, long-term TLT, gold, Nike, Fubo for the long-term BTC, long-term NVIDIA, Rivian, long-term, Tesla call, gold, good morning, Nike call, UPS, saving money, Nike, MSTR, HIMS, Apple, LT, MYND, Netflix, PLT, and the final plays. TEM flips, SPY puts, cash, long-term, we ride. And no plays, just watching today. Amen. Amen. Let's go. All right, chatted doing. Big day. It sucks because there's so much hype after the damn last night and then Powell. But again, I do think Powell, you guys are going to watch a clinic today in how to say everything and say nothing at the same time. So, because again, most people, though, the odds are virtually zero. We did talk about this statement, so I do have a little preview for you about 30 minutes ahead of Jerome Powell. I will be going over potential statements. I have 2 or 3 of them that could alter or that might be different. again at the release. Other than that, though, it's just going to be live interpretation when Powell gets on board. Again, people will be picking apart his press conference. And if I could add, with the last 45 seconds, just remember, market moves till like Euro close. Then middle of the day, it kind of like chills. And then right before Powell, we kind of get in Powell mode. And remember, right when he talks and right when the speech starts and all of that, there's a lot of algo moves. So other than that, Chad, lock in. If you have any questions, let me know. Feel free to take all of the info, but do not post any plays. Please don't pump anything. Assume any call-outs. People are owning those stocks, and they're probably pumping them. So other than that, let's have a good one. God bless America, and thank you to the veterans. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. All right, man. Let's see where we're at. So again, like I said, those post-earnings, low-key kind of look for the opposite ones. So there's some that I think are absolutely killed and see if they go reverse. Again, Uber, NVO did bad. I don't know if you guys know that. They missed. So NVO actually guided down, but since they were so clapped, everybody thinks that was priced in. And then Disney did very good, but that's the one that's already up. Marvel is down. They're not off earnings. They just canceled their investor day. So maybe that's one that flips if the chips do. Other than that, it'll probably be trapped. And then notice China, you guys. So China is already kind of faded. I thought I was going to regret making my China plays free, but as you see, China is down. So we even have the other K-Web puts, but they didn't really get up in value. I use that to hedge a little bit. Chips are red on the open. Again, Marvel's not good. China willing to boost imports of finished products in tech. MIFCOM. Oh, yeah, the apples are down. Chips red. Disney jumps 11. So Disney is still going. Marvel's still flushing. I like Marvel. Again, that thing just moves a lot, but now they're on the downside. Again, SPY's still up a quarter. We were up about like 1.3 pre-market or last night. And then, again, yesterday, you're a quarter point from filling the gap. I think you already filled it, to be honest. Yeah, kind of odd. Good morning, Hood, Big Pop. SPY volume has been extremely low. A-Lab, Lyft, Voya, Google. All right, so big tech is actually up? No way. Yeah, Meta's up a quarter. Watch, remember, there is a pain trade if all of big tech does go up. So remember, that could leave a lot of things behind. Yeah, financials are even going up. You got HIMS. Remember, HIMS, Palantir. Those are your other two earnings. Yeah, I don't like the Marvels. I mean, Marvel, if you think it's going to bounce, they're cheap. But you need that to happen. But it's still kind of some fat-ass range. And then the spreads are very wide. Palantir going up. Holy Disney. Yeah, Disney's doing really good. They raised prices, too. Oh, AMDizzle. Yes, AMD, man, after yesterday, people thought it was murdered, but up 3. That one's right in the middle with a lot of premium killed. On gold, we talked about gold on the watch list last night. So that's the best I could give you. You know, I'm like I said, if you have been following along, I've been dropping a lot of info on gold, and ironically, I don't want to trade it. So I've been giving you guys info because I know a lot of you are interested in it, but I just think gold, I said it last night, I truly believe nobody knows what's going on with gold. We know a lot of answers and we know a lot of things, but nobody really knows what's going on with gold. And if they tell you they do, my question is, why didn't y'all buy more then? So, and I rest my case. So, you know what I'm saying? Literally, our king should be Peter Schiff. You know, if everybody really knew what was going on with gold, Peter Schiff would be our king right now. He would literally be the king because he would have knew what was going to happen. He already owned the gold. He would have bought all the gold, and they said, look, we knew. So that's why I don't want to trade it, but Yesterday, we talked about one technical as a signal. So if you are going to try to play gold today for Jerome Powell, I don't think gold is your play. I think that the dollar is your play. Whether the dollar strengthens or weakens as a result of Powell, I think that's going to be the answer. So I hope that helps, because I do. Fuck legal. Oh, I was just ranting economic answers. Wow, legal, showing love, baby. Good morning. Hell yeah, wake up. Wake up. Let's go, baby. My man. My man. Oh, you guys ain't tricking me this time. You guys know that, y'all. Shout out to the members, though. You know that, non-members? Because them members ain't snitching on the wire, bro. You know that? They got your back, bro. So next time you get mad at the members, get mad at me. Don't get mad at them. RV, was that Revolve? SMCI on the high now. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's the one. Oh, Bradley Frizzle at that page. Let's go, baby. Oh, good morning. And, bro, China. That reminds me. Any sort of, again, de-escalation, any sort of China stuff. Don't forget Apple and then good old Bradley and Boeing, baby. How you live it? How do you feel about Powell today, Bradley Frizzle? Do you think, honestly, we should ask Bradley Frizzle. I think Bradley Frizzle is more consistent than Jerome Powell, to be honest. Now, granted, I don't think Bradley Frizzle, I don't know if he is our Fed chair. He might be in the future, but he's good. SPY going down a little lower. Again, low ticker picking up. NASDAQ's about to go red. You only have SPY up by 0.1%, and then Russell and Dow are barely green. Actually, Russell's almost 0.5%. It's really not that bad. So decent. Is NVO climbing? Those the little 1 cent contracts are moving up. That's weird. Just the spread. Eyes on that. Reddit going up. Vance, we think Russians are asking too much. And then Telefonica said to consider revamp of tech arm. No, not Boeing. Vice President, Russians would like Russians and Ukrainians to agree to talking to each other. Oh, yeah, Bitcoin did make a move yesterday. Hold on, I'm shopping. I want to go cheap on this, but I'm scared of out the monies. Because, again, the near the monies have done great if you get it on the right timing, but at the same time, you still got to shell out a little bit of cash. Which one was it? Best in is should be on in like what, 30 minutes? I think top of the hour. All right, let me see. But yeah, you do have Scott Besson. Remember, everybody likes Scott. Everybody loves listening to Scott. They're like, yeah, wow, he is the adult. Vance, probably impossible to mediate without some direct negotiation between. Oh shit, he's talking now.
From 4 years ago or 5
Yeah,
years
he's
ago,
on the
10
White
years
House
ago.
right now.
Look,
White
I
House,
understand it.
what,
I
YouTube.
understand that people don't fight wars against each other without a lot of grievance and a lot of problem. But we're trying to, as much as we can, play a constructive role in advancing the peace conversation forward. What I'll say, just to echo something that President Trump has said many times, but I think it bears repeating, is our strong view is that the continuation of this conflict is bad for us, it's bad for Europe, it's bad for Russia, and it's bad for Ukraine. We think that if cool heads prevail here, we can bring this thing to a durable peace that will be economically beneficial for both the Ukrainians and the Russians, and most importantly, will stop the end
7 a.m.
of the
for
destruction of
Besson.
human lives. I think people
And then again, these quotes are hitting the wire now with your
United
boy.
States is he has a genuine humanitarian impulse about
Yeah, the
this.
candle
He
last
hates
night was because of
innocent
the
people
Switzerland
losing their lives.
Besson news.
He hates even soldiers losing their lives in unnecessary conflicts. He just wants the killing to stop, and that will continue to be America's policy. But obviously, as all of you have seen, we'll navigate that policy and react as the parties bring their grievances to us.
Great, thank you very much. If I can just offer 2 footnotes to that. I think for us, Europeans living as neighbors of Ukraine, and if you wish, also as neighbors of
NVO
Russia,
down. The premiums are
we have
weird on that
begun
one.
to understand that
JD.
we're looking at here
I
is
put the
not
stock
just
too.
the defensive
City
war
on the high.
by Ukraine against
Interesting.
the
Again,
Russian
financials, I
aggression.
told you from the morning, we're
It is
getting a bid.
also a confrontation that puts at risk all of European security. In other words, it's indirectly our defense also. It's not just Ukraine. And this is why we're so desperately
I love how he
interested
says
in
Ukraine.
seeing that this
Ukraine.
comes to an end, hopefully. And I think the real trick for
Okay,
negotiations
Spy catching a
or
bid. Again,
conclusion
Besson
of
is going to come on
this is going to
soon.
be that it's going
So
to
just
be
think about all the
lasting and not-
sweet nothings he's going to
not
whisper
broken,
into the ear of the market.
in the next 3, 6, or 9 months again. Let me.
Okay,
Mr.
Bond's
Vice
even catching
President,
a bid too.
Since we're
No real
absolutely
headlines or
fine,
data
there's so
prior.
many
There's
issues.
Macy's,
If I-
Palantir,
if you
Pony.
allow, let me turn to another
that
issue.
other one.
China. That's a key, as we understand, a key challenge for the United States, for your foreign policy. It's also of tremendous interest for us in Europe. So the United States has defined China as the key strategic challenge going forward for coming probably many years. This has also been the justification, the reasoning when American staff members of yours tell us the United States must be much more present in Asia. And will
Hey, you're
therefore
getting to the high of the day. Everything's green.
need to
So every other
reduce
day by this
their
time, everything was deep
presence,
red.
their strength, etc., in Europe. But now there are some signals in the media that the United States government, that the White House might actually be interested in a strategic deal with China, maybe even including on Taiwan. Could you talk a little bit
Okay,
about
that's a good question.
China's strategy?
Vice President's
of the
going to have to talk China deal.
Yeah, so I haven't seen those reports that you mentioned,
Oh.
a strategic deal on Taiwan.
hasn't seen
so
those.
I wouldn't
Okay.
speak to that. I certainly would say that there has been no conversation between our governments about a strategic deal on that particular
PayPal.
question. What we have talked about, of course, is that we cannot absorb the producer surplus of the entire world. That has been the role of the American economy for the past 30 years, in some cases vis-a-vis Europe. And by the way, we don't blame, for example, the Germans for pursuing a policy that makes their exporters strong. We just wish that American leadership had pursued a policy that made our exporters strong, because now we find ourselves in a very precarious place. And when I say we, I mean the entire West. I mean the NATO alliance. I mean the United States and Europe, which is that we become, in a world of hyper-complicated, hyper-globalized supply chains, we find ourselves
MSTR.
more and more reliant on countries that may not have our best
Yeah,
interests.
MSTR turning
Even
right
if
now
they're
through the
halfway
high.
decent trading
Uranium
partners,
plays also
it's
moving a
still
little bit as well.
Risky to put all of your
Yeah,
eggs
CCJ,
in one proverbial basket.
Oklo's still
economically.
down,
And what the
and
president has
SMR,
said
those
is
things
we
are murdered.
must rebalance the global economy vis-a-vis China. We cannot
Okay,
absorb
Visa.
hundreds of
He's at
billions
financial
of
strong.
dollars, close to $1 trillion per year in annual surplus, most of it coming from the People's Republic of China. And what that's going to mean
A lot of China comments.
rebalancing is that we think that the PRC is going to have to, frankly, let their own population consume a little bit more. They've held consumption levels down in order to increase these massive exports. It means that American
MSTR
manufacturers
again,
are gonna
crypto
have to be
names
treated
moving.
more fairly in some of these global trade deals. It means we're going to have to cut some new trade deals with some of our friends in Europe, but also with some of our more adversarial nations. But that also, we have to be careful here, because while we want to rebalance global trade, and that has certainly been the explicit goal of our policy, we also want to make sure that we do this in the right way. And yes, you've seen media reports that the Chinese reached out to the United
Okay,
States.
there it is.
Of course, we're going to sit down and talk to them. I'm not going to divulge too many details or prejudge the negotiations, but we want to rebalance trade in the interests of American workers, in the interests of American
So
manufacturers.
again, that was
is
the
our
rumor
policy.
last night. He's just
We think
talking
that we
about
can
it,
do
but
that
I think the
while
market was moving
preserving
regardless.
At least
It's
an
good to
open
hear.
dialogue with
Sweet
the
nothings.
PRC and with a lot of other nations all over the world. But that doesn't mean the old way of doing business is going to be stable or that it's going to persist. It simply cannot. It was not sustainable 10 years ago. It was certainly not sustainable 4 years ago, and we're very, very committed to changing it. But we're open to having conversations with both, again, our friends and more adversarial nations about what that rebalancing ultimately looks like. And people have to remember, Liberation Day, which was where the president announced this fundamental
China
change,
plays
I
ain't
think, in the
getting any
global
of this.
trading
It's
system.
good.
That was almost
I hope I can
exactly
get rid of one
30
of those
years ago.
puts, but
So
like we
are in
said,
the
see if the
early
premiums
innings
come down
of a very significant
for a longer
shift.
play.
I think that shift is
Thinking
going to
into next
really
week, but maybe we
inure
could
to
just
the
wait.
benefit of both the United States
And SPY
but
still
also
climbing
Europe.
gently.
But it's fundamentally it has to happen, and it's going to happen. under
5628 again,
President Trump's
5633,
All right.
and then 5649.
I think it's great if there are beginning
Crypto's still
discussions
going. A couple of
between you
staples,
and the
banks
Chinese.
also
Could we
leading the
expand
way,
a little more
brother.
on
There's J&J.
what
Another
would
one,
your
Procter,
expectations
J&J.
be
Now we
for
got gold on the high,
EU,
so watch
US
dollar too.
successful discussion of these trade
Got
issues?
gold and Bitcoin moving up.
Is there any message that we can take home to our friends in Brussels? Because that's also, from our point of view, obviously a very urgent issue.
Yeah, so to put it very simply, and we've obviously had great conversations with a lot of our European friends at the very senior levels between the president and heads of state, between me and officials in European governments, but also with trade representatives and also the very nitty-gritty technical details of a trade agreement. So these
Dominion.
conversations are ongoing. But I'll throw a few
Honestly, we
general
haven't
principles
talked about
out. I
energy
think
a
the
lot
first
today.
is that, again, America
Gold is still
wants
red on
its
the day, trying to
exporters
climb.
by
Again, SPY in the
its
range.
workers
Yeah,
to be
oil's down
treated much
0.3.
more fairly.
They haven't really moved, though.
We want American markets. In the same way that American markets have been
Coupe,
open to a lot of
Nvidia
European
popping.
goods, we'd like a lot of European markets to be open to
Yo,
American
yo,
goods.
Nvidia.
Now, there's an agriculture component to that. There's a value-added
Not too
manufacturing
crazy,
component to that. We think that we have in
It was-
both the
it was
software,
moving in
but
tandem
also
with
the
a couple
more
of
harder
others.
technology side. We have some great defense technology firms where,
But low-key,
on the
we're
one
moving very
hand,
small.
we have our European friends saying we want to actually build up our defense. We want to do more burden sharing.
GPUS,
But
that's
on the
from
other
yesterday.
hand, it seems like some of our
Coca-Cola on the
European
high.
friends are less open for business if the people selling software and hardware are American firms. Well, we think that's inconsistent. We think that we have some of the best military hardware and software in the world, and we think part of being good allies is, yes, we obviously want the Europeans to take a bigger role in the continental defense, but we also think that there are a lot of great American companies that they can work with. And so, again, this doesn't have to be a zero-sum dynamic. This can be a very synergistic relationship, but the fundamental principle is we think that most nations in the world have been way too hard on American exporters and American firms. We want to make the entire world a little bit more open to the products built by American workers. We're obviously biased. We think that they're the best in the world, and we think that we can have a much better trading relationship with
Yeah, I saw
lot of our
Nike. They started to
European
go up.
friends if they
Don't
if they
forget
just
about
drop
those,
some of
like,
those, both
American
tariff, but
China
also
plays,
non-tariff
essentially.
trade barriers. There are regulatory.
But yeah, that was
barriers.
starting to move.
Sometimes you have a.
And then I
an
saw
official at the
Macy's,
Ministry of
retailers are getting
Defense
hospitals moving
completely
again.
Disconnected as far
You guys
as we
remember
can
from
tell
yesterday.
from an actual law or regulation who will just say we're not buying American products.
Damn, Oscar went up
Sometimes
27?
you have
That was
officials
the
in
one that
Europe
didn't
who will
move
say,
yesterday.
Well, we're going to penalize American technology firms in a way that we would never penalize European technology firms.
Okay,
We just want a
SPY's
little bit
slowly
more fairness,
going.
or to use the president's favorite word, reciprocity. And again, with Europe, we think that's a very, very easy conversation to have. We hope our European friends agree.
Yeah, people
Great.
brought up General Mills.
I get signs
I think they're a
from
good company.
my
Most of you know them.
friend
I
here
do
that
like
we're
Pepsi more,
quickly
though.
running out of time.
I don't know as much
I'll-
about General
I'm having
Mills.
fun.
Okay.
And we can take a few more questions.
Okay, great, wonderful.
My team over there is very nervous.
Pony
You guys
AI.
can't see them behind, but
We'll be brief.
Please.
So thank you very much. We've heard that there is in coming days or next 2 weeks a presidential trip to the Middle East coming up.
sure.
Among the many unresolved issues, of that region is the issue of Iran and their nuclear ambition, et cetera, et cetera. Could you talk a little bit about the region? I mean, there's so many unresolved issues, the Gaza issue, but also Tehran. What would your expectation be? What would the goal be? Would you go for zero enrichment by Iran? Some people have suggested that. Or are we looking at a replay of the earlier, agreement?
India government, hold on.
Ago?
Yep. So there are a couple issues with the earlier agreement. The JCPOA,
right,
as it's called here in the United States, and I assume in Europe.
I don't know what comment that was on.
The two big issues with that agreement.
Yeah, I see Pakistan
are,
and
number one,
India, but I don't know what the fuck. I don't think he
enforcement
said
or the
anything.
Inspections regime
Unless he's talking about
was
the
incredibly weak. And I don't think that it actually served the
But now
function
bonds are moving. That's
of
odd.
preventing the Iranians from getting on the pathway to a nuclear weapon. That's one thing that must be
He's
different.
talking Iran, and then at the same
second,
time,
yes, we
India
believe that there
government
were some elements
charged
of their
security
nuclear
reviewed,
program
but it
that were
doesn't
preserved
seem
under
anything.
JCPOA,
And conversations
that,
with
yes,
EU
they
are
want nuclear
ongoing.
Weapons. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, but allowed Iran to sort of stay
Dude,
on this
that was-
glide path.
yeah, I don't know
towards
if that was a
nuclear
headline,
weapon
bro.
If they flip the switch and press go. And
Head on a
about this, not
swivel.
just in terms of Iran, which again the president.
Yeah, that
has said
popped
this,
up bonds.
We think that there is a deal here that would reintegrate Iran into the global economy, that would
What?
be really good for the Iranian people, but would result
Interesting.
in the complete cessation of any chance that they can get a nuclear
KGC,
weapon.
Ken
That's
Ross.
what we're negotiating towards. And as the president has said, that's option A, and option
That's a
B.
gold company.
If option A is very good for the Iranian people, and even some of the folks, the leadership in Iran, option B is very bad. It's very bad for
bonds are
everybody,
even
and it's
tweaking
not what
right
we
now. They're
want,
talking
but
Iran.
it's better than option
There was a,
C, which is
a
Iran
Pakistan
getting a
headline. I don't think that's
that is
it,
what is
but
completely off
I don't know if
the
this is
American
natural moves as
administration.
much as it
No
is
ifs,
just
ands, or buts.
the market
Now, there are a
and
couple of
invested
other
in 10
things that are
minutes.
worth thinking about, because this is not just about Iran. If Iran gets a nuclear weapon, which country then next gets a nuclear weapon? And then when that country gets a nuclear weapon, which country after that? We really care. not just about
J&J
Iran, but about
still.
nuclear proliferation. And the president said this in an interview a few weeks ago. It's one of these things that in the maelstrom of the media, the signal and the noise, this was very much signal, but it got lost in the noise. The president hates nuclear proliferation. I hate nuclear proliferation. And I think that the president would be very open to sitting down with the Russians and the Chinese and saying, look, let's get this thing in a much better place. Let's reduce the number of nuclear weapons that are in the world writ large. That's obviously not a conversation for tomorrow. That's a conversation, God willing, for a few years from now. But there is no way you get to that conversation if you allow multiple regimes all over the world to basically enter this sprint for a nuclear weapon. And we really think that if the Iran domino falls, you're going to see nuclear proliferation all over the Middle East. That's very bad for us. It's very bad for our friends. And it's something that we don't think can happen. So
I don't think the Indian news
without
was
prejudging the
important. We just had this little
I would
red
say
and it
so
correlated.
Far, so good. We've been very
Now we're
happy
just
by
back to
how
open.
the Iranians have
Trump
responded
court
to some of the
system not letting
points
me
that
do
we've
my
made.
job.
We've been very happy that some of the intermediaries and some of the folks who are in the room, the role that they've played, the Omanis in particular, have played a very positive role, and we're very grateful to that. So far, we're on the right pathway, but this is going to end somewhere. And it will end either in Iran eliminating their nuclear program, their nuclear weapons program. They can have civil nuclear power, okay? We don't mind that. But let me ask this basic question. Which regime in the world has civil nuclear power and enrichment without having a nuclear weapon? And the answer is no one. No one right now has a civil nuclear program with their entire enrichment infrastructure that can enrich to the 90%.
Coupang, that's been going up all day. And now Nike, more of those Asia plays.
So
that was just a little
our
blip,
proposition
bro.
is very simple. Yes, we
Again,
don't care
Besant's
if
coming
people
on
have
too
nuclear power.
soon.
We're fine with that, but you can't have the kind of enrichment program that allows you to get to a nuclear
bonds
weapon,
even
and that's
tweaked
where
out.
we draw the line.
Great. I think most of us would totally agree with that. And especially,
Yeah,
I
General
think,
Mills has a better.
on behalf of
They have a better payout
non-nuclear
ratio than
with the
Pepsi.
goal of
So if you do
maintaining
like it, I just don't know
nuclear
much about them, like I said.
non-proliferation regime.
Yes.
That's
But we all
very
know
important.
about General Mills.
That allows me to turn to
But yeah, 4.4
my next
yield,
or last
and then
question
50%.
on NATO. Because
52.4. payout
don't
ratio.
understand that
Pepsi's
the fact
around
that
76.
We've had NATO under U.S. leadership for the last 70 years. That has been an essential instrument of international non-proliferation. Yes. If we had not had the U.S. nuclear presence in Europe,
Verizon and communications still up.
I would be prepared
Again, in
to give you
financials, watch if financials flip.
At least 2, 3, 4,
I think
5
that'll add
countries
drag.
in Europe
Nasdaq's
that
just
would have
barely
gone
holding on,
nuclear
you guys.
if they
SPY's
had
up a
not
quarter.
had this
Nasdaq
reassurance.
or Dow and
So
Russell up 4 or
NATO
5.
has played a
And
big
then
role
the
in
Nasdaq's
nuclear
the only one, like, right on the
In
edge.
6 weeks' time, we have a NATO summit coming up. And again, there are many issues. One will be the continuing issue of defense spending. As we mentioned earlier in our discussion, Europeans are doing more, but we've also listened to demands coming out of the administration that are even more ambitious. So could you talk a little bit about your level of expectation? What would be your desired outcome of that?
Dizzle, yeah, NVIDIA stopped moving. App loving on the low.
How much
AMD did
Europe
flip.
will need to
Then
do
those small
on
caps
its
are still
own
moving.
in
The
order
random
to
one, GPUS, that was from yesterday
relieve the
too.
United States more in Europe.
Yeah, so I think there are a couple of different components to this. So first of all, what the president has said is he'd like to see 5% spending on defense.
AU airlines going
and
up.
He thinks that is consistent with what our European
And then watch the
friends
gold
are telling
plays.
us
Like gold miners
about how
are all
much
moving.
They fear some of the threats in the world. And, given, unfortunately,
Chilling, bro.
that a lot of European militaries have not kept pace over the past few decades, there's a bit of catching up to do. And so that is the goal that the president has set. Obviously, the European countries are going to make their own determinations, but that's what we think is a reasonable goal. But it's really not just about the spend itself. It's also how the money is spent. And it's, again, there's this fear that we have when we look at some of our European friends, and I made this point at the first Munich Security Conference.
Okay, candle getting bigger.
That when I look to Germany,
be careful
10,
though.
15,
You've already
20
had
years
a
ago,
wild move off
one
of
the
no
things that the
headlines. So
Germans
even though
were
you're
very
listening
good
to
about
this,
is that they were,
I wouldn't
they
be
kept
hard
the
pressed to
industrial
blame it on
strength of
this.
their
So
economy
just be cautious.
consistent with the first world standard of living. But now what we see in Europe is a lot of our European friends are deindustrializing at the very moment where we're all seeing the hard power underpinning, or the economic underpinning of real hard power requires very strong and powerful industry. And so it's not just spending money, as important as that is, it's making sure that the same economic engine that powered first world living standards is actually geared towards producing, God forbid, weapons of war if those weapons of war are ever necessary. And so
you're hitting a new high now intraday. Spotify, a couple tech names. You got Palantir. I'll give you guys a checkup in 2 minutes. And then we're going to move to Besson when Besson goes live.
And we really care about Europe being
have
self-sufficient.
audio.
I gave an interview a couple of weeks ago where I actually tried to make the point that, yes, we're going to have disagreements with Europe, and Europe will have disagreements with us. Sometimes, I would hearken back to 2003 United States policy in the Middle East. I frankly wish we had listened.
Marvel's starting to go up.
Friends. But I think this is an area where we're fundamentally right, and I think it's gratifying to see so many of our European friends recognize that and recognize that Europe does really have to play a bigger role in continental defense. I think we're all aligned on it. It's just a question of getting there, and most importantly, getting there quickly.
There is a glimmer of hope in our country, in Germany. As I'm sure you've seen, we've eliminated the so-called debt brake when it comes to defense spending. So there is now the opportunity for the incoming new government in Germany to spend significantly more. In other words, I think we're in good shape in terms of responding to what you have just said. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this wonderful discussion. I'm really grateful to you that you allowed this to be a Q&A session.
Sure.
We could continue this, I'm sure, for the rest of the morning.
Airlines, is oil dropping?
Other things coming up.
And then Twilio, a couple more software plays.
We hope.
Airlines are up like 1 to 3. But oil's barely moving.
You will be willing and prepared to continue this young tradition that the United States at major Munich Security Conference events will be represented at your level. You are not the first vice president of the United States
No.
was come to the
What is
Munich Security
alarming
Conference.
is that
And we
you
are
are in a
extremely
stock
grateful
chat,
that you came in
and
your
about
new position.
85% of
Please
your
come again
comments
to Munich next
are
year.
about
Thank
politics.
you very much, Mr. Vice President.
That's more alarming. On Powell Day! On Powell Day.
So if I may just say a few things in conclusion. First of all, I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, Besson,
and I
not
appreciate
ready
the
yet. I have the
invitation back.
video,
I wasn't
but
sure
it's
after
going to be
February
live.
whether I'd get the invitation back, but it's good to know that it's still
Well,
there.
we thought about it
Second
for
of
a
all,
while.
second of all, since you brought up Germany, I wanted to, of course, from the president, issue our congratulations to Chancellor Merz. And I know that we'll have a conversation with him in the next couple of days, but we're looking forward to it. And the final point that I'd make is not to rehash what's in that document, but one of the things.
Hey,
that
going,
I
bro,
said in
high
the
ticker on
speech
full
that
gas,
didn't get
almost.
as much
But it's like
airplay, but I
almost
thought
every
was just as
industry.
important,
I'll give you guys
is
a
that
checkup in a
everything
second.
that I said there applied as
You just hit the
much
high, and then now
to
we're
the
coming
previous
down, but
American administration
it's very
as it
broad.
did any government
And then
in Europe.
Marvel, there's some
And I think
froggers.
that this, I mean
If you
this
want to
from the
risk
heart
it,
and as a
DFS
friend,
Capital
that
One.
there is a trade-off.
Yo, Discover Capital
between
One. Again, there's already that
policing the
deal, but
bounds
they're
of
popping.
democratic speech and debate and losing the trust of our people. Every single country, and we're all going to draw the lines a little bit differently, every single country says there are things that are outside the realm of political debate. I understand that, I accept that, and I'm fine if one country is going to draw those lines a little bit differently than the United States. But I think all of us, including especially the United States, we have to be careful that we don't draw the lines in such a way that we actually undermine the very democratic legitimacy upon which all of our civilization rests.
Literally, you hit
And
the
I
high,
think
then coming
that
back
is
down.
fundamentally the point here. It's not Europe.
So remember, that
bad,
little thing was off
America
nothing,
good.
so
It's that I think
you are
that both
liable
Europe
for
and the United
nothing.
States,
Again,
we got a little
Discover
bit
and
off
Capital
track,
One,
and I'd encourage us all
Hims
to
hitting
get
a
back on track
high,
together.
and now
We're
Target
certainly
waking up
willing and
too.
able to participate in that work, and I think all of
So
the
again,
ways.
big tech is
Thank
the
you.
drag
God
right
bless you.
now, but everything else is doing their thing. That's it. They just cut him off. All right. Well, thank you, JD Vance, and thank you, Curveball. Welcome, baby. Welcome. Happy Powell Day. Oh, yeah. Is there room for precious metals to go up? I mean, yes and no. It just really, the gold thing is, the whole world scenario feeds into gold right now. That's why I said I don't think anybody really knows what it is because there's so much. But, everybody's betting on policies and governments and faith and credibility, and gold is that voting mechanism. So there's room for it to go up a lot more, depending, if things get more destabilized. Yes, 100%. That's I think why people like it. But at the end of the day, too, it's like gold is already accounting for a lot of things. So that can also reverse in that sense where we all just witnessed a high level of crazy things in the last couple of years. If things get better, then gold has already done enough. So other than that, though, that's why I've been saying, I've been following it, paying attention. I think it's fascinating. I own my physical gold, but I am not really in the mood to speculate as gold is speculating on the world right now. The dollars and everything. It's quite a wicked concept. Okay, high ticker's still up there. Bonds now moving. Spy's doing these weird hit the other high and then pin for a couple minutes. Yeah, Oscar Health, bro. That one, remember we were seeing all that hospital shit? And then that one goes 27%. Kind of was the snitch. And then Bessent should be on now, but they're not. They're all getting ready. They haven't sat down yet. So, yeah, we're waiting for Scott Bessent. That's coming up right now. So, again, you remember yesterday, market's already doing good. Bonds are actually already green, too, today. So, see, this is the, the House Financial Services. So, they're just going to grill him like yesterday. He might bring up some other stuff. I mean, he is the guy at the center of today's, big rumor. China and all of that meeting. It was Bessent who confirmed it. So, if you guys missed the watch list yesterday, we talked about it. The statements came out at the same time. So Bessent and China put out the statement at the same time, and then Bessent, he had to get on an interview. AMD Flushing, he had to get on to explain it. And he was talking about everything that was going on there. Yeah, Webull just printed on the high. And then there's a lot of these small caps. ULS, again, So watch out. And then gold and silver, even silver, though. I feel like we haven't talked about that, but that keeps showing up on the high. TLT as well. So SPY still staying pinned up here. We are waiting for the adult in the room. Amazing. He's not going to cut rates. There's no surprise rate cut. I wouldn't waste your time. Bristol Myers. Because remember, I don't know if you guys recall, he shouldn't have cut rates ahead of the election. I will die on that hill. Shout out to history. But other than that, even when that happened, it was priced in. You guys don't remember? So even when it was like unexpected, it happened. And you knew about it to a certain amount. That's why I'm saying, you know, I've heard this a lot, but it's just not going to help you. Like, it's virtually impossible to get a rate cut today. And if it did happen, I mean, something is really wrong. But, yeah, so I wouldn't really trip on that. I would be more focused on how to interpret the statement. And then how do you trade and manage the stuff he doesn't say? That's going to be the difficult part. Is bull still going straight up? More call-outs on that. SPY going. AMD just went down again. Marvel. So, yeah, bull is going crazy. Bro, Marvel had a frogger, but that chilled out. Root as well.
The Committee on Financial Services will come to order.
You don't
Without
think you could
objection,
rule
the chair is
anything out?
authorized to declare a
Sure,
recess at
that's
any
true,
time.
but
This hearing is titled The Annual Testimony
you know,
of the
lately I've been telling you guys clarity and lack of confusion, right? There is no point to confuse yourself or muddy the waters on a big event with a very, very low probability outcome. So although it may, it's possible, not probable, you know, it's also possible I could be a woman. I could be a lot of things. So that's all possible too. You can't rule that out. But at the end of the day, there's no point to get confused about it. Or, you know, like I'm saying, I would be reading the statements right now. I would understand what is in the statement. I would understand what happened with quantitative tightening last time. There's so much more actionable steps you could be taking than playing the what happens if he cuts today, because he's not going to, you know, and that's it. And if you need to watch what has happened, because to a certain degree, it's very, it's out of touch to assume that, you know, right now, because you've watched so much day by day with your boy. Mm-hmm. You could consider them, but there is a limit. Even if you consider too many options that are not good for you, you are going to fuck yourself over. That is reality. You see what I'm saying? You do not have time to account for every, like, again, alien invasion. What about that? What about... And that's actually the comment I made, because I said it the other day, legitimately, even if aliens invaded today, I guarantee you Powell would not cut rates. That is his attitude. And that's why it may sound like a joke, but I need you guys to get this, because it highlights his stance in how we got here. You get what I'm saying? It highlights that Powell went meeting after meeting leading us up to today. You went through a major correction, almost a bear market. You went through so many things. And homeboy is so just nah. And that's what I'm saying. You could have an alien invasion, and I promise you he would say, well, we need to see more consistent alien invasions in the data. Besant says U.S. seeks expanding leadership. So, yeah, Besant's talking now. Those were the wire comments. But I need to make sure, because every time we have a Fed meeting, a lot of people like to waste time, and we've taught this. You know, before Robinhood tried to sell you gambling on the Fed, I was teaching you guys about Fed futures. So I want you to learn this stuff so that you could get wiser, be safe, and cut out the noise, you know, because you don't need to really waste too much time and get caught up in the rate cut debate when that is not the primary focus. So I hope it helps.
I was pleased to see you, Mr. Secretary, echo your support for nuclear energy in your remarks at the bank meetings as well. If we care about back-to-basics approach, the banks can go even further by recommitting themselves to public health, education, and infrastructure. For example, 70% of 10-year-olds in low and middle-income countries can't understand a simple written text. Over 400,000 children die of malaria
Scheinbaum
each
seeks
year.
lower
Half of
tariffs on
sub-Saharan
steel and
Africa has
alumina.
no reliable electricity.
Scheinbaum wants
But for too long, the
USMCA
World Bank and others
review
have spent more time
as simple
and
as
more money
possible.
on climate change and empty rhetoric than trying to tackle these urgent
So
development
Mexico
challenges.
headlines.
Mr. Secretary,
Not anything
our committee
crazy. Watch
appreciated
autos
your
as well.
remarks at the IMF and World Bank spring meetings where you outlined an active approach to these issues and noted the critical leadership role that the United States plays in our multilateral financial institutions.
I said that
We should
the
all be
alien
pleased
thing
that
on the
Treasury
watch
has a
list
leader
2 nights
who
ago.
has signaled that he will tackle these issues in a serious way. I look forward to
EU
discussing our
targeting
international
US
financial
made
institutions
cars with
you, as
tariffs
well as
if
hearing
trade talks
from our
fail.
members
I
on
think
the
we had a
various
headline like that in the
priorities
morning,
that are
not as
important
specific,
today. I yield back.
but it was about the countermeasures.
The chair now
So
recognizes
people,
the
that
ranking
has been
members of the committee,
circulating.
Ms. Waters, for
So
4
watch
minutes
out.
for an opening
And
statement.
then you have Mexico comments
Thank you,
too.
Mr. Chairman. Since the first day of
Vaccine.
the Trump administration, members of Congress and the American public have demanded transparency and accountability regarding the economic calamity this regime has caused. Instead, we've been met with flat-out lies, deception, and unfathomable level of gaslighting by officials like today's
Gaslighting.
witness, Secretary Bissett.
Nice.
You are about to go down in history as the man who oversaw one of the most significant economic downfalls in modern history.
Damn.
The economy, which had
She
the
said, "You about
strongest
to be the
recovery
guy."
from the pandemic compared to other large economies in the world, is now falling behind. In the first quarter since Trump took office, the United States economy shrank, with our gross domestic product.
Bro, I'm telling you, from yesterday's
decreasing
watch
by
list,
0.3%.
I mean,
We
somebody's
are
lying.
falling behind while Canada, Europe, and China are racing ahead. What happened to the golden age you and President Trump promised the American people?
So again, this is what we showed 2 nights
You
ago.
are also the face
And that
of
EU
what
headline
the
is hitting
Wall Street
again.
Journal has described
But, like,
as, and I
legitimately,
quote,
bro,
the dumbest trade war in history. As a result,
there's
of
more
this
people
stupidity,
buying US than ever
stock
before.
markets have experienced the
Literally,
worst
here you
first
go, from
100
Bank of
days
America,
of any presidential
US
term
domiciled
in more than
stocks are
50 years.
$964 billion
American CEOs are sounding
equity
the
funds.
alarm of what's to come.
Even
Empty
non-US
shelves,
is 340.
higher prices that the American consumer
Restoration
will
on the
pay.
high.
Companies are already running out
Okay,
of
bonds
inventory.
moving around.
Export volume is down, and small businesses are warning that they will not survive this. Moreover, inflation remains a problem, and housing affordability continues to be a challenge, with home builders estimating Trump's tariffs will
Okay,
add
bonds. I don't know.
$11,000
Bonds are,
to
it
each
looks like
new
something's
home
going
they
on,
build.
but it did
I
that
have no
earlier.
doubt that what I'm
But yeah,
telling
big
you,
candle on bonds.
I'm telling you
Amazon's going
stuff
up now, too.
You already know. It has already been reported.
So NASDAQ
that
actually
you
just caught
yourself
up with everybody.
admitted
NASDAQ was
at an
lagging
April
behind.
22nd closed-door investor summit that Trump's tariffs on China are, quote,
Yeah, Amazon's up too.
unsustainable,
Weebles
quote,
keep
unquote.
going.
But in public, you've twisted yourself into a pretzel trying to justify them. You're gaslighting the American people into believing
Is she
that
talking
this
about
chaos
Besson?
is all a part of some master
Well, hey,
plan.
at least
Well,
it's refreshing,
if the plan
you know, because
is to
everybody,
steer
even
the
Republican
US
and Democrat, has been
economy
nice
into
to
a
him.
recession,
But
as
I don't
economists
think
have
this
predicted,
is.
then
I don't
it's
think
working.
this is
Economists
describes
say
Besson.
Trump
I don't know.
tariffs will
Maybe
cost,
yelling,
on the
but
average,
even
each
then, I'm just
American
like,
family nearly
damn, she's
$5,000
talking like this is
more
Powell
per
or
year.
something.
Mr. Besson, because you and your ultra-wealthy group of insiders can afford this, most Americans cannot. The American people also deserve to know why you handed Elon Musk and his Doge minions access to Treasury's payment systems and the Consumer Financial
Minions.
Protection Bureau's database.
Oh,
Today,
well,
you need to tell
it
the
depends on your
American people
definition of payment
why
system,
you're dismantling
actually.
agencies
Huh.
that protect consumers from financial fraud
Elon
and abuse,
Musk.
and weakening ones meant
Tesla
to support
flush.
the
Is
small
that because the car
businesses
thing?
struggling?
Yo, I
under
think
the weight
EU.
of your policies.
That EU headline
You need
just
to
seems to be
answer for
hitting
this,
Tesla.
And you need to answer for why senior members of this
I don't think it was
administration
Maxine. I think the
are
EU one.
trying
Because that
to
EU
make a
comment,
buck
we lag, now we're going
off of
down.
this market
But then no
manipulation
automakers
and
really moved as
brazen
much.
corruption.
Ford did it. I
Chairman
guess
Hill,
Ford did.
If I were you, I'd
GM
swear
still
this
green.
witness in before he begins his testimony.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions, Mr. Warren Davidson, for
she
1
liked
minute
that.
for an opening statement.
She
Mr.
was impressed with
Thank
herself.
you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining
Travel
us today.
stocks,
We really
Delta,
appreciate you. As this
RCL,
committee gathers
Expedia,
to
they're all on the
discuss
high.
state of
Even
the
Uber.
international financial system, your remarks at the conclusion of the IMF World Bank spring meetings hit the bullseye. Your vision to steer the IMF and World Bank back to their core missions, macroeconomic stability and economic development, while cutting through mission creep is exactly what we need. By championing fiscal discipline, anti-corruption measures, and private sector-led growth, you're paving the way for a sustainable global economy. America's
Amazon
done
again.
bankrolling
Amazon's a
China's
big
gains
leader.
and their trade scams.
No, there shouldn't be any
Your
other
call for fairness in US
news or
leadership
catalyst.
nails
Just
it.
Powell now.
Tying our dollars to
Well,
hard
this and
reforms
Powell.
at these international institutions, that's accountability that we can and should trust.
Oh, Amazon
America first
again.
must mean that America's resources
Bond
advance
just giving
America's
back whatever that
interests.
weird
thank
move was.
you for your clarity and your tireless efforts,
Vietnam
Mr.
says
Secretary.
U.S. talks
Let's
address
make sure that the
bilateral
global financial
trade
system serves Main
and
Street
economic
Americans,
issues.
not
Watch
globalist
Nike,
elites. Mr. Chairman, I yield
ONON, all
back.
those plays.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on National Security, Illicit
Vietnam
Finance, and
headline.
International Financial Institution, Ms. Beatty, for 1 minute for an opening statement.
Now Netflix.
Mr. Chairman, ranking
It's funny because
member,
there's a lot of
Mr.
names
Secretary.
moving, but
First, let me start
my ticker's
by
a lot slower than
associating
like 20
myself
minutes
with the
ago.
words of
And
ranking
you have a lot more
member
names
Watt.
going down.
Mr. Secretary, hardworking American families have been struggling, as I'm sure you should
Oil-
know,
oil hasn't
since
budged.
the pandemic, to put food on their tables and to keep their small businesses open. And just when the Biden administration has
Oh,
started
Lulu as
to
well,
provide
yep.
some relief, the
No
Trump
reaction yet, but
administration
see,
came in and
SMCI
needlessly
breaking out.
tanked the economy. Despite promises to lower costs for American families, we are seeing the direct opposite. I lay the blame on the Trump administration. Inflation is up, borrowing and housing costs are rising, the stock market
Inflation is
in
literally
chaos,
down since he's been
endangering
elected.
Americans' retirement savings, and the United
Like
States
literally.
economy shrank in the first quarter since Trump took office. And just to add insult to injury,
I don't get what the fuck.
Republicans
Imports
are cutting Medicaid
literally just hit
and
a record
food stamps
yesterday.
to pay for huge
So no,
tax
false.
cuts to billionaires. Our constituents deserve better. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we welcome the testimony of the Honorable Scott Bessent.
So I think it's a
Secretary
very
of the
outdated
Treasury.
whatever
We
script
thank you
that
for
was.
taking time to be with us. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your testimony. Without objection, your written statement will be made part of the record. Mr. Secretary, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Hill, Ranking Member Waters, and members of the committee,
He like
I'm
it.
grateful to join you today. At the
I think
IMF
that's why he's like
World Bank
laughing.
Spring meetings last month.
After all, I'm
we
grateful to
relayed
be
an
here.
important
Thank
message.
you.
America first does not mean America alone. To the contrary, America first.
Okay,
seeks to
Marvel.
expand
Like I said,
US
there's some
leadership
froggers. They
in
haven't really moved,
international
but it's
institutions
edging up.
Like the IMF and the World Bank. By embracing a stronger leadership role, the United States will restore fairness to the international economic system. I look forward to answering your questions on this topic today, and I look forward to providing you with a broad overview of Treasury's achievements and future plans. Specifically, I would like to highlight the Department's efforts to boost U.S. economic growth, improve government efficiency, and target illicit actors that threaten our national security. The core components of the Trump
As a
economic
first green
agenda
Bessent.
are trade, tax cuts,
You have heard
and
most of
deregulation.
this. Again, even the
These are not
challenges,
standalone
the payment
policies.
system, all
They are
that.
interlocking parts
So there might
of
be
an
some new
engine
stuff, but most
designed
of
to
it's going to be
drive
old.
economic
Mexico
growth and
breaking
domestic
out.
manufacturing.
EWW.
Tax cuts and cost savings from direct
Hey,
from
Spy, Meta,
deregulation
Tech,
raise
Netflix, they're
real
all going up.
income
Now
for
gold down.
families and businesses.
Hold on.
Tariffs create an incentive
Gold's
for
dropping
reshoring
now as you're getting a
jobs
bigger
and fair
candle.
trade.
And then tech's
And
moving.
Deregulation complements tariffs by making it easier to invest in energy and manufacturing projects. Already, this agenda is bearing fruit. In the first 100 days of the new administration, 464,000 new jobs were added to the economy. In April alone, over 177,000.
Okay, bro.
American
Meta now.
jobs were
AMD
added,
flushing. I keep
more
seeing
than
Meta,
40,000
Netflix, and then Amazon.
more than economists predicted. All the while, employment remains low while real hourly wages continue to grow. As important as spurring job growth is wrangling inflation.
Yeah,
and in
Spotify
this
too.
endeavor,
Spotify
the
52-week
administration
high.
continues to make tangible progress. The CPI for energy goods declined in March, as did the price index for core goods. And the CPI for all items declined for the first time since the COVID pandemic. While the cost of goods is decreasing, so are energy prices. Complementary to our efforts to grow American prosperity, we are focused on improving efficiency across all levels of government, but especially the IRS. We just concluded a successful tax filing season, but the IRS still needs significant reforms to deliver
That has to do with the
efficient
X date.
and cost-friendly results for the American people. In this endeavor,
Remember the
we have
receipts.
successfully cut $2 billion from the IRS IT budget without any operational disruption.
Tem.
We achieved
Remember
these
they had
cost
earnings. They're
savings
coming
by
up now.
eliminating,
They were right earlier.
renegotiating, and de-scoping wasteful IT and professional service contracts and addressing long-standing efficiencies such as auto-renewed licenses unused for years. This intervention alone will save taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars each year. We are also taking steps at the IRS to reduce administrative costs with a particular focus on paper processing, which has
FRO
been a
management
long-standing
buys, bro.
bipartisan goal. Last year, the IRS spent approximately $450 million
Was it
on
bros
paper
or bro?
processing, with nearly 6,500 full-time staff dedicated to the task.
I don't know what that one is.
Policy changes and automation.
MTG buys
Treasury
FRO.
aims to reduce this expense to under $20 million.
Oh, Marjorie
by
Taylor.
the end of President Trump's
That's
second term.
the chick.
In addition to making government more efficient, Treasury is committed to working alongside the White House to make America safe again. To that end, we have launched a maximum pressure campaign against violent cartels and terrorist
Netflix is.
networks.
And Amazon
We
and Meta.
assessed tens of millions of dollars in civil penalties against organizations facilitating money laundering along the southern border. And by levering sanctions, we are choking off the financial lifelines of terrorists, criminals, and hackers from Mexico and Guatemala to China and Iran.
Guatemala.
In the first 100 days of the new administration, we have set the table for a robust economy that allows Main Street to grow. With Congress and the White House working hand in hand, we expect to see even more positive results over the next few months. Key to expanding economic opportunity for all Americans is making the Trump tax cuts permanent. We are eager to work closely with members of this committee to pass this bill into law. Together, we can build a stronger, safer, and more prosperous America. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We will now turn to member questions, and the chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes for questions. Mr. Secretary, as I noted in my opening statement, I was pleased to see your endorsement of nuclear energy projects during the World
We're
Bank,
starting with
spring
nuclear
meetings last month.
So remember,
And on
there
a
was the
bipartisan
executive order
basis,
yesterday.
This committee recently passed my International Nuclear Energy Financing
Upstart moving
Act,
as well.
which would establish trust funds at the World Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and potentially other multilateral development banks. Senators from both sides of the aisle also support this concept. So would you support the idea of trust funds to benefit nuclear energy financing at the multilateral development banks?
Mr. Chairman, this administration supports an across-the-board effort to increase the nuclear power for civilian use throughout the world, and we think that the World
Okay, that red
Bank
candle's getting bigger.
should make that a key effort.
Thank you. I also referenced my work over the past 5 years with the Treasury.
Yeah, dude,
and
low
others
ticker,
about
1 minute
IMF
velocity.
reforms. You
Very,
also
very,
referenced
very
that
high.
in your talk.
BCI, something's snapping.
The IMF shareholders agreed to a quota increase.
Again, we already did a pump fake earlier, and then there's no headlines.
This agreement does nothing to
Could be
increase
nothing.
the voting power of China or Russia.
No bond move at all.
But were Congress to approve this
Honestly,
agreement,
it might just be
it
Powell
would allow
Day.
future administrations
Because your Mag 7 is pulling
greenlight
half of
more
Mag 7's
general
one way.
Special drawing
Let me
rights
get you a checkup,
allocations
actually. Let's
close
see.
to $1 trillion. And that would mean $60 billion of new unconditional liquidity for the Chinese Communist Party, $25 billion for Moscow, and $7 billion.
Okay, you got 341 names green on this SPY. NASDAQ, 72 green, 29 in the red. Dow Jones, 23 green. So everything's up. That's what I'm saying. You might get a little bit here. We've done 2 of these pump fakes, but I think it's kind of Powell. I'd wait for like any headlines then and just be cautious. Because look at that. Down and then right back up, and now bonds are moving. But yeah, nothing's been said yet.
Would Treasury, under your leadership, work with me
Microsoft
to
now.
reform the SDR allocation process at the IMF?
Mr. Chairman, we believe the SDR process at the IMF should serve the goals of the United States of America and not other states. And as I said in my speech during IMF week, this administration is aligned with you in your goals on the SDR. And furthermore, we believe that the IMF needs to get back to basics in working with countries when there is a market failure in financial markets, rather than helping large, well-financed countries.
Okay, Japan moving up now.
Thank you. Well, we look forward to following
Hey, yo,
up with you
EWJ.
and walking through this. It won't be an easy task, but with international
They're
leadership
still
from the United
red.
States, I think we can get there, and I think we will all benefit. And that means countries in trouble will benefit instead of just a general allocation approach. The president, since he's been in office, has championed high-profile investment issues revolving China. As everyone knows,
This is
he's
one of
been
the levels,
negotiating
too.
U.S. investors'
And we gotta go
acquisition
above
of
50.
control, for example, over TikTok.
TikTok.
In his State of the Union address, President Trump announced a major investment would see Americans take control of 2 ports near the Panama Canal that are currently owned by a Hong Kong-based business. I'm concerned that recently established outbound investment restrictions could make deals like this even more challenging. Under the regulations, U.S. investors don't actually know which companies are off limits.
Oh, is
and
he about to
Americans
say
face
delist?
bureaucratic hurdles if they want
Hold
to take
on, you might hear a
control
China
from
delisting
Chinese
thing.
owners.
Yeah, get ready for it.
What are your views on revising outbound program to change this?
Yeah.
Since the president wants strategically.
This is talking
to see
about
American
banning Chinese
investors
equities.
Take control, perhaps, of some Chinese.
You've heard this
owned
many
entities.
times.
How do we make sure we get outbound rules right?
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you and the members of this committee for leadership on this. I had a very good discussion with 2 members yesterday where we talked about the importance of establishing
TM and Netflix again. Baba's moving
either
around.
red light or green light.
Still there.
And not having a yellow zone for outbound investment. The outbound investment security program is an important national security tool in our effort to restrict the PRC from exploiting the benefits of U.S. investment. We've been receiving notifications from the outbound program. We're monitoring the market, and we're trying to ensure that the investment community is aware and familiar with the program. We appreciate the interest from Congress, and while legislation will be important and helpful, we would like a bit more time to process, including the work
He went lawyer mode on this one.
by the president to inform legislation.
I appreciate that. We look forward to working with you. I yield back, and I'll turn to the distinguished ranking member of the committee, Ms. Waters.
Volume is
for
low, but it's
comments.
been like that all week.
Thank you very much.
There was a
Mr.
holiday
Chairman.
to start off the
Secretary,
week.
this-
But you'll
this
see
is the
once
first
Powell
time
comes
we've
in.
met. Is that correct?
No, ma'am, we actually met one New Year's Eve in the Bahamas. And I was...
He didn't make an impression.
He didn't make an impression.
I remember that.
Well, you were much better at the electric slide than I was. And I was with the Prime Minister of the Bahamas yesterday, Prime Minister Davis, who sends his regards.
Well, were you with my
Damn,
husband?
he's like, I know, I was with him
when he was
yesterday.
the ambassador
That's funny.
to the Bahamas appointed by Clinton.
So
Well, you're not going to like this. And so this is the first.
Dude.
I didn't remember that, but that's odd because you've been at Treasury, and I've sent you 5 letters to ask about what was going on under your leadership and only received a couple of cursory replies from your staff. Why don't you respond?
Ma'am?
What?
I guess you don't know why you didn't respond. Secretary Benson, you worked in finance before, right? You will find bipartisan support on this committee for small businesses and the institutions that finance them. I worked with Trump's first Treasury Secretary to pass $12 billion in support for community development, financial institutions, and minority banks and credit unions.
Okay, Tesla rocketed up
was
after that little
surprised when Trump
EU
first
tariff
tried to
shit.
eliminate the CDFI.
And then SPY's just gently
but it
going
caught you
up.
by
This is one of the
surprise
levels.
also. You said
TEM,
that the
Amazon,
CDFI
Japan,
fund plays
any of the
an
earlier
important
call-outs
role
are still
in
going.
expanding financial access.
the same shit, just stacking.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, and
you were
70% of the
not
market
very
in the green.
persuasive last week. Trump proposed to basically cut all CDFI funding. Now, let's discuss your job before becoming secretary. Your hedge fund had a secret sauce for how you would make money for investors, a proprietary trading strategy. As CEO, you guarded that strategy. You never allowed unrelated persons to access your firm's computer records, data, personnel
Look,
files,
ChatGPT ass
algorithms.
explanation. Come on,
Right?
get to it.
And I'm sure you wouldn't have allowed just anyone unfettered access to copy, change, or
So why
to
did you
use
let
those
Elon's
records,
minions?
Right? I suspect not.
And then he's
And that
gonna
makes
say,
good
"It
sense.
depends on the
What
definition
doesn't make good sense is
processing
why,
access."
as Treasury Secretary and acting CFPB Director, you would allow Doge unfettered access to the government system that handles trillions of dollars in payments to the proprietary business records of entities.
Oil
regulated
inventories
by the
minus 2 million,
CFPB,
estimate
or most
minus 1.8.
alarmingly, to the tax records of hundreds of millions of Americans. But you still threw up the gates of our finance system open to Elon Musk and his band of 22-year-olds. Yes or no? Do you know the level, type, or nature of the clearances and security training required for individuals to access the information held in the computers of Treasury, IRS, or CFPB?
Yes, I do, and I think we would have a disagreement over the definition of the word unfettered.
Mr. Secretary, did all the individuals working with Doge who were given access to Treasuries and CFPB's computer databases receive all of the required clearances and security training before they were granted access?
Again, they were granted read-only access at Treasury. There were two.
So let me just say,
Doge employees.
please, you can't filibuster here. This is not the filibuster playground. And so what you did was you let these strangers into our Treasury with access to all of the data, all of the personnel information, and you just opened the door. Why'd you do that?
No, ma'am. They were Treasury employees.
Oh, are you saying today in front of this committee that all of them were Treasury employees, that the 25-year-old who's being identified, who worked for Elon Musk, was allowed into the Treasury? Was that person there?
I'm so confused.
He was a Treasury employee, as was Tom Kraus, the senior person on the Doge team. There were only two people.
There
and
were
they
Doge
granted-
employees also.
Sorry?
Do you know, were you aware that there were Doge employees coming into our Treasury, getting all of our personal information?
Well, ma'am, there is no such thing as a Doge employee. There were Treasury employees.
I tend to disagree with you based on the information I have. Has any information been downloaded by anyone working with Doge?
You know, we
from any
keep
of
talking
Treasury
about
or
that Doge
CFPB's
unfettered
computers?
access.
Answer yes or no.
Because he is an
Not to my
employee.
knowledge.
You better learn.
But how come nobody talk about this unfettered
Gentleman
access?
from Michigan, the vice chairman of our
You guys don't
committee,
remember this
Mr.
one?
Heisman, recognized for 5 minutes.
When
Thank
the
you, Mr.
Capitol,
Secretary,
they
for
filmed
being
the
here,
film,
and I
the
just have to note
employees.
that it's ironic that this has been declared
wasn't a
no
crime.
filibuster zone,
But
by
that
the
was
same
unfettered
people who
access,
walked out
if you
of a
ask me.
hearing yesterday in filibuster.
Yeah, I forgot about that one too. I'm just saying.
And just to give you one quick brief
throw the employees
moment,
under the bus. Well,
are
shit.
you saying
I know a
that
couple.
there was no unauthorized or unsanctioned persons that had access to the systems that you are in control of?
Again, there were 2 employees.
Yep.
There were very strict guardrails, and they were there for an ERP function.
Freaky ass.
Yeah. So they were authorized and they were sanctioned.
Yes.
So
I think that was
unknown,
before
and
Diddy got
Elon
caught.
Musk wasn't one of those 2 people?
No, to my knowledge,
Okay.
Mr. Musk has never been in the Treasury building.
Okay. All right. I have to hit on Burma and a little crypto, and if we have time, China.
Burma,
so
crypto,
I want
and
to thank
China.
you for your actions that Treasury took this past Monday regarding Burma. The KNA,
Ukrainian
the
drone
Army,
strike
has become
again.
A haven for transnational criminal organizations.
Again, you've
that
done this a
run
couple times.
illicit
One of these are actually
operations
going to
such as
dump or
human
something,
trafficking
but
and smuggling.
yeah, man,
the group
you're
has
just
strong
kinda
ties to the Burmese
dancing
army,
at
which
these
has
highs,
targeted
messing
religious and
premiums,
ethnic
slowing you down.
minorities such as the Rohingya since the civil war broke out in 2021. While the U.S. and our allies continue to impose sanctions against the military junta, unfortunately, the atrocities continue. My district, the 4th District of Michigan, is home to approximately 5,000 of these ethnic Burmese. And I'm just asking you, we need to do more to protect the people of Burma and to stop the genocide. Yesterday, I reintroduced the Brave Burma Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation that would require the president to determine on an annual basis whether to impose stronger blocking sanctions against the Myanmar oil and gas enterprise, the Myanmar Economic Bank, and foreign persons operating in the jet fuel sector of the Burmese economy, which has been a tremendous amount of their revenue. And it further limits the junta's ability to borrow at the IMF, which I think is one of the issues that the chairman was touching on. So these actions would target the heart of the military junta's revenue. So can I get your commitment that you're going to continue to work with my staff and us on a bipartisan basis as we try to address these issues in Burma?
Congressman, we're happy to work with your staff on this legislation, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. I share your concern about imposing consequences on persons who threaten the peace, security, and stability of Burma.
TEM, that's one of those
Treasury has
earnings ones.
tools to continue
Yeah,
to take
because that was red, and now it's up
for
5.
Burma.
I just moved another
And
5 in the
working
last,
with you, we
since
will
this
continue
Besson
to
thing
do so.
started. It was only up 1 earlier in
And
Kupang.
what's frustrating is while some of these sanctions have been put in place, a sanction's only as good as the willingness to enforce it. And we have seen them receiving financial support, the junta, from around the world, especially, frankly, as they ramped up production during the last administration. So I'll note it's not just Burma, it's places like Iran, that this illicit activity that has gone around the sanctions has been allowed. In some cases, Treasury has granted these licenses. I sit on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well, and we see this all the time. I want to touch on crypto. Yesterday, as I had mentioned, the committee held a hearing with House Agriculture, or attempted to hold a hearing with the House Agriculture Committee. Turned into a very important roundtable as well regarding digital asset market structure reform. So can you quickly explain how important it is for America to take the lead here, especially as we see China leaping ahead?
Yes, sir. We believe that the United States should be
Disney had earnings price
premier
increases in
destination
Abu
for
Dhabi Park.
digital assets. And as members of this committee and the Senate are attempting to do, create good market structure.
Okay, dude, what? Netflix 52-week high now.
So that
Remember, it was down 4%
US
the other day off
best
that other news.
practices are used around the world.
And that's really the point, right? Is having American, U.S. best practices to sort of set the pace for others to follow, rather than us trying to fill in the holes that others that may be created as others set that pace.
Yes, sir. And also that digital assets are an important source of innovation that will drive that can drive usage of the U.S. dollar around the world, as with stablecoin legislation. There is speculation that there may be up to $2 trillion of demand over the next few years for U.S. government securities from digital assets.
My time has expired, but I'll send you my question regarding Chinese debt trap diplomacy. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York, ranking
Yeah,
member, Small
TOT
Business
rocketing up.
is recognized for 5 minutes.
But then again, it's still all within range, just like the SPY. You're getting these up and down candles, but I don't think it really means anything. We're not advancing.
I would like for the witness to be swearing in before I ask my questions.
Oh, this one's good. Look it. She got all her interns behind her yapping.
Can start the gentlewoman's time over.
And she wants to swear him in before asking a question.
Secretary Besson,
Oh, yeah, watch.
you were on CNBC earlier this week making claims saying we are very close and maybe we will see some deals this week on tariffs. So tell us, tell the American people, tell small businesses and consumers, tell retirees.
Ralph Lauren,
which
$2
countries
pop
are
almost.
you close to striking deals with?
They all had, all those kids had calls.
Would not benefit the United States.
No, I'm asking you a question.
She said, tell us
based
now.
on the
After all, they're like,
statement
yeah,
that
this is
you
the question.
made on CNBC.
And I am telling you that it would be detrimental to the interest of the United States for me to answer that question.
Why would that be detrimental?
Because as the negotiations may still be in
She said, I can't
process
tell you
as
that,
we
dude.
speak, as we are not at the end of the week yet.
It would be
I am
highly
sure that
detrimental to this
through your
country.
question, would not want to
And it would be
compromise
great for
US
those
negotiations.
calls your little
Reclaiming my
interns just bought,
time.
huh?
Secretary Besson,
We saw them.
the president goes into a press conference and claims that there are negotiations going on.
Yo, look into Miss Velasquez. I swear,
And
it's
then
her
the next
interns.
day, there's no negotiations going on.
Because I don't know if
So
she's aware
why
of it.
would
Because
you
she's grilling it Besson like
answer
he
my
did it, but
question?
I think someone's
And
using her.
That will be considered detrimental to the American people, to the American economy.
That's
I do not
crazy.
understand.
Con-
Despite your
Congresswoman,
claim,
I'm happy to say there are negotiations going on. I'm not.
You can't
going to
hear her? Well,
reveal
dude,
the
you could
details.
go to the House
So-
Committee Services and you could watch it there. If I'm too annoying,
so how long
feel
do
free.
you
It's
think
free. It's free
those
there. It costs money to be
negotiations,
here.
Will take before they are concluded?
Isn't that crazy?
And
There are numerous countries, as I have said. If you saw my CNBC,
True, I know. Very true.
reference
Well, thanks for
that
playing.
there are
I'll
18
see you later, bro.
important trading partners, and we are moving forward
Okay.
at all deliberate speed with those.
I
do
did
you
ban him
consider
before you told me
these
to, and I have to ban you
negotiations
for telling me to ban
advanced
him.
Negotiations.
No, those are the rules.
Some of them are quite advanced.
It's okay.
So
Powell
you
Day, baby.
expect this deal to be more than memorandums of
Oh,
understanding?
you're next too, Ricky.
You
Come
expect
on.
them
Anybody else?
to
We got to clean it
full
up before
negotiated
Powell. I
trade
feel like I'm
deals?
doing a public service.
I believe that they will be the
Hex flare.
agreements in
Thank you, my
principle,
friend.
and then we will paper them over in the coming months. But once we reach an agreement, then I am sure that the other countries will live up to it.
Okay. In congressional testimony yesterday, you said the U.S. has not started negotiating with China on tariff reduction.
All of her questions are
Does that
trying to get
continue
a,
to be your position,
a
yes or
trade
no?
headline.
As you may have read,
Yes or no, sir?
As you may have read in the press, I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday.
Okay, so the president told you that that will be your answer today.
The-
Yeah, duh.
So can you
He's
tell
done that twice.
who from the Trump
just
administration
stops.
is engaged in those discussions?
I'm sorry, this is bullshit.
discussions?
With
Why does
China.
she have to have an advisor come up to
Trade
her
discussions?
and give her the next question?
Pardon?
I'm serious.
sorry.
This is
Trade
terrible.
discussions. Yes, sir.
She's fishing for a trade headline.
trade
I've seen 3 or 4.
negotiations
I don't know. I
will be
didn't
led
vote
by
for you. I don't know. Are
myself
those your
and
constituents?
Ambassador Jameson
No, that's a
Greer,
joke.
And
USTR.
And then now she has a guy coming up
what about
behind him
Pete
feeding
Navarro?
her questions about
Sorry?
fucking
Peter
trade
Navarro.
headlines.
He will
Is
not.
he-
He will not be joining us in Geneva.
Thank God for that.
Negotiations with China begin
considered
Saturday. Look at
advanced?
that. Hit the wire.
Pardon?
Are those negotiations considered advanced?
As I said, On Saturday,
Dude, this
will
is a
begin,
joke.
which I believe is the opposite.
No, this is what's wrong with everything, you guys. Like I'm telling you, and you guys want to blame Trump and all these people for manipulating the market. It's this shit, bro. This lady has no idea what she's saying, and they're just feeding her market-moving question headlines. Yes or no?
To finalize any trade
asking
agreement
her to
with
expose
China
a deal,
or
getting
any
him to
other
swear
trading
in,
partner.
and then answer
President Trump has
stuff
stated,
related to it.
He will have the final decision on any trade agreement.
So you're telling me all of this
That's crazy.
increased prices, the stock market losses, the production delays.
So
are
we
all
had a
based
president
on the
like that
whims
once. All right,
of
fair
Donald
enough.
Trump, that you could strike the best deal with Canada, Mexico, or even China. That is completely in our
I don't know.
favor,
Bonds are moving,
giving us
though.
everything the
The
administration
gentlewoman's
is
time has
seeking.
expired.
And if President
That was
Trump
very
decides at
disingenuous.
any
Fuck
certain
that.
moment,
Gentlewoman's time is
for whatever reason, not to
Nah,
take the
bro.
deal, that will be
Yeah,
it.
for real. How much I got to
yield
pay
back.
for an oil
The gentleman
headline
from
then? What the fuck?
Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who is chair of our task force on monetary policy, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as the dust has continued to settle after last month's episode of Treasury market volatility, can you give an updated assessment of those events, and how would you characterize the functioning of the market during that period? During the dust up in Treasury markets.
How the market was very well functioning. It was volatile, but the underlying infrastructure worked
Yeah, they're
quite
talking about the market now. It's another one.
Does the Treasury
I was saying
Department
that
have
whole
the
one was
tools
about stocks,
necessary to address
whether you realize it or
market
not.
volatility?
And now they're
You
talking about
said
market
you may
stability and
increase the use
volatility.
of the buyback program. Are there other authorities that might be helpful to address the challenges of the market?
Yes, sir. We have a very large toolkit that we can deploy, as does the Federal Reserve.
Taking a step back, Mr. Secretary, can you
he
provide
said
us
I
with
could
a
support the
sense of
market.
what regulations
Remember, the Fed bought
administration
$35 billion
is working
of bonds in the
to
last 48 hours.
resilience in the Treasury market, and the timelines when you would expect those changes to be announced? This is a core issue on the task force I and a number of my colleagues are working on.
Sir, the auction sizes,
To
the current
2010,
issuance sizes leave us
Velasquez's
well-positioned to
campaign,
address
her
potential
top
changes in
contributors,
borrowing
Goldman
needs.
Sachs,
I can tell
American
you that
Bankers
investor
Association,
participation
and the
in
National
auctions,
Roofers
there's been
Contract
broad investor
Association.
support. Our weighted average
Homegirl got some
maturity,
banking ties.
is about
I'm telling you, dude, that was
61.2
ridiculous.
months,
I've never
quite
seen that
aggressive.
ever.
And we have implemented
Bro, they were
a
just
buyback
feeding
program
her.
with two
Say, hey, okay, ask him
liquidity
about
and
financial conditions.
One last question.
Okay,
along
ask
that
him then,
line.
is it an
I've long
advanced
said that the
negotiation? That's
administration
crazy.
should look at reforming regulations like the supplemental leverage ratio to relieve some of the constraints that market participants are facing in the Treasury market. I hope
She
you'll
was
consider
part of the
looking at
08
that.
economic stabilization.
Treasury does not look at that, but I believe that it is a high priority for the three regulators, the OCC, the FDIC, and the Federal Reserve.
Thank you. And as the SEC continues to implement their clearing rule, a number of firms, including those outside the United States, are looking to provide clearing services for U.S. Treasuries and their derivatives. How are you working with the SEC and the CFTC to ensure the integrity of the Treasury markets as these firms look to intermediate?
Sir, the Treasury market is a global market, and we welcome new participants, and we want to make sure that best practices employed in the U.S. are also employed globally.
And the reason I ask that is, and if you could specifically comment on the clearing of U.S. sovereign debt outside of the United States, what risk could that potentially present? And I come at that from the perspective, if there's a challenge in the market, if it's a U.S.-based entity, then the regulators who would make the difficult decisions
Yeah, I'm
are
pretty
here.
sure her husband works in
If it's
finance,
outside of the United
and he
States,
actually doesn't have a Wikipedia.
They might have a different perspective.
And I think he was the comptroller of New York. So
we
yeah,
are constantly
I guess
studying that, sir.
I don't know. I can't prove
As of
anything,
now,
but my
we do not
suspicions
believe
are
that
in the
it
neighborhood.
presents a risk,
That was hella
but
market. That was way too
as
market
we
related.
Continue our studies. I will have my
That's
staff
crazy.
interact with your team.
Absolutely, Mr. Secretary. And one final question. Primary dealerships ships has become an expensive proposition for firms, which in one explanation for participants leaving the market, it's one of the many explanations, Should we be looking at ways to make the environment friendlier to investors wanting to become primary dealers?
Sir, we saw at the recent auctions very low participation by the primary dealers.
No, like, dude, her husband's a ghost.
There may
and anything you see on him, like literally, he wiped Wikipedia, everything. He has banking stuff. I think he owns a lot of property too. I think those were your insider traders, bro. Fuck
Clearly,
that.
the task force
That was really
Chairman Hill
weird.
was kind enough to set up, and yourself, we have work to do. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, and I can get my China question in, so I appreciate my colleague doing that. I want to talk a little bit about the
Sweet
international
green's on the
financial
high.
institutions, the IFEs, such as IMF, World Bank, and they're falling short of addressing key challenges. So China, whether it's in Africa or Burma, has really engaged in a debt trap diplomacy. How should the IMF really help borrowers take the fund's advice when it keeps giving China a free pass?
Well, Congressman,
Scheinbaum, I'm
as
not
I
planning
said,
a trip to the
in
U.S. as
a
of
public
now.
interview after one of my IMF speeches, it is time for China to graduate from developing country status. It is the second largest economy in the world. They are
Google
a large,
flushing.
important economy.
Yo, Google was already down. Google's taking a candle down.
Granted the status of
Yo,
a
Google.
developing economy.
What the
I'd
hell
like
is
to
that?
invite you, Mr. Secretary, to continue that answer in writing, and I thank the Vice Chairman and Mr. Lucas. Let
What are they
me
yelling
call
about?
on the gentleman from California, the ranking member for our Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mr. Sherman.
First, a parliamentary inquiry.
Yeah,
since the
Google,
last,
big drop.
Speaker had an extra 30 seconds
Intelligence
tonight.
has identified new piece of malware. Yo, Google malware thing. Eyes on it. The play's already jacked up, but not too crazy. It could reverse.
Mr.
Be
Chairman, I
careful.
agree with you that special drawing rights
That's
should
big,
be
though.
increased only
It's
with
only 1%,
congressional
but that's a
input.
big
And I agree
company.
with Mr. Huizinga that we have to focus on Burma, Myanmar. I ask unanimous consent to put in the record a chart showing how the value of the dollar compared to other currencies has declined precipitously since Trump's so-called Liberation Day, and to also put into the record a CBO report issued just an hour ago that shows that Republican proposals to change Medicaid would in one case take 1.5 million people would lose their Medicaid benefits, and in another proposal would cost 3.9 million Americans their Medicaid benefits.
Without objection.
Bro, that's crazy.
Also ask unanimous consent.
Oh, yeah,
to put
check
in the record
CrowdStrike, too, but
letter
that's
I
it.
sent
They're
to the
saying
Secretary
Google
responded
malware.
to by
They're
his
already up
Assistant
100%.
Secretary
I made them free.
on dealing with direct file.
Fuck.
Which means
Okay,
you don't
I
have
think
to pay
there's room if it
TurboTax,
keeps
'cause
going.
The IRS
Google doesn't
has
usually move
the
like that. If it
software.
bounces, all of those
And
are
the
dead.
response that I got
Other
from
than that
Serve
now,
response was basically,
if it goes,
well,
there's
as
still
long as,
room in
you know,
it.
we just want to make sure TurboTax makes a lot
So
of
be
money.
careful,
so
though.
We're not going to do that. And I would
Okay,
point
SPY
out
going down. That's hurting
that
tech.
The IRS could send every American for their voluntary use a proposed first draft of the tax return, since you already have the W-2, you already have the 1099.
Yeah, okay.
and you don't
Next
have all
round.
the input errors that
Market
come from
makers
people
swept
doing their own
everything, even
returns.
all the free contracts.
But that is something
300%.
that your administration is stopping.
All right, I got
I would
five
ask
free
you
ones
to,
now.
Mr.
Without objection.
Yes. I ask you, Mr. Secretary, to provide for the record within 1 week your best estimate of when the U.S.
Apple
will hit
Q
the debt
adding
ceiling
search?
and exhaust
Oh.
our borrowing capacity. Can I count on you to provide that for the record?
I think that's it.
Sir, the
Be
so-called
careful.
X date is a moving target.
Hold on, you have two things going on. Apple is doing a new search thing at the same time. They're saying, what's it called? Google hacked it. I think it's the search. To be honest, it might be the search thing. So be very careful there. I think there's two things happening at the same time.
Angeles fires. I spoke directly and on camera to President Trump and asked him to exempt building materials from these tariffs. The National Association of Home Builders says that these tariffs will add $11,000 to the cost of these fire victims rebuilding their homes. Can you assure us that in a country where we have a devastating housing shortage in general, but we have thousands of people in Los Angeles have to rebuild their homes in particular, that these fire victims are not going to face this additional cost to rebuild their home?
I will look into the
Okay,
into that matter.
2.3.
And I was-
That is exactly what the president said in
and
January.
I was in Los
so
Angeles
far.
this weekend, and I toured the devastation.
Oh, dude, I
Thank
should have
you.
grabbed
I
the
hope people
penny
saw the
ones.
devastation
I
in
went near to
Palisades,
the money,
and I
so I
hope
kept it
you won't be
smaller.
imposing another $11,000
But the penny ones, you
cost
would have made
on
1,000%
every home,
already.
builder. Now,
I'm
as
up
to
400 now.
capital markets, where
Yeah,
I
that-
devote
you
most
guys
of my
had it.
time,
That one's one.
all
Watch
of us on the
3% down, then
subcommittee agree that
5%
we're trying
down.
to get people to invest
get
in
ready.
American stocks and build.
Sorry, Bessent. This is big. So watch 3% down, another 0.25%. And if it doesn't, this is either where it's going to like support or bounce. If it doesn't, if it flushes more, it's going to go down 5, and then we'll reevaluate. So watch though, but this is now the first one. We caught it within the first 0.5%, bro. So that was awesome if you were listening.
Invest in Chinese stocks.
Google.
American
It's crazy.
billionaires like investing
Hack
in China.
and then AI
Making
search stuff.
Tens and
So there's
hundreds
two
of,
things
of
going on at
millions
the
of
same
dollars in
time.
profit.
I think it's a
Can
mix
you
of both
think
of
of a
them.
reason why the American tax code should provide enormous tax benefits like the capital gains allowance to American billionaires who invest in Chinese stocks? Why is that in our national interest?
Sir, it's not just
Yeah, bro, that brought the whole SPY down. Again, Mag 7.
So why do we want to
Everything's
encourage?
look at the equal weight. You're doing good still.
A very
Why
small
would
investment.
we be neutral on whether I buy an American ETF or a China ETF? Don't we prefer American capital to be invested in America, or are we just fine with encouraging Americans to invest abroad?
Well, sir, we don't want to close the capital account, and we do want investors to be
Okay,
able
so-
Okay, 3%. This is first
maximize
level on
their
Google.
judgment where they should invest.
Let me go on to one more thing.
I have said I wouldn't bet against the U.S., but
Okay,
Please.
SPY
Next
flushing
question.
now. This is just Google.
Next question.
I hope you guys realize it because, again, we were up. NASDAQ was holding, but equal weight's doing good. Yeah, this is just fucking up Mag 7 right now. So they're all the names that are holding up. This isn't affecting them, but that's it. You just kind of had a black swan in the sense of bad Mag 7. Google's down 3% in 5 minutes, you guys. So that's massive. But that's now bringing down the index. I don't think anything's changed, and you are going to have to deal with Powell. But now Microsoft, Apple, and then Google down 3. I mean, that's a couple $100 billion. So there's two things happening. There's no news on the market. I think it's the impact of Google, Microsoft, Apple, and there was a malware as well as Apple introducing AI search into the browser. Both of those hurt Google, and then I think it just caused this. So we might bounce eventually, but for now, this just set off that lit the spark right now that caused, and then again, Mag 7 is weighing more on it. Yeah, AKA Mag 7 news. That's it. Nothing else has changed.
Trump has initiated and sticking by.
Like I'm saying, look at equal weight is still green, you guys. So SPY's about to go negative. NASDAQ just flipped 0.5%, but equal weight is green. This is just literally Mag 7.
And that is an unfair relationship, one in which needs to be not only looked at, but really something done about it. And I know that while we have PNTR, it should mean that we treat them the same way they treat us, but that is not happening. President Trump, as part of these changes, has changed the de minimis rule, and that de minimis rule was the amount of money that are packaged when it comes into our country under this circumstance.
Okay, this is another
Whether
level
it
2.
was looked at or not,
Then
whether a tariff
155,
was paid upon it,
156.
and I believe that
If it breaks
there were
155, we're going to
Chinese companies taking
153.
advantage
153,
of
this
that.
shit's
Some
gonna go.
4
It's gonna
million
really run.
packages a day
Other than
were
that,
coming to
though,
the
like it
United
might
States, and
slow
I
down
say
here. This is already
we're
this is
coming
fat, dude.
because I do
3%
not
on
believe
Google
that
that
way
fast
is
is
still
not small,
occurring.
you guys.
As a
So
result
you've
of
already
that,
made a
what
major
happened is
move.
it
That's why the
contributed
contract's
to
got
the
400%.
fentanyl issue that we had because we
So
did
keep
not
that in
look
mind. You have
at
other
these
lower
packages
levels, but
with the
this
same
has already done a
viewpoint
lot.
that others
I'm still
did.
holding my free ones.
My point in
Okay,
bringing
Google
this
again.
up is that I believe that with the new numbers, of
You heard it here. Have they talked about it on Bloomberg yet?
net new American jobs.
No,
are
they're all
being
playing
created
Besant.
in the private sector. that
Dude,
there's an
Josh, I can't
understanding
hear
by
him.
people
Shut
who want
up.
to invest
Okay.
in America, that this
Why aren't you yelling at? Look at
president is
Bloomberg. They ain't
finally
saying
taking
shit, bro.
on the
You
Chinese
should go yell at them
who
now.
Undermined,
Go yell
not
at
just
CNBC.
intellectual property, but undermined with their
Got 'em.
government, the Chinese government, undercutting the price and manufacture of many products that were American-made. Many of them, or some of them, might be power tools.
Apple
And
AI
of course, we
search,
know
lost sleep over
Craftsman is an
losing revenue.
American-made product. But
Yeah,
it is
it's a
not
mix of both of
uncommon,
those.
was
It's
not
two things.
uncommon for their tools be on the internet at $400 or $500, and for a Chinese product to be brought in for $40 or $50. That undermined not just our intellectual property, but actually undermined the manufacturing that takes place in this country. And I'm delighted that you and the president are engaged in balancing that out. And I think that's what this 177,000 new American jobs net provided for us, because it's people who want to invest in the United States, knowing that finally we have a president that will protect.
Okay, this might be a zone to take profits a little bit if you want it or you push it.
Not just
as if it goes round two, there's going to really run. Otherwise, that's 500% down to 300% now, just on that $1.
Done a great job, and I want to offer my support for that, because I think that part of what the president has done is set a new challenge.
All right, I'm out.
Mark for
I took
Americans now to
400%.
pick up
It just bounced.
That part.
Again, I bought them
before
cheap. I could have made way
Mr.
more.
Secretary, Russia
But I'm not
still
mad.
earns over $700 million a day in fossil fuel revenue that helps its war
We'll come back to
against
it.
Ukraine.
But yeah, I don't even then. Even
I
if it
think
goes
that
another
most of
3%,
us
I won't
here
get mad
would
if I
like
miss
to
it.
see
We
Russia
already got
held
the first
accountable.
400 or 500.
Can you talk to me about sanctions that are being considered against Russia energy firms as it relates
Like I said,
to
155,
selling their
and then or 156,
products
then
to
153, then 150.
Yes, sir. And I will tell you that the Biden administration exercised with regard
For the gifted month, oh, Max V, he said, I'm coming back in, and I'm on business. Thank you, guys. For real, man. You know, y'all. That's why I say some of y'all paying the plug. The guys who don't even post the plays pay the plug. So I hope that info helped. China G is in Russia too. That happened during all of that.
Against the Russian Federation.
Okay, it's going down. My plays aren't moving as much. Never mind. Now they're going back up again.
Just against some of the lower level oil companies.
Okay, I think market's going to start detaching, and then it might just do Google.
Has never worked.
Oh, info is great, bro. You guys got to jump on that. Because that one wasn't even, I had the stock before the news, just off the low ticker. So, and good work, too. Everybody who supported there.
The Biden administration.
Who was that? You had other people posting headlines.
Setting the oil price, pushing up oil prices during an election year. The Trump administration, through our energy abundance and signaling to the energy markets, crude oil is down about 20% thus far.
I think it was Moondog.
And I read with great interest this morning that Russian Federation revenues were down 12% last month.
Good work on that.
Which will put a dent in the Russian war machine, sir.
Mr. Secretary, I hope that you'll find today.
Thank you, Mr.
Hey, SPY's still a little lower. There's more Google.
Gentleman from
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bassett, let me, I'm just a plain, simple man, the average, everyday American is looking at this hearing today. So can you tell me first,
USMCA review
does
will take
trade
place in
deficits
2026.
Constitute a national emergency?
Legrand CEO estimates additional costs from tariffs 150 to 200. All right, Google left another couple 100% on the
Yes
table.
or no? Yes or no?
Just popped again. That's round 2 on the contracts. Look at it. It went through all those levels. You're already at 155.
Equals a national
Contracts went another round.
Persistent and prolonged.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And do you know also,
Let's go, baby.
Sir, that
Okay, you're dumping still too.
for the last 4 decades, we've had trade deficits in the
Okay,
United
NBO
States of
selling.
America,
Watch biotech
and
too.
nobody said it was an emergency? Democratic and Republican presidents? You know what that says to me? That it's not an emergency because it hasn't been for 4 decades. It says to me that we should bring tariffs back to the United States Congress so that we can make that determination as the Constitution has said and not try to go around Congress.
We just dumped off of Google. There's a mix of news between malware
Let me ask this question.
and Apple competition, and then it just
Maybe
dumped
they missed it. Who was the president? And who has been the president since January 20th, 2025?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay. And who was the president?
Okay, new lows, and
2024.
even the Googs, bro. Even the shitty contracts are going down.
One believes President Biden.
One believes? You one of those non-believers that the election, the American people didn't vote?
I am not.
You're not? You said one believes? Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States and it should be abided by?
I believe in the Constitution of the United States.
So you believe in it without any second thought. You don't have to think about it. You believe in it and you would abide by it. Is that correct?
I have and I do, sir.
Okay. Well, do you know that a president has said he may or may not? He don't know? Let me ask this question. I couldn't believe my ears. Sunday, during NBC's Meet the Press, President Trump credited himself for the strong economy in 2024 when Joe Biden was president, but then he blamed President Biden for a weak economy in 2025 when he was president. Now, I'm not so sure how the American people puts that together. In 2024, strong economy, he tries to take the credit. In 2025, when he's the president, he blames Joe Biden. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, Apple going
I don't think it makes sense
lower.
to most Americans.
I sent out a play to watch for Google,
Mr.
but be
Secretary,
careful. It's already moving.
You're a businessman. It doesn't make sense to you either. It can't possibly make sense to you. Let me ask this question. If a government, say, look, Argentina, I remember when I came here, and Argentina kept failing to pay its debt. Not once or twice or three times. And we were all upset about it, and we said that they needed somebody needed to take over their government. You know, somebody should help the president of Argentina.
Hey, now it's Apple, bro.
The United States or
so Google stopped dying on it, but then Apple started taking extra leg down.
Pay our debt. I mean, that's one of our focuses. Is that not correct?
Sir, the United States will always meet its debt obligations.
Always. Well, let me ask you this. Donald Trump, the deal maker, and you didn't answer Ms. Velasquez's questions, no deals, although he said 3 weeks ago that there would be deals. But Donald Trump, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 times failed to pay his debts on his business and went bankrupt. And you're going to call that a good businessman?
The gentleman's time has expired.
The
gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, the chair of our subcommittee on capital markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to keep my tone down. And I thank Secretary Bessent for your testimony. I, sir, am going to try to stick to the actual title of this hearing and why we're supposed to be here today, which is the state of the international financial system. So here we go. Mr. Secretary, under the Biden administration, Congress required Treasury to determine whether any Chinese financial institutions were engaged in oil purchases from Iran, no matter how small or how large the transaction. This determination would subject these Chinese entities to secondary sanctions, sir. And just last week, the president himself ordered such sanctions for any purchase of Iranian oil, which helps, obviously, the Ayatollah finance terrorism around the world. Mr. Secretary, can you describe how, well, I think we all know,
Google round 2.
Oil sales.
Be careful on the calls. I had one that I was watching, and I'd scratch that play, literally, because you got that was almost 1% on the pop.
Treasury
They're already pricing in a lot.
A year late
so
with
sold
statutory
the puts a little too early.
On Chinese
but even the bounce plays, be
Iranian
careful.
oil.
I think you got to let the premium die down a little. Okay, now the premium is fucking moving on the calls.
The first
that
is,
moved the premium
why
more than
has
this.
it not been submitted to Congress? Had the previous administration done anything?
Yeah, Disney has earnings. They've
to
been killing it.
prepare,
And Apple, too, though, on the low.
determination? And third, when can Congress expect to receive it?
To all three of those, I will have my staff get back to you on that. And Representative Wagner, what I will tell you is that since I become Treasury Secretary, the Treasury
What's that noise in the background?
repeatedly sanctioned so-called Chinese teapot refiners who are very large buyers of Iranian
Yeah, I don't know what that
oil.
was.
These are independent refiners away from the state-owned enterprises. We have begun that program over the past few weeks.
I think someone was watching TikTok, yeah.
Good. Well, and I know that you're in
The irony.
negotiations with, I'll say, that 18th country, which is China.
Ego?
We are thrilled
Millicom? I don't know.
to hear of
Popping,
your
though.
trip there. And I hope that this is something that you will discuss with them in terms of their purchasing of Iranian oil that does nothing but lift up a regime that is funding terrorism throughout our world, I'll say. What actions has Treasury taken to combat cooperation between Iran
Okay, spies just
and
dancing
China
around like
on
Google now.
illicit
Google caused all of that.
finance
The
and
equal weight is
money
still
laundering?
green. Russell, Dow, that everything held up. That was just all individual there.
Teapot refiners has been a very fulsome effort, and we will continue that. When President
Apple has
Trump
revenue
left
share
office,
agreement with Google
Iranian
Lens
oil
for AI
exports
feature. Yeah, I
were
see that too.
Between 100 and 300,000 barrels per day. Now they are 1.6 million barrels per day. which
Okay,
allows
Apple
the
and
regime
Google, bro.
to
Round
finance
two.
its terror
Round four
proxies,
right now,
not just in the
technically.
Middle East,
So yeah,
but
again,
all
Market's
around
doing
the
his
world.
best to hold on, but this is just
And,
Mag 7 impact.
And we've seen it, and we've lived it, and it has caused unbelievable death, devastation, and grief, and resources, and loss of life throughout our world. And I am proud that the president himself endorsed sanctions just last week for any purchase, not just from China, of Iranian oil. So I hope that we can get a report on what's been happening with China. Switching gears, in February, several members of this committee and the Senate, including myself and the chairman, and the Senate Banking Committee sent you a letter voicing concerns about the European Union's Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CSDDD. This directive, which was finalized by the EU last year, will require many American companies to evaluate their supply chains and end certain business activities not based on U.S. law, but due to UN principles. This directive not only hurts our economic competitiveness, but also undermines our jurisdictional sovereignty, sir.
CNBC is now covering
it would
the
force both
Google.
public and private companies to comply with
Let's see what they
regulations
say.
that have not been
Sorry,
approved by
baby girl.
Congress.
Yeah, now they're talking about it. They're talking about the search.
To be the default search engine when you open up your Safari browser on your phone.
So
and
that,
start
but then
typing
again,
in a
Apple
search.
got hit off that too.
Every time you do that, Google gets a revenue share from that, and now he's saying Google searches in that bar have gone down, and this is obviously a bad sign for Google as we talk so much about artificial intelligence.
No, they're not. They're ignoring the malware.
According to these headlines,
It's the
that we're
AI
getting, he
search.
also
I think it was
said,
both came out at the
that
same time.
They're looking at AI search alternatives.
NI on the high.
within, the iOS ecosystem, and mentioned by name companies like Perplexity, that AI search engine we talk about so much, and also Anthropic, a rival to ChatGPT. Obviously, ChatGPT is already integrated into the iOS system, although it's part of Siri, doesn't really do searches as straight up as Google does. It's not also in the Safari browser. So look, you see shares down 4.6% on these headlines coming from Eddie Q. And we're seeing, he also said, this is the quote, I think, of the whole thing. Q saying he's losing sleep over the possibility that Apple would lose the revenue share deal with Google, because that is one of the remedies the DOJ is looking here as it looks to finish up this case against Google, guys.
So we should remind viewers, Steve, for weeks now, we've
Okay,
been waiting
Google
through
again.
sort of boutique data that looks at how search
Okay,
is
yeah,
being...
so at least news media, they're blaming it on the AI thing or the search thing. But like I'm saying, there was two different headlines that came out at the same time, but you noticed it. The 5% on Google is not small, and then even another 1% on Apple. But Everything else is the same. So whatever led you into this, just keep in mind this move right now is all Mag 7, and now you got individual Apple, Google headlines that moved a lot of money around.
Leadership of an acting chair named Travis Hill, with the president having no current plans to either formally nominate him or find a replacement. The nation is watching us. Why we don't have the head of the FDIC.
I'm gonna fuck with you guys.
So my question is, have you not helped President Trump?
You're going lower. Apple or Google?
Selecting a chairman.
Apple says, Q, no intention of making own general search engine.
FDIC.
Congressman, I would point out that under the previous administration,
Okay, I'm sorry.
The head of the CFTC have not been
So it could be
confirmed,
worse.
those are,
So
in fact,
stop
acting
complaining. It's
also.
slow.
Mr. Hill is a very capable regulator, having been on the board of the FDIC.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, another what? It's Apple now a little bit more, but Google down 5.
I'm not.
You're breaking the second level. 153 is next.
Been instructed by President Trump to refrain from offering a list of viable candidates to lead the FDIC?
No, sir. I am constantly reviewing the list and thinking who is best to lead that.
All of this before Powell,
Well,
yeah.
I want you to know that I wrote a letter to the Trump administration, here it is, expressing grave concern with the erosion of financial
NI, whatever that is, that keeps running on the high
agency
ticker, NI.
independence. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit this for the record.
Without objection.
And we remain
Apple now.
highly
That would have been
alarmed
another one, too.
by this growing perception that our financial regulators have acquiesced to political pressure from this administration, perhaps even from the President of the United States. If I were president, I wouldn't have this vacancy at a time when we're running tariffs all over the country. When
Bro, the Google calls did not go down as much. I'm just worried about they're kind of pricing in the bounce. So even the last extra percent down didn't fuck with the contracts on the upside.
As the president is going around the country dealing with upsetting Canada, places around the world. So I just want to know that where are we going? When are we going to have a chairman? Are we going to have it? And answer me truthfully. Has President
Does he party?
Trump asked you to delay this appointment? And if so, why?
Sir, that statement is incorrect.
Okay, spy bouncing. Rollins Agriculture says House hearing new dietary guidelines. Ah, shit.
And we have OCC
Develop with
nominees.
RFK will
We have a
hopefully come in
CFTC
early
nominee.
fall.
We have a
So
vice
watch
chair
food companies, Pepsi, Coca-Cola,
I would ask you
anything
to
else
urge
related,
my colleagues
RFK.
on the Democratic side to vote for them.
Thanks,
Well, when
Secretary.
is he gonna
Ms.
do
Scott,
it?
your time's expired.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
Excellent discussion.
Thank you.
I recognize the distinguished chair of our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Barr of Kentucky, 4-5.
I mean, I'd like listening
Secretary
to that.
Besson, thank
I don't
you,
know.
and President Trump
That guy's
for,
way
in
chiller
February,
than
issuing National Security Memorandum entitled America First Investment Policy, directing federal agencies to address outbound investments.
Wait, hold on. They told me that.
In March, as you
So
know,
I'd like
Senator
that one way
Cornyn
more.
and I
That was way
reintroduced my
calmer.
bill to restrict outbound investment into China specifically into Chinese military-industrial complex.
Yeah, the Google Pro.
Primarily.
Dog, be careful on the bounce. I'm telling you, I had one that I was eyeing. I stream alerted it. I said, watch it. But then it popped up and those plays didn't move. I said, scratch that, scamming it. And then, dude, right there, right when I told you, I was like, bro, those plays, they're still the same price. Bounce and pop just knocked them 30%. Again, I'm not in these. I'm just watching them literally on my other screen. So be careful on that, though, because, again, I think a lot of people are going to eye the bounce. This is a fat move, and they're going to eye the near-the-money bounce, but you need to be near the money. But be careful, though. That premium, it's kind of already pricing in that bounce to a degree. Apple looked at Anthropic, DeepSeek, and Grok. Ooh. Okay, back. Okay, I'm going to go pee, so you guys are going to be flying blind for a little bit. I'll be RB.
Because of the importance of this.
Well, thank you, and I look forward to working with you and the President to align our legislation with the President's policy on this, and I want to give you and President Trump another tool of economic statecraft to increase President Trump's leverage in his negotiations with General Secretary Xi. This is a very important issue, and as you probably noticed, there was recently a $75 million venture investment into a Chinese artificial intelligence firm, Manus. Is Manus AI on the CMIC Treasury entity list?
I will have my staff get back to you on that, sir.
And I think the answer is no, and that's why we need this legislation so that our outbound restrictions look not just at entities, but also technologies of national security concern like militarized artificial intelligence that this entity, Manus AI, is doing. I would also note that the waiver authority that I embed in this legislation with Senator Cornyn would give you, as Treasury Secretary, the ability to authorize BlackRock or other U.S. firms to invest in Panama to displace the Chinese. So thank you for your collaboration with us on that. Secretary, you've said that with President Trump, we're going to reprivatize the American economy. That is music to my ears. That's music to the American people's ears. When federal bank regulators are talking about reproposing the Basel III endgame proposal, they have been saying now for a long time we should do it in a capital-neutral way, abandoning former Vice Chair Barr's approach of a huge gold plating of bank capital. Since the Federal Reserve started to use the term capital neutrality in 2019, however, capital was increased by 10 to 20%, making the concept of capital neutrality really arbitrary.
Gild on the high. Watch biotechs too. Don't forget, those are important.
GSIB surcharge and a number of liquidity and resolution requirements. When looking at our bank capital regulations in the context of an America First agenda, Mr. Secretary, should we be aiming for capital neutrality,
Hilton
or should
too,
we
more
be
travel.
instead looking at capital
like I said,
levels
but everything is doing fine
American
still.
Competitiveness?
You now SPY and Nasdaq is all Apple and Google, and a little bit of Microsoft. Very wild.
I've been very concerned.
Again, and we're about what?
Our community banks, our small banks, our small
2.5 hours, an
banks,
hour and a half from Powell.
And the growth of
shit.
private credit outside the regulated system tells me that the many of the
2.5 hours
may be too tight. And
President Lula arrives in Russia. So Brazil and Xi Jinping, China and Brazil are in Russia right now.
Soundly expand the regulated financial system and get them on equal footing.
Okay, there's first bounce. Calls on Google are lower. Again, my Apple calls are going to get washed now. They already did.
Last question about China.
I haven't looked at the Apple ones, but the Google ones,
last
you got to get close to the money, though, if you're going to try it.
President Rodriguez asked Chinese officials to increase oil purchases as the country is feeling the squeeze on its energy sales. Tell me what you think about OFAC licenses for U.S. Companies operating in Venezuela when those American firms could displace China to enhance American energy dominance.
It is a very
okay, bigger pop on this. It's just all Apple, bro.
Balancing act there between displacing China, but U.S. entities providing hard currency for the Maduro regime, and we are constantly.
Gentleman's time has expired. I look forward to working with you on that issue.
Thank
you. I yield back.
Recognize the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, our ranking member of the Digital Assets, Financial Technology, and Artificial Intelligence Subcommittee, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Dude, Google.
Secretary, thank you for coming before this committee and helping us with our
Bro,
work.
yeah.
Mr. Secretary,
Now Apple, though. See if
between
Apple
March
could shake it.
11th and March 15th,
Otherwise, if it's Google and Apple at the same time,
2025,
bro, we're going down.
you and more
The
than a
question
dozen
is,
senior
you
officials,
take another 2%, is it going to take
including
down the
of the Trump
NASDAQ and Russell?
administration, including
So just
Secretary
watch for this
Hegseth,
to spill over. For now,
Director of
nobody's
National
really
Intelligence,
affected, but
Tulsi
it's all
Gabbard,
Mag 7. But if this
National
does keep
Security
getting
Advisor
uglier,
Mike
watch
Waltz
out for
used
that.
a
Otherwise,
commercially available,
probably going to be a bounce soon, and then we got to get ready for Powell.
encrypted, non-secure app to discuss and coordinate imminent U.S. military strikes in Yemen in a group chat entitled Houthi PC Small Group. Particularly,
So
Defense
funny when
Secretary
they just like thinking about that.
shared actionable
That
intelligence,
was like a real
including
military group chat.
sensitive and classified
You know what I'm
details
saying?
of an imminent
They're like, were you a
military
member
operation against Houthi
of
rebels.
Houthi Defensive Attack
Another military
PC Small Group
These
Slack?
included precise launch times for U.S. jet
that
fighter
you?
assets.
Was that you?
Targeting locations.
Was your
All
username
those Houthi rebels who were, by the way,
Houthi-saurus
equipped
Rex?
with
Was that you?
anti-aircraft Systems.
Is that how you in the group chat?
Mr. Hegseth
Did you
shared
post
the
that,
targeting
mister?
sequencing against Houthi rebels and described the weapon systems, the U.S. weapon systems involved. National Security Council.
You know
has
who is
confirmed
Ladies
that
Man
this,
217?
This signal chat was authentic, and that you had participated. You realize that for you, Mr. Secretary,
Scott
because
was
of
in
the
it?
responsibilities you have, even outside the principals committee, that group, you have a target on your back from our adversaries, China, North Korea, Russia, and others. Can I ask you, have you been briefed on the proper protocols for discussing information such as active military plans?
I have.
Yeah, today's just
by
weird
my
though. That
general
Google
counsel.
Apple just fucked it up.
If you will,
I don't think you could really.
I got a bunch of
it's
questions.
a lot really distorted now.
I'm just
after
trying
that
to
move.
narrow this down because this
My
is really
only
a
contribution
concern. Just reclaiming my time.
to that chat
So
was
let me ask you.
my chief of
Are you,
staff's name, which was
sir,
widely available.
Let me ask the question.
Bessie
You
did
provide
not
the
like.
answers.
He's Bessie said,
Okay?
"I'm not letting
How
you
about
end
that?
it right there."
Waiting for the
Are
question.
you preserving records, Mr.
he's
Secretary, of these communications?
Dog,
as
Bessett's
required
a
by the
fucking
Public
shark,
Records
dude.
Act?
Yes,
You know
sir.
that?
Good.
General
Okay.
Counsel.
He literally
Are you
just
still
smile. I'm waiting for the
discussing
question.
sensitive military
All
intelligence?
right, Mo Rio
on
Tinto.
the non-secure
Yo, this has
line?
to be China and Brazil. Rio, I hate Rio Tinto.
The
It
National
always
Security Council
fades, but
says
that's
you were
popping
on a
right now.
chat that discussed those details. Are you saying that wasn't the case?
Low key, plays
I
haven't moved. I'm not going to
never
take them if you
discussed
want them. That's all you, chat.
Someone discussed it with you. You were on that.
Yeah,
you were
literally,
on that
I don't-
insecure,
is it halted?
non-secure line for a meeting with other secretaries, right? Those people I just mentioned. You weren't on that chat.
I was, but
You
were
okay? That's
discussing
what I'm
things-
talking
watch
about.
Rio Tinto.
you
There's
could've-
another
you could've
Brazilian play.
intervened. You could have brought
Brazil
it up.
Energy
You could've
plays
said,
popping.
This is an insecure line.
Eyes on
we
that.
shouldn't be doing this.
Be careful. I'm
We're
not
putting
taking
our
the
sons and
premium.
daughters
Everything's
in
really
uniform
trappy,
at
but
risk.
if you got the balls, that's all
Free
you, baby.
attack. You could have done all that. Mr. Hegseth, this is not involving you, but Mr. Hegseth afterwards did the same thing with a family chat. His wife, his brother, his sister, family attorney. You do understand the troublesome nature of that, right? Are you dismissing that and calling this a roaring success, as others have done, as the White House has done? This is troubling, and I just want the reassurances.
Okay, Procter Gamble, J&J. You got another
And
side
for
of
other members
Staples
of
going up
Congress, other
too.
committees.
So hopefully you guys have paid
And
attention. You know,
most
think about all the
importantly,
call-outs right now.
for
Market looks one
families
way,
of
but you got a
Americans
lot of different
who
things
send
moving.
their sons and daughters, into harm's way. They put on that uniform. I just want the reassurances that we're not doing, this buffoonery has to stop, right? At some point, there are serious consequences to not complying.
Why do I feel
with,
like this is
with security
Dave
protocols.
Portnoy's father?
Mr. Secretary,
He gives
you're a
me
smart
Dave
guy.
Portnoy vibes
You're
for
a
some
smart
reason.
guy. You didn't create this situation.
It's buffoonery.
You were drawn into it.
I'm just trying to
buffoonery.
reassure the committee that
It's probably the New
that
York
this stuff
accent.
is not happening anymore.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Allow the gentleman to answer. Be a yes or no.
I think the gentleman's time has expired.
Well, Congressman, I'm happy to say that
He's even
because of my
smirking. He's like,
age, I pick up the phone.
I
and
think
call.
you don't have time, bro.
There you go.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, the Vice Chairman of our Financial
I'm
Institution.
glad
Secretary,
other
Mr.
people
Loudermilk,
find the
recognized for
humor
5
that I
minutes.
do.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Secretary, thank you for
Even
being
the
here.
fucking chair is giggling.
I think you and I are both aware of the paradox of the U.S. Reserve currency status. The so-called Triffin dilemma says that to maintain the benefits of a global reserve currency status, we may always run a concurrent account deficit.
Listen to this.
Which in turn risks undermining global confidence in the dollar. The U.S. enjoys an exorbitant privilege from the dollar's reserve status. This means that among other benefits,
your
there
time
is a
is
high
up.
demand for dollar-dominated assets worldwide, substantially lowering borrowing costs. It also allows us to run sustained trade deficits and drives capital investment into the United States. So my first question is, how is our
Chipotle
current
on the
reserve
high again,
status
restaurants. I
different
saw
from what
Sweet
it
Greens
was
earlier.
under the Bretton Woods system when the dollar was
Bretton
convertible to a
Woods,
fixed amount of
yeah.
gold rather than floating?
Well, sir, it's now based on the full faith and credit of the United States rather than backed by gold.
Okay. Does the demand for dollars and the U.S. debt worldwide and the reduced borrowing costs that come with it contribute in a meaningful way to some of our failings as fiscal stewards?
Well, I would say that the unfettered ability to borrow has made us more prolific as there is very little potential for market discipline to date.
Right.
But there is the potential that the market may discipline the United States government one day. And I am, along with the administration, President Trump, trying to set the country on a path to avoid that.
And we appreciate that. I've long said that I don't feel that there is the political will within Congress anymore to restrict spending and balance
Bitcoin
the
invest.
budget.
Dude, they're
So,
all doing this
I
after the
appreciate the work
CEP.
that you're doing there.
Like I
Is
said,
there a
man,
world where
the
we
monetization
can have our cake
time.
and eat it too? In other words,
So
is
be
there
cautious.
a policy configuration where the U.S. can maintain the best elements of its exorbitant privilege while also having a balanced export economy?
Yes, sir, there is.
Oh, you
And,
worked
know,
at the
I
Bretton
would
Woods
point
Hotel.
out
That's dope.
That the exorbitant
I kinda wanna go
privilege,
there.
as I believe it was a French politician
Weekend
called
trip.
it, does not always result in the lowest interest rates. Japan's interest rates are lower than ours. China's interest rates are lower than ours. Most of the EU interest rates are lower than ours.
Okay. I want to shift gears just slightly. For several years, I've called for FinCEN to raise the threshold for currency transaction reports from 10,000 to some higher value. Working on legislation, have been for the last several years, and I do have legislation again this year on that. If adjusted for inflation from the 1970s, this threshold would be somewhere between $74,000 and $80,000. But
Dude,
we have
Google
still stopped
again.
at $10,000.
So watch out, man. Spy's doing its own thing, even with good volume.
In your opinion,
you do
what
got,
threshold
dude, market's
value
going
best
up right
balances
now.
privacy
You are
and compliance
advancing in
costs
many
against the utility
areas,
that these
and then now
reports
this
have?
Google-Apple dynamic is kind of keeping you here. It's very fascinating. Because look, we're moving up now, and both of these guys just hit new lows. So that's what I'm saying. Just don't let it get distorted. And yeah, 1 minute after Euro close.
Or the concerns, currency transaction report, which is in a second.
So we are
Is there going to
now
be a
examining
philo
that,
today?
and
There is
we are
not going to be a
finding,
philo
that
today.
sometimes,
But right when Jerome
higher is
Powell
better,
goes
sometimes
live or
lower
the
is
statement
better.
comes out,
We have discovered
I
that
am going to
there are
go
approximately
members only,
40
so I could
counties
FOMO everybody
on the US
into buying a
Mexico border
membership
that account for a
because I'm the world's
substantial
greatest salesman.
amount
If you
of,
weren't aware.
nefarious
So my
behavior by the
plan
cartel.
was like right
We have
before
lowered that
I'm gonna just
$200,
so everyone's gonna
and we
think
are
they're getting
finding
it,
great
and then I'm gonna
efficacy
leave them blind
there
with it,
in
and now they're
pushing the
gonna have to
cartel
scramble, and
back
then we all
into
get an
Mexico
edge.
and not allowing
Okay?
them to deal in the United
Oh,
States.
I'm not muted?
So I would say, sir, it's a
Oh.
moving target.
Okay, and I can understand
Oh.
and appreciate that. One of the issues
No, I'm just
that
kidding.
we have from a
So yeah, we're
nationwide
not going members
status
only
is
today.
the compliance
But if you would
cost
like
that
to
goes
buy a
to small
membership, that'd be
financial
awesome, and
institutions
I'd
and
appreciate
even
it.
from law
So thank you to the 10 that have
enforcement.
already
The
came in.
complaint is,
I love you, baby.
trying to
God
find
bless
ways of
you.
financing
Oh, Mr. B, well, welcome.
Currently,
Yeah,
it's
don't
like
worry
looking
though.
for a
We'll be
needle
here.
in the haystack because of the pure volume of reports.
Yeah. So here's the deal, though.
And so
Before
my
Powell
argument has been
and before I do the
nationwide
preview,
status, and
since
I'm
I'm
sure we
not
can work
going
on
members
something to
only,
make exemptions
I
during,
am gonna have to
times like you're
speak
talking
to
about in
everybody
mountain
today.
locations, but
I do have a
is
positive
not,
message ahead of Powell
to increase
for everybody.
the size of the
So
haystack, but reduce
everyone's
the
gonna have to
haystack
listen
so
to
it
it
becomes
today.
more
And if you
prevalent,
don't like that,
the
I'm
illicit
sure
financing.
Bloomberg will get you everything you need, and I'm sure they care about you in your future. And go listen to them. I'm sure they are much more invested in your financial success. The job is because of Apple and Google. But yeah, that's the plan for today. So I hope that helps.
All right, look forward to working with you on these things.
Thank you to all the
Gentleman
members,
yields
baby.
back. The ranking member on the Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the ranking member, and I thank the witness for appearing. Mr. Treasurer,
Market's
you
just trying to
testified
fight this
before the
Google
Senate.
Apple right now.
You indicated
Google
that
going
the
again. I should have held that
CDFI
shit, bro.
fund is a very important.
I left 1,000%. I left another 500% on the table. So I sold out at 400. Now it's at 1,000%.
Is it true
that was it?
You would not agree that it is a woke program?
See, so this guy, he has his interns feeding him. But no, listen, I respect this guy way more. Even though he's the guy who got kicked out of the State of the Union and he's hella dramatic about shit, I'm telling you, let this guy, represent his interest. That's fine. I'm just saying the Miss Velasquez lady was sketch. That was not okay. Those were all like market algo questions, if you guys are not familiar. As somebody who's made a lot off of that and you guys watch it literally live, the other lady was just, she was getting fed. These weren't constituent questions. I could guarantee, unless her constituents have daily spy calls and puts, I don't think that was for her constituents. So this is fine. But yeah, he is going to get dramatic. But
Does that take care
honestly,
of the
more
many
respect to
billions
him
that
because
they
he
put
has
in,
not
$12
taken
billion to support
the
CDFI?
fucking
That's
pump
a
the
lot.
spy route or try to hurt it.
This is from the $12 billion, sir. What are you going to do about it?
Look, I understand.
Do you advise the president?
Sorry?
Do you advise the president?
I advise the president on a wide range of matters.
Is this considered a part of a wide range of matters? Would you advise the president that he shouldn't cut these funds?
I look forward to working with you and the committee to ensure these programs operate efficiently for taxpayers.
What about efficiently for taxpayers and efficiently as a result of them being in place to do so? If you don't have the money, they can't be efficient. They can't serve taxpayers if you don't have the money. 61%.
You want members only?
Of these programs.
Okay,
are in
buy 100
Republican
memberships.
Districts.
I'm just saying, put your money where your mouth is. You got to bribe me.
Yes,
I don't think
that's
I've
the
ever been
question in the
bribed,
sense
but we
that,
could try.
I'm asking
If you want
you
that
to
edge
suggest
during
to the
Powell.
president that this is important and that you not cut it.
So the skinny, as I said.
This is State of the Union guy,
100
yes.
million is quite a distance from 12 billion.
Oh, shit, he bought 10.
Well, that's not the annual appropriate, 12 billion is not the annual appropriation.
No, but 12 billion is what
Let's
we,
go, baby.
a bipartisan group of
TLT.
folk,
Again, the market right now, this hasn't, I'm telling you,
as
all
well as
market
to the
waiting. We're
minority
doing good right
depository
now.
institutions.
It's just Google and Apple. That just tweaked everybody out.
Let's go to another.
Oh,
do you agree
Caleb,
that when a tariff is
LSU.
imposed upon
Thank you, my
a
friend.
product that's coming into this country, that the tariff is collected?
J&J and PG, like I was saying, Staples running.
Do you agree that that money that's collected goes into the Treasury's coffer?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree also that if the person that is importing this product is of the opinion that it
Another
is something
month
that
down,
his
baby. Let's go. Amen.
clientele, his customers
Got
desire,
5 years more
that he
till the
will pay that
decade,
tariff?
dog.
Yes, sir.
George
And do
Anthony,
you
what a
agree
name.
that when he pays that tariff, he's likely to pass that on to his customers, his consumers?
Sir, the laws of economics would say that they're very elastic.
I understand, but do you agree that he is likely to do that?
Okay, this is
Do you
spy
agree
at
that he
break
does
even.
it
That whole
sometime?
Google
Do you agree that he does
Apple
it sometime?
brought the NASDAQ
Do
down
you
like
agree that he ever
0.6.
does he ever do it?
Sure.
So your position is, as the great treasurer you are, that this is not passed on to the taxpayers,
It could
the
be.
consumers. It could be. Well, is it ever?
Josh being the biggest. I'm not
It's hard
trolling.
to say yes, isn't it?
Dude, we've helped so
Don't-
many
don't-
people
don't-
this
listen,
year. It's
sir,
crazy.
You don't have to fear.
It's that
listen,
God is
don't-
good, bro.
Don't fear.
But I'm just
don't
having
fear the
fun.
president,
If
sir.
you couldn't tell,
Is it
I
ever
love what
passed
I
on?
do.
Have you
I love
ever
being
heard
here.
of
I love this community.
tax
I
money
really do.
being collected
And
and
if you don't
passed
love it,
on
fuck
to
you. I don't love you that like
consumer
that
to pay?
either.
Have you ever heard
so,
of that?
Amen.
Well, the most
That's what I'm
recent
saying, bro.
studies
So
from-
enjoy life.
Okay, let's go on to
Amen.
this point. I have a better point to make. Excuse me, I'm reclaiming my time. I have a better point. Listen just a second.
You
I
got
only
a
have
better
little bit of
question?
time. And when it goes into the coffers, that money is then going to be a part of the tax dollars that can
Amen,
be
baby.
accorded to persons in terms of a tax cut. Is this true?
It's part of the overall.
Yes, it
budget.
is true, which means that the consumer, the person who pays that tax, this tariff tax, when he makes that purchase, is going to put his money in your
Mr.
coffer,
Rivera.
our coffer.
Welcome.
And then the president later on can say, you got a tax cut, but it's really the money that the consumer has put into your coffer. That is true. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
I don't think that's how it works,
Chair
sir.
of the National Security Illicit
They
Finance
actually
and
sold a
International
fuck ton of
Financial
bonds,
Institutions Subcommittee, Mr.
and then they
Davis, and
paid
Mr.
consumers to get that
Thank
money
you,
into
Chairman.
the
Mr.
monetary
Secretary,
system.
I applaud your eloquent message at
So
the
in
Milken
theory,
Institute
I see what you're
clarifying
saying,
the Trump
but-
administration's coherent and effective strategy, and thank you for helping lead that. My Committee on National Security, Illicit Finance, and International Financial Institutions aligns completely with your efforts on illicit finance, on trade with the pending reauthorization of the Defense Production Act, the national interest with outbound investment laws and
Okay, you're getting
clarity,
the first
and on
Google,
focused
Apple.
international
Oh,
financial
wait.
institutions. I
Those are the
remain
same
highly
stocks.
concerned about the
I
future
swear I
of
thought that
money,
was Google, too.
And frankly, probably the most important policy debate we're having.
Yeah, Google
I'll save
murdered,
that
bro.
part for
Like I
future
told you,
hearings,
3,
but on
5, and
illicit
7.
finance,
You're 0.5% from the
I
level,
applaud
so
your FinCEN final interim rule, removing beneficial ownership reporting requirements for U.S. companies and citizens. The prior approach was collecting information on millions of Americans and companies, even homeowners associations, under the guise of illicit
BBG
finance.
finally
Lots
talking
of noise
Google.
and very little signal. By narrowing the scope of the rule, you are focusing on the signal. Given the shift in focus, millions of Americans have shared sensitive, personally identifiable information. Mr. Secretary, as the committee moves forward clarifying the rule and
Yeah, the
would you
5-year
commit to
badge is
supporting
uncle.
the
I want to
deletion
change
of
it, though.
data
You
already
can't really
collected
see
under the
it. I don't
previous
like it.
rule?
But I like uncle.
My staff is working on what will happen to that data, and we will get back to you on that.
Much love. Well, much
Appreciate
love to
it.
all
We'll
of
work
you,
with
bro.
and, certainly
Like I
hope
said,
you're
I got something to
safeguarded
tell you guys
always, but
before
it'd
Powell
be,
preview.
especially safe if it was
And,
deleted.
you know, finger to the sky, bro.
Speaking of
And
legislation,
I hope all
my
of you are
bill, the
having a
Chinese
good day.
Currency Accountability Act of 2025
Smile,
would require
baby.
the Secretary, you
Smile.
in this case, to instruct the United States Governor of the United States Executive
like it?
Director of
It
the
is hella
IMF
low
to
key.
use the voice and vote of the
Yeah,
United
but then
States
that
to
kinda makes
oppose
sense
any
for 5
increase
years.
in the weight of the
You
Chinese
know,
RMB.
you uncle, you
in
low
the
key,
basket
but
of
you really the
currencies
GOAT,
used
you
to
know?
determine the
You
value
sound
of
like
special
you
drawing
could
rights.
blend in, but
This
you
bill
really
has passed
stand
the
out.
House,
Oh, they don't feel
on a
me.
bipartisan basis, most recently in February, and it still awaits Senate action. Mr. Secretary, far more effective than waiting for the Senate is your leadership on this issue. Will you advocate for opposing an increase in the RMB until China straightens itself out?
Look, I look forward to working with Congress on this issue, on whether additional legislation is needed to address the Chinese practices or whether it could be done through trade negotiations.
Wish you great success in your pending negotiations, and certainly if you look at the IFIs, things like Argentina's recent restructuring under the IMF basically bailed out the Belt and Road. They'd never really have to worry about default at the Belt and Road. They're using their influence in the international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank to frankly cover risk at the Belt and Road. So hopefully that'll
Okay,
be
high ticker,
restructured.
full gas
We've
almost.
already covered outbound in a
That's it.
relationship to
Apple moved
dialogue
up a
on
little.
that,
Google
but I'd
just
like
holding
to-
almost near
I'd like to
7
turn to
down.
the Defense Production Act. I mean,
And then 2
when you look
companies
at how
monitor
you've
for signs of
organized,
cyber
and
attacks
communicated
and
the president's
collecting
approach
intelligence
there
for
and
networks.
the administration's approach.
I don't know what that is. That's Nikkei.
National security is, of course, paramount.
Oh, it's your
to that.
birthday?
And
Snipe. Happy birthday, baby.
as we organize,
I
and
hope your
update and
long-term
reauthorize
grows
the
with you,
Defense
man.
Production Act, of
Time.
course, it deals with the Department of
Welcome
Defense.
one step closer to
deals with
heartburn.
Commerce, who does a lot of these things, but it's been structured under the authority of the Department of Treasury. Would you commit to working with our Committee on National Security and
Doesn't
Finance
really
to
matter,
gather the
but
input
I would go
and
for
get a final
quality.
reauthorization
Pepsi is
across
a
the finish
great,
line this year?
great quality
I think
name
that is an
at a good price right
important
now.
piece of
We have been
legislation.
talking
We
about
look
it a
forward to
ton.
working with you on that.
I like it a lot
Thank you,
for
Mr.
the long
Secretary.
term. I said it on
And
the,
then
not a
lastly,
recommendation,
you've spoken
but I
eloquently
did
about
say
the
that this
mission
is
creep that
like,
comes
this is
in
where I would
to some of our
start. If I didn't
international
have a
financial
long term,
institutions.
I didn't have an
And
anchor.
as you
This
know,
is
the
a
IMF
fucking
set up a
great
climate
name,
fund
dude.
in 2022 known as the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Given concerns about IMF mission creep,
Again, if
will
you
work
already
with,
if you
to
already have your
eliminate,
portfolio built,
RST
you could
so
be
that
more
the IMF can
patient.
get back to its core
But I
mission?
definitely think if it's like one of your first two plays and you're going to end up depositing 12, 14 more times down the line, I do think Pepsi, this is a great starting point, no matter what happens.
Yeah,
Just
thank you.
because look
And
at it, it's
the World Bank's
4%,
spending a massive amount on that.
4.5.
As
name everybody
Chairman
knows.
Hill and I met with
May go
the
lower,
Inter-American
but
Development Bank.
like I
They
said, if you're
highlighted
going to
things that
average
they
and do
were
other
doing to
stuff,
deal with natural
it's
disasters.
beautiful, bro.
They're important for tourism for them. So some of this is characterizing things that are really infrastructure for
Okay,
those
sorry,
countries.
guys, we're talking long term. But yeah, Coca-Cola is good, but this is why I like Pepsi. We bought Coca-Cola. We bought Coca-Cola in 2021, I think, and we're up like 50 or 70% on it. So that's why I'm saying Pepsi broke the trend. Pepsi was going right alongside Coca-Cola. You know what I'm saying? So they have a different product mix. I like the snacks. Coca-Cola doesn't have the snacks. Coca-Cola does a little better, but they have very similar fundamentals. And it's Pepsi. Great brand, great intangibles, and that's why it's just like it is Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola I think is a way better company to a degree at the margins, but Pepsi is, I would consider it now. When I bought Coca-Cola, Pepsi was outperforming Coca-Cola, believe it or not, and I went for Coke. So now it's reversed, and now you have Pepsi 4.5% dividend or 4.0, and it's already sold 30% or something, bro. So, yeah, but Coca-Cola I wouldn't be buying right now, but Pepsi I think is a great starting point, but not a recommendation. I don't own it yet, so I'm just telling you my thoughts and what I'm seeing and how I would go about it, but technically I haven't bought it yet. So, but it's on my list now for sure.
We lived through just all the ups and downs.
Oh, this deep voice
of
mother
this,
ever.
and it's not an easy thing.
It's not an easy thing.
Now, in terms of the strength of the
Major
dollar, it's
airlines
affected
to
by
back
many
Trump
things. It's
admin to
including
spend
central
tens
bank
of billions
policies,
to
interest rates,
overhaul air
tariffs, and
traffic
the balance of
control
trade. But
officials.
in the long run, I
and then you're
believe
getting
that the strength of
Airbus
the
order
dollar
numbers.
reflects the
Watch
world's
Boeing.
confidence in the U.S. economy, in the competence of U.S. leadership, in the value of products made by American workers, and our reputation as a fair place to do business and the rule of law in America. Now, Secretary Besant, earlier this week, you ran an op-ed in the Wall Street
All I
Journal
want
echoing
is,
many of the points you made in your
for
testimony.
chips, I just want
And
Intel, bro.
on that
That's
op-ed,
it.
You promised inter alia
Everything
more
else in
jobs,
chip
more
land is still
manufacturing, more
overjuiced,
deregulation, lower taxes,
which I hope it
less
holds
national
up
debt,
for the sake
all
of
while
everybody
maintaining a
else.
strong
But
dollar.
all
On
I
the
care,
other hand,
Intel's the
Stephen
only one
Barron,
I think
Trump's
worthwhile.
choice for the chair of the
Until
Council of
prices come
Economic
down, until we get
Advisors, wrote a paper
deflation.
last year arguing for weakening the dollar through something he called the Mar-a-Lago Accords, which he reportedly
Mar-a-Lago.
been placed in charge of negotiating.
But like,
the president himself,
if you guys aren't aware, Intel
on whether a strong
is
dollar or a weak
practically
dollar
at
will
book
make
value.
America great again. So my question
So
is,
do you guys
what is
realize
it?
that's why it won't go
does the
lower?
administration support
Because
a
there's only
strong
two
dollar
things.
or a weak dollar?
It's either Intel recovers and then it could start trading better, or they actually like go BK and fail, and now people will sell it below book value. That's it.
Related to
I hope you understand that. So Intel is still risky, and I like it, but that's the only thing with value in the chip space, I believe, personally. Without paying, again, they failed. So that's why. It could be a value trap, but it's pricing either bankrupt or bounce. That's it. If you're not aware, I hope you are. It's literally saying bankrupt or bounce. Because if things get really sour, investors are going to say, no, that book value is not even worth it. And they're going to start discounting it and selling it way lower. Otherwise, they're willing to hold it at book value until then. Could be bought out, but there's a shit ton of debt on Intel.
We lived through
Should have
that
done it a
in the
long
Bush
ago.
administration,
Wish I
and
could have
it
been
was
more
not
involved.
reaction
Josh,
to
God
which I
bless.
was
Well,
doing.
thank you,
I'm all
man.
about that.
It means
But-
a
but
lot
I think
now,
it's
and
interesting to look at
regardless,
the
let's get it, bro.
historical record here.
But and you don't ever, you guys don't ever need to give me anything, okay?
A lot of the
But you
strength
do
of the
though.
US dollar
What you
under
need to
recent-
give me
under recent
is
presidents,
something
and
to
I believe
talk
your
about.
staff has a copy of
Okay?
one-page
Can you
handout
give me street cred?
be given to you if you
Because every time you guys get a long-term, every one of you who becomes a millionaire, every one of you who gets a house, who gets the Bitcoin at the low prices, when we're talking about all of it, bro. You know what I'm saying? That is the best thing ever. So if you ever, that's why I tell y'all, man, you thank me with your future self. And your future self, we should look back and be like, wow. And I hope you do. And that's the best thank you I could ever receive, bro. So for real, man, take what you're hearing and bring it to life. That's everything else is bullshit.
And also on
so
that
amen.
handout, which I
and
think
thank you, and let's get it.
Actually been given. Do you have the copy of the handout with the graphs on it?
Pepsi could be the diamond, yeah.
Single page. We can get
Maybe if it has to go a little lower.
It also has.
Let me just tell you, it's probably. I think Pepsi at like a 6% yield is a diamond.
That's one.
But right now it's good.
For it. But if you look at the historical record here,
dude, Google again.
For example, change.
Bro, hold on.
Under Democratic and Republican.
EU targeting made that. They're doing that again.
You or I have been alive.
I just saw a lot of news reiterated. They're reiterating the EU thing, but then Google's taking it on the head again. Top right.
You know, from FDR, Truman, Kennedy, Johnson, Carter.
Pepsi's down earnings, SNAP benefits, RFK, and then losing Costco contract. So a lot of things all at once have brought it below value.
But the thing I want to ask you about is how did the Republicans manage to weaken the dollar and weaken manufacturing employment?
I think it's all Google, but that's different, bro. Google definitely just dropped a lot, but something else snapped, I think. That's a little bit bigger on the index. Even Equal Weight took it. Yeah, that was everybody else.
The gentleman from Tennessee, the vice
chairman. All right, yo, lock in.
Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee.
Listen. Because if you guys were watching here, I was telling you, look, the market was doing perfect, right? Right here, last 2 minutes in real time, that drop was everything. So look at the low tickers picking up, and that broadened out now. That wasn't just Google. So not only did Google hit a new low on this dump, now the rest of the Dow, the Russell, and everything else is starting to go down. So yeah, this is way different now than these other moves. So if we start flushing with everything, you're going to get a different dynamic here, so pay attention. Otherwise, before you know it, like we talked about, there's going to be a weird middle point, like what? Maybe in the next, hour, where everybody just stops, and then now we start focusing on Powell. But like I'm saying, though, this drop is different than every single price action move all day.
Well past $200 million.
Congressman Rose, that we have looked at this, and we believe that it is possible by changing the composition.
Yeah, Weebles is still ripping. That's on the high right now.
To bring down the cost to
yield would be 95 at 6.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That was going to be my next follow-up question too. So
I will point out that the dime is very profitable.
Yes, and you know, it'll sound like a little self-interest, but a Tennessee company is one of the folks that could lower the cost of the nickel and has made a proposal that I know
we're investigating that with them. And are very intent on maintaining those jobs, sir.
And I would just say from my deep dive into both penny and nickel production, it seems to me that there are significant savings beyond just saving on composition of the nickel. So I would encourage Treasury and the Mint to take a look at refocusing how we produce those coins to make them actually positive for the balance in terms of
going down a little lower
seigniorage for the United States. So glad to hear that you're moving in that direction. Secretary Bessent, the president has recently made budget
That's your dad's company? Nice.
Significant cuts to the Community Development Financial Institutions, or CDFIs, or the CDFI fund, and suggests to end core CDFI programs. I know you've recently made public comments about the statutory basis for the CDFI programs. What is your position on the future of the CDFI fund, and do you believe it should continue to play a role in supporting access to capital in underserved communities across the country?
Well, the congressman, as I told the congressman on the other side of the aisle, we are creating a new $100 billion award program that would provide access to financing, and this would be mostly in rural America.
Excellent.
I like the idea of a Google call, but like I was telling you earlier, though, the calls are pricing in the bounce to a degree. So that's what you got to be careful of. Because I had one that I was going to do, and then I noticed off the first big bounce, it didn't. They killed it.
And I just want to pause at this point and say broadly, it is refreshing.
Good price though. They're
to have,
crap, but
competent, aggressive.
I don't know how it's
energetic
gonna like
leadership.
actually
And so I
bounce
commend
with
you
the
for that,
stock.
and
You got to go
I'm
near
very
the
excited
money.
about the things that you're doing.
So that's the thing. Even then,
at
it's still a
Treasury.
couple $100.
Secretary, can you discuss the significance of confirming President Trump's regulatory appointees in advancing his America First agenda? Specifically, how do these appointments impact the implementation of these important policies to move America forward?
Yes, sir. I believe that we need to get them appointed as soon as possible. We have some very good acting, the chairs or directors of these, but the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can get down to the business of making these institutions work better for the American people and making sure that Main Street can prosper, because I've been very concerned. As I've mentioned today, I've met, I think, the personal meetings with over 50 community bankers. I spoke to more than 300, and I think it's very important to get these regulators in place so that community banks, small regional banks can make sure that Main Street participates with the rest of the country.
Thank you. I completely agree, and that's what we're hearing, I'm hearing from the regulated entities in my district and across Tennessee. Secretary, given the IMF's limited success in pushing China on transparency and debt restructuring, how can Treasury justify supporting the IMF's current leadership?
We are in constant discussions. It is leadership that I inherited. Thus far, they seem very open to the Trump agenda, America First, and advancing the issues that most affect the United States and working America.
I think it's about to end.
Keep pushing them.
It's already 9.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Okay.
The gentleman from Ohio,
Somebody
ranking
got
member on the National
they got
Security Illicit
trapped there,
Finance
but
and International
equal weight
Institutions
bounced with it.
Subcommittee.
So everything
Ms.
went
Bailey,
down,
that's
everything went back up.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chairman.
then a couple got
Ranking
left
member,
behind.
to you, Secretary Besant. The Trump administration has alleged that detecting and deterring transnational criminal organizations such as Iranian terrorist groups and their proxies is a priority for national security. But on March 2nd of 2025, your department announced that it would not enforce any penalties or fines associated with the BOI reporting rule, nor will it enforce the CTA against U.S. citizens, domestic reporting companies, or their beneficial owners. So I'm a little confused of how you square those two things. So my question
U.S.
is,
Appeals Court affirms Microsoft Activision merger.
The American public how you undermine the bipartisan CTA and expect law enforcement and national security agencies to quickly and effectively know the true owners behind shell companies registered in the United States now that foreigners, including
When
a
do you
drug
ask house
cartel,
questions?
gang
Well,
members,
today is a
could
Powell day,
register
so
a company in the
I don't
United
know.
States
It
with
might
no
just
state
randomly.
or any federal ownership reporting.
Or you could email and I could get back to you
I
after
remind
hours.
you in your testimony, you talked about illicit actors. Well, these are some of our illicit
Google, one of them has economic and
Congresswoman,
voting
an
rights.
overwhelming
One of them
majority
just has
of
voting rights.
The
Or
domestic
economic.
entities that you're
But one has
describing
both, one
are
has only one of them.
hardworking Americans with small businesses. We bifurcated the bill, and any foreign entities must still file.
So are you saying to me it's not true that they must file and the foreign entities must file?
The mic, I haven't got it yet.
BOI?
It hasn't came in the mail.
Yeah.
Bro, Google again.
bifurcated-
So you just had that broader drop in
We
pop. So
bifurcated
see.
the CTA program that domestics do not have to.
So maybe I'm asking it the wrong way. So it appears that they are doing it registering to avoid the transparency of who the companies are.
I'm not sure what your question is. I'd be happy to answer it.
So I guess I'm looking at it as, and if you're saying it is not true and that they now are complying and completing the BOI, so let's take it one step at a time. So you're saying everybody is completing the BOI, you're enforcing it.
No, ma'am, I am saying that we have bifurcated it, that U.S. national.
Okay, Qualcomm on the high and Paramount, SPY back to VWAP. Notice the high ticker again, broadly
so
back up.
I
Even
guess
Apple bounced a
when we
little
look
bit.
at
Google is
this,
still the big 7 drag.
If we're limiting
I think alongside
enforcement
Microsoft
of the
too.
rule just to the foreign entities, that creates a giant loophole whereby any foreign entity can register in the United States and evade or not do the BOI.
Is GME the meme stock that held up the long
They
term?
would be subject to all, they would have to come.
So
through
I don't
the
know what
US
you're saying,
financial
but be very
institutions, so they
careful
would
with
be
your
subject
next
to
comment.
all U.S. institutions.
Including the BOI.
The AML.
Including the BOI. Including the BOI, yes or no? Because the answer is no. I mean, you can say it however you want to, but the answer is no. And this makes it easier, and this is what I want the American folks to know. It makes it easier for human and drug traffickers, cartels, terrorists, organizations, and other criminals to do business in the United States.
GenRac,
And
GNRC.
you're limiting the enforcement
Again, isn't
just
that
to
one
foreign
energy?
entities. It exempts 99% of the entities
think
that
it is.
Congress intended the law to cover when it was passed into law. So
Yeah, GenRac.
I think I do have.
They're
my
up
answer. We're
100,
just
but
not
that's
agreeing on
2%.
why. So let me go
You're
to my
halfway
second-
from
I mean,
the
it's my
trigger
time.
zone.
Let
I
me
would
go
say
to
that
my
the
second
Mexican
question.
cartels
The
do
clock
not
is running.
operate
It's my
over
time.
LLC.
It is my time. You will not do this on my time. Now, I'm going to ask for a few more seconds since he refused to comply with my time, not his time. In 2016, former Secretary Jack Lew announced that Harriet Tubman was to be the new face of the $20 bill. Can you tell me what's the current status of this project?
No, ma'am, I can't, but my staff will get back to you.
No, I want you to get back to me. Because, see, there seems to be an issue when it comes to things that affect people of color or people who live in poverty, whether it is what you're doing with Social Security, what you are doing with restricting funds to programs.
The gentlewoman's
So
time is
I
expired.
want you,
The gentlewoman's
will
time
you
is
respond
expired.
to me?
The gentleman
Mr.
from
Chairman,
Texas,
I need
the
him to
gentlewoman's
answer
time.
if he will. I'm not
The
a staff
gentlewoman can
person.
submit
I'm not
questions
asking
for the
him to
record.
have his staff report to
The
me.
gentlewoman
So,
can
Mr.
submit-
Chairman, I'm addressing it to you to
The gentlewoman's
ask him
time has
to respect
expired.
me. Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman's
I'm talking
time
to
has
you.
expired.
I need him to address if he
gentlewoman's
will
time
answer
has
me.
expired.
as a-
Thank
No,
you.
I'm not going to
The gentlewoman's
yield.
time
I'm
has
not
expired.
going to
I'm not
stop
gonna
until you
yield.
The
direct
gentlewoman's
him
time
to
has
answer
expired.
me
Tell
as
him,
a member
girl.
of Congress.
The gentlewoman's
Okay,
time has
Chairman, point
expired.
of
The
order.
gentlewoman
I
has
like
offered
this.
that
I'm
she
not
can
yielding
question
either.
Chairman,
Fuck it.
point of order to
That's what
you.
I do when
I
y'all
will
tell me.
not stop.
You say,
I
just
will
turn
not
it down.
be
The
silent.
gentlewoman is
I'm
not
not gonna turn it
offering
down.
an
I'm not
appropriate
turning it down.
parliamentary
I will
inquiry.
not yield.
Does the gentlewoman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, I do.
Please state the parliamentary inquiry.
As a member of the United States Congress addressing the Secretary, I am asking you to rule on asking this hostile witness to direct his response to me
That's you guys.
versus having
When I don't
him
say anything, like you're
tell
hostile,
me
Jeff.
that
You
his
hostile.
staff will respond.
I'm
to
not
me.
yielding.
My staff person didn't ask them the question. I did.
The gentlewoman does not state a parliamentary inquiry.
So let me ask the
Gentlewoman's
point of
time-
privilege to you, Mr. Chairman. 'cause
guy,
I'm not gonna stop
you
this
did
this
run out
morning
of
until
time.
You respond to me.
Well,
then.
she looks like
If
she
you
did
will
not
direct the
submit an
Secretary
inquiry
to
in that
respond to me
statement.
as a member of Congress. Or let me ask him.
It is not a
Then
point of
let me
privilege. The
ask
gentlewoman's
him
time. The
if
gentlewoman's
he will
time has
respond.
expired.
That is
The
not a point of
gentlewoman
Will
privilege.
will
he
suspend.
respond to me?
The gentlewoman will
Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman
Order.
will
That
suspend.
he-
The gentlewoman
Order.
will
It's simple
suspend.
if he responds.
The gentlewoman
Order.
will
If
suspend.
he responds
The gentlewoman
to me,
will
Order.
if he will
The
respond to me,
I'm just adding to the chaos. I'm sorry, guys.
you can simply ask him to respond.
I love this.
Just ask him to respond if he'll respond to a member of Congress versus saying a staffer. It's simple as that.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during today's hearing.
I am being
members,
cordial
the
to
gentlewoman
you,
will
Mr.
suspend.
Chairman.
The chair has the time.
Mr. Chairman,
the
will you
chair has the
answer the
time. The
question?
gentlewoman will suspend.
gentlewoman
the
makes a
gentlewoman will
legitimate
suspend.
request.
I ask that members keep decorum and remain cordial during
I
today's
am being
hearing.
cordial. I resent your statement to imply that I am not I am a member of the U.S. Congress. I am asking this
The
secretary
gentlewoman
to
may
respond
submit
to me.
QFRs for the record, which will be responded to by the secretary.
Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5
That was
minutes.
crazy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here. This may be a little easier on you here. I'll try to move it fast forward.
That was great.
The Chinese Communist Party has enabled their economy to serve as a central hub for money laundering, human trafficking, and the export of chemicals used to manufacture fentanyl.
Percent doesn't
Chinese
matter. You
nationals
just
and
need to know
financial
which one's your
works have
anchor.
informed
But
operational
ideally,
alliances with
you don't
Mexican
want to
drug
go too
cartels,
heavy on
providing
any name.
laundering
You know,
services,
that's how you
digital,
could get
payment
lopsided. But if you really
platforms,
want to get
chemical
heavy, you
shipments,
could build
to fuel
around
the
it.
trafficking of
But I don't
fentanyl
really have
across
like
the
a
southern border.
percentage
These criminal
target
partnerships
for
exploit
an
the
anchor.
international
It's about
financial
knowing
system,
which one is your
pose a
anchor
direct
and
threat
making
to
sure you
U.S.
have a
national security,
long-term
public health,
with
and
high
financial
quality
integrity. So
assets
my
in it.
question, Mr. Secretary, is can you elaborate on the steps Treasury is taking to disrupt the flow of illicit financing,
That was
money
wild.
laundering, and drug trafficking between Chinese
Erica.
entities and Mexican drug cartels?
Thank you, Congressman, for that very
Dude, Besson,
important
he just
question.
smiled. Bro,
And
he's
know that
crazy.
they are
All of these like people
interlinked,
pressing him, he just
that
like
the
laughs.
Chinese provide
He's
precursor
that's what I'm
drugs
saying. He really
that are then
there's a lot of
converted
people who
into
like him, and he does
fentanyl
keep his cool. So
by
good
the
for him.
Mexican
But then again, I've never
cartels.
seen Yellen laugh.
And
So
just
or I've
today,
never, you know what I'm saying?
I signed an order that will be made public within the next few days.
Bro, Google
that
again.
identify
7.5. That's
Chinese
it, bro.
communities
150.
Who are engaged
Oh,
in the
I sold
fentanyl
too early.
trade.
But yeah,
Far too long, China has taken advantage of the international
Medtronic
financial
on the
system
high.
and has become the world's
Okay, watch if
largest
SPY
creditor.
goes down.
The
Be
IMF and the
aware
World Bank's
if
focus
it's
on
Mag
climate
7 or if
social
it's again
initiatives has
more
resulted in
market
lack of
breadth,
accountability
broadly
for
selling
China's
off.
unreliable economic data, currency manipulation, and opaque predatory lending practices. In addition to the lack of accountability, this shift in focus to climate has forced many developing countries to turn to Chinese financing. The United States must
Google
leverage
won't
its
limit
leadership
down,
on the
no.
world stage to
They could
counter,
halt it, but
China's
that move
growing
wasn't
influence as a
quick.
global lender and put an end to
Now it
deceptive
took the first
economic
5% was very
practices.
fast, but
Secretary,
or
how is
3%.
Treasury working to prevent
But
IMF
it's
and
doing it
World
slow.
Bank resources from indirectly legitimizing China's debt trap diplomacy and economic oppression?
Well, Congressman, in various ways. One, as you would have noticed, I would have said that when this horrible Russia-Ukraine conflict ends, that no country or person who financed the Russian war machine will be eligible for any rebuild in Ukraine, especially that financed by the World Bank or any of the other multilateral development banks. Also, we are working with the OECD especially to look at, and the IMF and the World Bank, to look at the true debt levels for these countries. Everyone agrees.
Rates changes market narrative.
Everyone
Yeah,
save one.
rates are one of the most
country
important
agrees
things.
that this is
That's
a
what I've been
problem,
telling you guys
that there are
week
cases,
after
mineral
week.
deals, that there are
Ignore all the
20
noise. A lot,
and
even
it is
again, the
impossible
Congress
to
people.
know,
They're like, inflation's up, it's down. It's so bad. Hard data's up. And all of it, but a structural shift. We're looking for a real shift in Donald Trump policy or Jerome Powell and rates. But
try to get to my last question.
it's
I was
not happening
encouraged to hear
today.
that you are taking a fresh
And
look at
I
the
think a
bank
lot of people
regulatory framework to better
have
reflect
took the
actual
bait
risk
and fell
ensure
for
a
the
level
trap
playing
of
field across the
thinking
financial
about it.
system. And as part
But
of
it's
that
not happening
review,
today.
I hope you'll consider where U.S. regulations may be putting banks and
Okay, you're going
financial
back up. A
institutions
lot
at
more
disadvantage
names running.
compared
We
to
saw
our
a couple
foreign
poppers there.
competitors. In particular, I
Still
urge you to
holding
weigh the
Genrax
combining
going. No
impact of
contract
proposals like
movement.
Basel III Endgame,
PG,
CSIB
Staples doing good
surcharge, and
still
leverage
too.
requirements, especially whether these changes could limit banks' ability to support the economy and compete globally. So in your work so far, are there any specific areas where you plan to address these concerns about regulatory putting U.S. institutions at a disadvantage, such as in the re-proposal of the Basel III Endgame rule by amending the GSIB surcharge regulation?
Okay, CRM,
Congressman,
Salesforce.
we are
I feel
looking
like I haven't seen that all day.
across
all month.
all areas, and know that this is at the top of our agenda, that most countries have very concentrated banking systems. In many cases, the banking systems are larger than the GDP of the countries, so they have very different
Why not?
needs
Could be a double
than the
fake
United
for
States.
rates. Oh
The
man.
strength of the United States
Well,
lending and capital markets.
I would just get clarity, and try to focus on what is the most important. That's kind of what I've been trying to encourage when it comes to
thank you for your service.
entertaining the 0% probabilities. But
the gentleman yields back.
I
the
would
gentleman
just
from California, the ranking
yeah,
member
I
of
would
the Task
make
Force
sure
on
you're
Monetary Policy, Mr. Vargas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
You're focused.
Thank you
You
very
don't
much,
miss
Mr.
the
Chair,
stuff
and
that matters.
Thank you, member, for holding this hearing.
If you are going
Mr. Secretary,
to
welcome.
do
It's
that,
great to
don't
have you
clear
here.
your mind.
I want to thank
clear
my
what to
colleague
focus
and
on,
friend from
and try not
Texas for
to
asking
muddy the
questions
waters
about
if you don't
Russia.
have to.
You consider Vladimir Putin a war criminal?
Yes.
Would you negotiate with a war criminal?
I think he was surprised.
I think that's the nature of diplomacy. One must negotiate with both sides, sir.
So you will be negotiating then with a war criminal?
I think they're going to make a headline out of that.
I believe that
Besson says Putin's a war
was needed
criminal.
with the Japanese after World War II.
Yeah, so I told you guys yesterday.
Are you familiar with what
It's like everyone's saying end of America. I'm like, you guys
one
forget
big,
we
beautiful
dropped
bill?
fucking nuclear bombs on people?
You describe the
and they
basics
love
of that
us
bill?
still? We're actually best
It
friends
is
with
a
them?
combination. The core of that bill is to make the 2017
Bro, spy
Tax Cuts
tweaking.
and Jobs Act permanent.
Yeah, literally flashing in the
If this-
wire.
what he
Besson
quotes,
says
big,
Putin is a
beautiful
war
bill
criminal.
passes,
Answer is
will the
yes.
deficit go up or will the deficit go down?
I believe over time, the
Over
deficit
time.
to GDP, which is the important number.
Yeah,
Secretary
bro.
Yellen agrees with that. Will stabilize and go down.
Yeah, bro,
So,
that's what it is. So you
next
guys,
year,
I
will
tell
it
you,
go
I don't
down?
like the deficit.
Sir?
They don't care about the nominal number.
I believe
Their metric is debt to
So
GDP.
if the pass,
So they don't care if the
big,
deficit
beautiful bill passes,
is $20
you
trillion
believe the
if we're
deficit will go
making
down
19
next
trillion.
the deficit
To give you an
GDP
idea.
will.
That's what he's
Because,
saying.
Again, what
He's
is
been
important
saying that.
is that we grow the economy faster than
I understand
we grow the
that.
debt.
I understand that, of course. But you say that in the long term, I'm asking in the short term, will the deficit go down?
I believe the debt to GDP.
Yeah, debt
go
to
down.
GDP.
But what about
bro.
the deficit itself?
Yeah.
The amount of money,
The nominal
amount of money
deficit.
that comes in
It's not gonna go down.
as opposed to goes out. Will the deficit go down next year?
Will it
Very
go down
interesting. Because
from
I told you, I don't like the whole spending
2024
thing. And it doesn't
2025?
really
I believe it
align
will,
with
because
a lot of
these
the
are
messaging of
extraordinary
Trump
about
and save money.
The long-term debt.
And now I get it. They're using debt to
Will it go
GDP.
up
I
or
don't know
down?
if I agree
If
with
this
it
big,
yet.
beautiful
I
bill
really don't
passes.
think I do,
Again,
but
sir, it's
because I just don't. The
well,
deficits are
the
crazy.
I think the reason you're
But,
having a hard
yeah,
time
that's-
answering, it's
I'm
pretty
not
simple,
having a
right?
hard time answering because what is important.
He's just
given you
answering
plenty
it
of
with
the absolute
different,
level
something
of
different.
debt. It is, as Secretary Yellen said, the debt to GDP. So that if our GDP were 100
Everyone
billion,
is talking about the
Wow.
$37 billion. Is it going to go up or down?
sir,
Yes. Is it going to go up or down?
it will likely go up. But if the
Okay.
GDP goes up
And
faster,
I think that's the
care.
interesting thing.
Yeah,
My
he said if
colleagues
it
on the
goes
other
up
side always talk
and
about
GDP goes up
reducing the
faster,
debt
we don't care.
And reducing the deficit.
Okay,
Yet
well
the
that's
hypocrisy
I
of
have
trying
more
to
clarity
pass
on my
a big,
my
beautiful
video
bill
from last
will
week.
cause both of them to go up.
No, sir, I did not say the deficit.
No,
would go
I
up.
know you didn't say it. You're trying not to say it, but that's exactly what's going to
No, I
happen.
actually said it would not go up.
I know you did.
Just to be clear.
You said the number would go
Just
up.
to be clear, last year, 6.7%.
Why don't you just use the word nominal?
No, I'm asking the number.
fin-
No,
the,
not, I'm asking the
fin-
actual
finance-
number.
finance
No, we're looking at,
by
see now,
the previous
no,
administration.
we're
was the
asking about
largest
numbers
in
here. Well,
history
the-
when we were not in a recession and not.
I'm not going to let you get away with that one because it's very clear what's going to happen if they pass their bill.
He's
The
not going to let
deficit's
you
gonna
get
go
away with that
up,
one, but he'll let
and
him
the
get away
debt's
with
gonna
this
go
one,
up,
this one, this
and we're
one,
gonna
and
see
this
the
one.
hypocrisy
And this one, I guess,
of
was them too.
Them always saying cut the budget so the deficit.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna let him get away with that?
and the debt's going to go down. It's
But
not.
yeah, I do care
It's
about
gonna
this
go up.
topic.
Now, I do want to ask you about the independence of the Fed.
That's crazy,
You have
bro.
kind of been on both sides of the fence on this.
So
You
it's
seem
debt
say
to
that
GDP
we need an
formula.
independent Fed, but at the same time,
But yeah,
you said there should have been a shadow
I don't know.
Fed.
Sir, since taking office, I have refrained from commenting on Fed monetary policy, and I have said that monetary policy is a jewel box that must be
Okay,
preserved.
great. And lastly, I do want to ask this because a number of my colleagues have brought it up about elite, the coastal elites. Where did you go to school?
Sorry? I grew up in Little River, South Carolina.
And what university did you graduate?
500.
Where you graduated from Yale?
You were part of
I
Wolf
worked-
Heads
well,
Society,
Congressman,
one of the big three.
Congressman, I worked
fuck
3
that.
jobs to put myself
I
in the
believe
I
me,
agree. I don't like these little
I understand.
prissy ass, elite college institution asses, but no. Fuck that. I'm sorry, Mr. Vargas. You just had the other lady. Her husband's a damn ghost tied to the comptroller, Goldman, all these people just feeding market questions, and you want to go after? No.
I made all my own
Terrible.
money, sir.
Oh.
The gentleman
he
yields
was talking
back.
shit.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes.
No, that's
for the purpose
horrible,
of
though.
asking questions. Secretary, thank you for being here. Earlier today, you referenced the electric slide. I'll share my concerns that during 4 years of the Biden administration, we were sliding behind foreign competition, in particular in the digital asset space.
Maxine
from the
loved that one.
Bahamas
She said,
to
I
China.
remember.
And I want to ask you, what would happen if we put our heads in the sand, if we object, if we walk out of that type of leadership role, which I think is so essential to make sure that the United States continues to lead the way in Web 3 as we did in Web 2? And in particular, how does the leadership in digital assets play into President Trump's broader agenda? And specifically, how do dollar-denominated stablecoins impact dollar dominance in Treasury markets?
Congressman, thank you for that very important question. Our goal is to encourage firms to reshore, bring
Marriott
back
on
to
the
the
high.
United States best practices, their digital asset innovation and experimentation here in the United States without scaling back their ambition to influence the global industry. The administration's efforts to promote clear regulatory frameworks for digital assets will contribute to this goal. So will ongoing efforts to promote fair access, interoperability of payment technologies across all borders. We will continue to support private sector solutions and discourage public sector solutions that distort markets and stifle competition.
Let me jump in. Let me jump in because I think that's spot on. And then let's talk about what happens if we fail to act. Yesterday, some members objected, walked out of a hearing to discuss.
Oh, Google
market structure and
150
digital
now. That's
assets,
it.
an
Every
absolute
level hit.
Essential leadership
That's actually
role the
insane.
United States has to play.
I don't even.
What
I think
happens,
147
if
is
we
next.
walk out.
Yeah,
on our
147,
responsibility,
148,
to lead in the
77,
digital asset
147,
space,
and then
what would
145.
occur if Web3 center of
That's
gravity
too much,
shifts
bro.
away
That's
from the
8%.
United States to countries like China or other locations?
No, Google is not a
numerous
long term
things
for
could
me right
occur,
now.
sir.
Just
As
it's
we
low,
saw
but
under the
remember,
previous
we had a chance to
administration,
pick it up a lot
an
cheaper.
entire ecosystem,
So it's a great company. I just think
unregulated
you got
and
better
renegade
deals in the world right now.
springs up outside the U.S. and illicit actors abuse the value of these transfer systems, and there is a technological loss here.
Can you walk us through or share any of your impressions from the conversations you've had with your
Probably have to
counterparts
be at like
abroad
$80
as it relates
if
to
I was
their
gonna buy it.
experience with
Yeah,
regulating
88,
in the
90.
digital asset space?
They believe it's very important, and I believe that they are a little worried that the U.S. is willing to restore
With our
its
Google account? What do you mean?
leadership here. And as I said earlier, there is a chance that digital assets can provide a substantial source
80
of
is cursed.
demand
Anytime we wait for
the
80,
US
it
dollar.
triples.
In my bill, the Stable Act, which regulates dollar-denominated stable coins, we give the Treasury the authority to identify which foreign stablecoin regulatory regimes are comparable
desert pet
to
puppies.
ours. What are the key aspects of comparable regime, and are there lessons or criteria that we can draw from other similar areas in the financial services space?
Congressman, I think that we have the blueprint with the bank regulation and adherence to anti-money laundering laws around the world, financial stability, and I would guess that 70% of the countries would be very easy to judge yes, no, and then there will be another group. That's why I believe that some of the bills
LTH,
encourage
POP,
phasing
Lifetime
this
Group Holdings.
And a lot of
Small.
stablecoin, a lot of digital asset space needs
Google, but
reliable
breaking
banking
150.
services. Could you comment briefly on how the Treasury is working with bank regulators to ensure that financial institutions can safely participate in this emerging industry?
We have recently delivered a report to the President on this, so we have safe and sound best practices, and we want to work with the financial industry, with new companies and entrepreneurs, as well as incumbents. The banks there is a solution to banks to participate in this business, whether it's through custody or their own coins.
Let me shift gears really quickly in my final 30 seconds. President Trump issued an executive order on modernizing payments.
Next level's like
to and from
147
Americans' bank accounts.
and then
The executive
145.
order noted that the Treasury checks
Lightly,
are
there's
16
like
times more likely to be reported,
specific levels, but
lost
that's
or
the
stolen
broader
or
range.
returned as compared to electric transfer funds. Do you think we're making real progress in this space?
We are working all speed ahead. Congresswoman from Staten Island told me of numerous losses of checks in the postal system, and it is both cost-cutting and good practice, sir.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here today. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us this morning. According to the Wall Street Journal, oil and gas companies have lost over $280 billion in market value in April of this year alone, more than any other sector. This decline is attributed to a combination of factors, but mostly attributed to the tariffs. At a recent Dallas Federal Reserve meeting, a veteran CEO, energy CEO, said, quote, "I have never felt more uncertainty about our business in my entire 40 years in the industry, and this turmoil is no accident. It's a direct result of Mr. Trump's vandalism." Just yesterday, Diamondback Energy, one of the largest Permian producers, told shareholders that tariffs
that candle's
are
getting
adding significant
bigger.
cost of
All you have
drilling
dragged
activity.
now is Google.
That's mostly due to the
Again, a
tariffs
lot of the
to
other
our
ones
neighbors
went
to the
back
north
up.
and the
You still
south.
have, I believe, 70% green.
Mr. Secretary, the chaos in
me
the
double
energy
check.
sector has eclipsed
At
any
the low.
gains from President Trump's industry-friendly regulatory
Yeah, bro,
rollbacks
23
that they
names
were
green
so
on the Dow.
much looking forward to.
NASDAQ,
Stable
72
energy
green,
prices
29 red.
depend on stable policy.
S&P 400.
The
More
Trump
names went
administration
green on the
pledged to
SPY,
support
damn it.
American energy sector.
You had more
However, this
advancers
decline
on this little move
demonstrates the opposite.
than the morning.
Given these outcomes, how do you reconcile the administration's
RBA.
stated support for energy sector with policies that appear to have directly undermined its
Google's
stability
still going lower.
and global competitiveness?
Sir, I would take issue with the idea that it was tariffs. We have seen one of the largest decreases in the underlying price of crude in history.
That's right.
So,
But 100%, there's not a single energy CEO in America right now that would agree with you. They are all attributing their downfall right now and the troubles that they're having to the tariffs, and they need some relief. What's the administration going to do?
Congressman, you and I must speak to different energy executives because I speak to them quite often.
I spoke to API today.
I will note that OPEC has done a substantial supply increase, and the history of substantial OPEC supply increase.
And the tariffs are just making it worse. China is no longer buying our LNG, neither is a lot of other countries around the world.
So, I think we've seen
Okay, still working up. High ticker, it's slowing down a little bit, but generally, like I'm saying here, everything but the Mag 7. And some of the Mag 7s have gone, but they're all just going up.
Any money by outsourcing the equipment.
Secretary,
The fat
our
red was off of
energy
Google and
industry
Apple.
is hurting,
So we were
and they
chilling
need your
during
help.
Besant.
And I know
Everything
you're a
was
smart
fine.
man, and you're one of the most
And
stable
then
people in this
at
administration.
Google,
You need
Apple
to talk
News,
to
there
the
was
president
both
about
a
this. This is
hack,
hurting the
which
industry,
doesn't seem to be the
and
big
it's hurting the
issue,
American people,
and then Apple search
and
bar,
more needs to be
and
done.
then that just brought
I
everything
have
down.
another question I want to talk
And
to
then
you
we're coming
about
back up, but
that's
it's mainly
hopefully
just
a
Mag
little easier.
7.
And it has to do with our shrimping and fishing industry. As you may know,
Banks
our
are going
domestic,
up, bonds into the
shrimping
low
and
now.
fishing continue to experience economic hardships caused by an increase of foreign imports, high fuel prices, labor shortage, immigration regulation, all to make matters worse. Plus, we have flooded the domestic seafood markets with foreign farm-raised shrimps, many which are subsidized by by American federal dollars in the international financial institutions. We need to put an end to this. What are we doing in terms of tariffs to helping this industry that is hurting? I mean, if we want to talk tariffs, there are some that work, and I think this is certainly an industry that needs a lot of help. It's been ignored. It's on the verge of collapse. If we continue down this path, we will rely on imported seafood and certainly imported shrimp, which is hurting the worst within the seafood industry. And I don't know how familiar you are with this industry, but I'm curious to hear your opinions and what can be done to improve this.
Well, sir, as I mentioned earlier, this coastal elite grew up in a fishing village that when I was young was 500 people, so I'm very...
France and Germany to set
that.
up Joint Security
And,
Council.
Again,
Financial Times.
On one hand, you're saying you don't like tariffs, and the other...
No, I don't like
Okay,
tariffs.
I don't know if
on our energy
that
sector.
headline's
Yeah, we do
causing
need
it,
tariffs in
but
certain industries.
just
This
pay
is
attention
one
for the
of them
dynamic
that I
of
think
whether
would
or
make
not
sense.
it's Mag 7 or everything. Because like I told you, we did get advancers. Look at CRM's even going up right now.
On this, we've worked with the Alaska delegation extensively on what's happening with Russian illegal fishing and illegal or sales to China that's then transshipped back to the U.S. So we'd be happy to work with you on this.
I'd love that. Okay, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you so much, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Timmons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Bessent, thank you for being here with us today. You are respected by the President, his economic team, leaders on Wall Street, and the broader international financial community. Your steady leadership is appreciated on both sides of the aisle. And after an abysmal 4 years, it is encouraging to see thoughtful and serious leadership guiding this discussion once again. And I would like to add a personal note. Both of us proudly call South Carolina home, and my family, like yours, also came to Charleston in the 1600s. I know you understand the economic landscape of South Carolina deeply, and that perspective is invaluable in the position that you hold. Let me start with a question about the textile industry. South Carolina, and especially my district in the upstate, has a long history in textiles. For over 100 years, it was more than just an economic sector. It was part of the cultural and social fabric in our communities. But there was a drastic shift in the 70s and the 80s. Well-intentioned regulations from Washington related to labor and the
they just say their
made
questions
the US
and dip out.
economy no longer competitive. And while I agree with the policies that we should not dump dyes and chemicals into the rivers, and we should not have 120 degrees in factories, and people should only work 40 hours a week, we need to focus on being competitive. And those regulations, all they did was push all of our textile jobs to China, or most of our textile jobs to China. China took advantage of it, and they incentivized and subsidized textile manufacturing, capturing an enormous amount of the market share. Hundreds of thousands of jobs were lost in the South. Recently, you made a comment suggesting we do not need to bring the booming textile industry that once defined the region where we both grew up back. And that statement stirred some concern from some of the textile companies that survived in the district. And I agree with your broader point that we should not return to producing low-quality goods just for the sake of manufacturing in the United States. I do want to ask, do you agree that we should prioritize support for the American textile industry?
Delinquency rates on commercial mortgage-backed securities rose to 10.3.
And people that
it's the highest in the last 3 years and higher since GFC.
Congressman,
but that's like commercial, multifamily too.
And meant
the residential number,
survivors in
I know people hear that and get freaked out, but it's the same commercial situation we've been in for the last 3 years.
Textile manufacturers. I remember going to China in the 1990s and 2000s and seeing everything that had been outsourced there in the textile industry. Sock City, they would have Sock City, Underwear City, and those are the jobs you and I grew up with many people, our family friends, involved with. And I think that we, through good tariff policy, we can make sure that these existing businesses can grow and thrive, especially in the high end. And again, anyone who has survived has done it through innovation, hard work.
No, Apple's just changing their current search bar to their own thing. They're going to work with Google, but right now, if you haven't noticed, the default search on Apple is Google. So if that goes away, imagine every iPhone not accessing Google to search on browser. That's why people got worried, but I think there's more to it. There was other news that hit, and we've seen shit like this, but that was just a massive-ass move.
1 in 10 of them. And
Trump holds swearing-in ceremony for new ambassador to China.
Incredibly, they have invested an additional $4 billion in the last 3 years, and that investment has real lasting benefits for American workers, exports, and innovation. It is President Trump's promise to the American people to renew the U.S. economy's competitiveness in the global economy, and this is an effort long overdue. My question is this: as President Trump renegotiates our trade relationships with the world, Is it fair to say that BMW, the type of investment that BMW has made, a generational investment, is what we're hoping to incentivize?
Yes, Congressman. And I regularly see at the Port of Charleston, the BMW X Series sitting there for export. And
Coca-Cola on the high.
The president recently met with the heads of the 3 German auto companies. And
Google News isn't reporting on the Google News.
For more American content and more made in the U.S. rather than just as assemblers. So it would be more jobs in your district.
And that message was heard loud and clear, and they're going to continue to invest. They've been a very good partner. And I'm just excited because interest rates coming down, energy costs going down, regulatory relief, a more fair trade deal. We are going to be the best place to start to grow, to build a business. And I appreciate your leadership in that regard. Thank you, sir.
Thank
you, back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman who's the vice ranking member of the full committee, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Secretary Bessent, I'm starting my 7th year in Congress, and in those 7 years, I have never received more phone calls from my constituents on any issue than the hack into the Treasury payment system earlier this year.
The hack? By
as
Elon?
You know well, this is the system that manages over $5
Google.
trillion a year of
Another
federal
dollar.
payments to taxpayers, payers to Social Security beneficiaries, payers to embedded foreign assets who are overseas and undercover, and it has their personal information and their routing information. This is a purple district. People were nervous. We sent a letter to your office along with 150 colleagues asking 20 questions. Your response that we just received was non-responsive on all 20.
Because interest rates are really high right now.
To enter those
and then things change and there's a lot of volatility. You know, I
want to get through a lot of those questions right now.
Selling puts sometimes is good,
and I would ask you to be as brief as you were in your
this
response,
environment, I would stay
very
away
much
from
like
it.
A more fulsome answer
I think a
writing.
lot of people
in January, the New York Times
need to
reported
learn
that
how to
you
do
pressured
nothing.
David Lebrick out of his role.
That's what the bonds are paying you to do.
Grant that access
Believe it
to
or not.
people that Elon Musk had imposed. Can you confirm the accuracy of those reports?
That's incorrect, Mr.
You met with him on January 30th, put him on administrative leave, and he left the day later. Is that accurate?
I did not put him on administrative leave. Administrative leave, I asked him to take, I met with him 90 minutes after.
So you're denying the New York Times report? Was it your choice?
I am adamantly saying that the New York Times is inaccurate.
Okay, all right,
I am
fine.
adamantly.
Yes or no, New York Times is inaccurate.
He
Fine.
was not placed on administrative leave, and he subsequently resigned after sending numerous emails.
Sir, I'm just asking for yes or no questions. If you want to be voluminous, please write me a letter.
Voluminous.
Was it your decision to terminate Mr. Lebrick, or were you pressured by others?
He resigned.
Who made the decision to put him on administrative leave? You or someone else?
Again, sir, he was not put on administrative leave. That is
okay, so you're denying the New York Times.
Highly
Fair
inaccurate.
enough. Tom Krause, you a fan of him, who's now playing that role?
Yes.
Okay. You'd mentioned earlier he was in that role. Do you agree that that role includes duties that include managing Treasury's payment system to ensure timely Social Security payments, overseeing auctions for U.S. Treasury bonds, which determine interest rates, and ensuring the U.S. doesn't breach the debt limit? Would you agree that that's all part of the functions of that job that Mr. Rouse is now holding?
No.
No? Shocking? Okay. Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in government service?
He does not, neither do I.
Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector, which of course you do?
What's that?
Just, you can answer me. You don't need to.
Okay.
I'm doing
Second
a solo,
leg,
people
look at the
behind you.
low ticker.
Does Mr. Krause have any prior experience in the financial sector?
Equal weight did come down with that.
In the financial sector, yes.
But it advanced a lot
No.
more. That's
Did
very
he
odd.
work for a bank? Did he work for a hedge fund? Did he work for a private equity firm?
He worked for a private equity firm.
He's the CEO of a software company.
He's done more than $100 billion of tech deals.
Equal
Weight's
doing better.
CEO of that software company.
This
isn't
is
he?
more Google.
I'm not sure.
He is.
So there's more advancers holding
Is it your
up.
view that
This
that
isn't
job that
bad.
he's holding is a part-time job?
I'm not
Managing $5 trillion a year of distributions. That's a part-time job, or does that require full-time?
No, sir. He is not managing $5 trillion a year of distribution. He is doing a tech upgrade, an ERP system.
That's all that Mr. Lebrick was doing, was a tech upgrade?
Sorry?
Mr. Lebrick, who said, I'm not going to allow people to hack into this system, he was just doing a tech upgrade? Or you've downgraded what that job function is?
Mr. Lebrick was in charge of $1.5 billion payments a year, which 1/3 did not have a task identification.
Sir, come on.
So he had.
Come on, we're going to move along.
This guy's info is really bad.
The chairman, notably a moment ago, did not swear you in, so you are not under oath right now. February 4th, in your response to a Senate Democrats letter, you said that Mr. Krause will only have read-only access. A moment ago, in response to our chair, you said, and I quote, they were only granted read-only access at Treasury. You're not under oath right now. You could be, but you're not. Mr. Gioeli testified under oath in a recent hearing, saying that Mario Alez was given right access to the Treasury payment system. Do you wish to correct your remarks to the chair, the ranking member?
I would say that
no one was given right access.
I never granted anything other than.
But Mario Alez was granted right access.
I never granted anything other than read-only access.
Mr. Alez left the Treasury Department in part after it was discovered that he said normalize Indian hate and I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Do you agree with those sentiments?
I do not at all.
Do you think that someone who has those sentiments should be employed in your department?
That I had a conversation with the vice president.
That
I admired his grace.
He then went to HHS.
Gentleman's time has expired. Thank the gentleman from Illinois. The gentleman from Indiana is now recognized. Mr. Stutzman for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Frankly, I apologize for the fact that you're getting a lot of accusations thrown at you, and you haven't had much chance to respond to some of them that are fair questions that I know that you have good answers for. So with respect to the individuals originally referenced by Ranking Member Waters, who may have had access to certain BFS systems, and in response to Mr. Caston, do you want to add any additional information on that matter?
I would say that is in litigation, and I never authorized access.
Thank you. Well, I just want to say thank you for your service and for your willingness to come serve in Washington, D.C. at a critical time, and the fact that you heeded President Trump's call, and it's refreshing, honestly. We see a lot of ups and downs. Things are happening around the world, but here at home, there's a reset that's happening, and that does create some volatility. But I'll tell you what, there's a lot of good news that I think the other side is missing, and I found it ironic that this chart was handed out earlier. And of course, it tries to show that all the blame is on the Republican presidents over the past century or so. But the one that really caught
Congressman, if I may interrupt, as a former finance professor, that chart we get an F.
Well, I agree, and it's interesting that this big drop off right here after President Clinton. I live in one of the heaviest manufacturing districts in the country, and I know that businesses don't turn on a dime that quickly, but that was because of different trade policies. Something happened during the President Clinton era that caused a lot of jobs to leave. And that's what President Trump and you are trying to fix. Is that correct?
I think that thing was called NAFTA, sir.
Exactly. Well, thank you for doing that, because we saw jobs growing up in Northeast Indiana in the auto industry and agriculture, manufacturing, just continue to have this slow
what is
decline.
this?
And,
MGE. I have an earnings report coming out on the wire right now.
Manufacturing has built America, and we've seen jobs leave.
Whatever this is,
of bad
$1.14 EPS, $2.19 revenue. 41.6 million. Their earnings just came out.
Planning to shift production to the United States
it's
to
a liquid
Trump's
energy
tariffs.
company.
We see headlines saying Johnson & Johnson to invest over $55
No, it's American.
billion
It's not even an
in the
ADR.
U.S. in the next 4 years. Even
I know,
in
bro.
my
I sold
district,
way too early. I can't
GM
believe
has
it.
announced that they're increasing
But you heard it here first, baby.
I know, coming from a manufacturing family, that we're seeing opportunities.
And they were just
Is it
yelling
gonna
at me
happen
for
overnight?
talking
Absolutely not.
over
But
this
it's at
shit.
least
Isn't that
giving
funny?
us the opportunity to
I think
look forward and
that's a
say,
great example.
There's an opportunity because
So
you
welcome
all
to
are
the cult,
setting,
baby.
Resetting the table to look out for America first. And so I want to say thank you. And if you don't, and if I've heard
Dude,
you
we
say
were
this
so
before,
early, and then we
that,
sold
President
early.
Trump has tasked
Oh,
you
man.
with
But yeah, you guys got to jump, like I'm
reducing
saying.
debt and deficits.
Y'all didn't need to
as
pump.
well
You
as
didn't need to
keeping
do
the economy
anything.
strong.
Just that
That's
info,
a
baby.
huge task,
That
but it's
info.
one that has to happen, and I appreciate what you've been doing, because a debt crisis
They're at
would just flat out
5,000%.
limit
I
us
didn't even look. I don't want
to
to look.
any sort of recovery. It'd be
look.
very difficult. I want to ask you real quick about the
they're at like mine were at like
Federal Reserve's
2,500
dual
now.
mandate. Generally speaking, should the Federal Reserve focus more on fighting inflation or providing maximum employment? And what should the Fed focus on if the economy enters stagflation?
Sir, I will just
Stream
comment on
alerts.
monetary
Stream
policy
alerts have been
in
closed for
general
a couple
rather
of
than
weeks
federal
now. We'll
reserve.
reopen them later,
I think
but
the
for
two are
now,
inexorably
like everybody in again. If
and
you're just
if-
listening,
as
that
we
was
saw
that's it, man. You could have
during
found any which
terrible
play, but
inflation during
you
the
just got
bottom
one of the historic Google drops.
employment
Literally, I think
was
you.
a slingshot
It
effect.
took CNBC about
As
15
we
minutes.
came
Bloomberg
into
covered it an hour later,
recovery,
but you had that alerted within half a percent.
debt-fueled governments
So, and I'm just listening. So
and
lock
we are
in.
trying
Stream
to
alerts will
end
open
that.
up one day, but till
So
then,
the Federal
get a
Reserve
long term,
should
and if you
focus
are
on
listening,
both.
you'll be
And
good for
it's
the
at
info.
different times, but look, keeping inflation down.
Pepsi now on the high.
President Trump won because of, I believe, because real wages for working Americans dropped.
No, that's absolutely right. And we saw the cost of living go up. The last 4 years have been the hardest on Americans due to the former administration's policies. And I know that there's a huge recovery, and people are still trying to recover and are hopeful and optimistic. And my time's about to expire, but I just wish you the best, and I want to say thank you. And working together here in this committee, there's plenty of places to work together and try to get us back on track rather than pointing fingers. So,
Gentleman's time has expired. We now recognize the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Secretary Bessent, you have heard from Democrats publicly, and I'm certain you've heard from Republicans privately, that this administration's reckless and chaotic tariff policy is wreaking havoc on our economy. Rather than delivering stability for our country, this Trump tariff tantrum has been inconsistent, counterproductive, and disconnected from reality. In my district, the Massachusetts 7th, I'm hearing it from everyone. Small business owners are reeling from the unpredictable on-again, off-again tariffs. They're holding back on expansion, delaying hiring, and bracing for the impact. Local and state officials are telling me about the effect tariffs will have on our state budget. Simultaneously, Massachusetts will see energy bills increase while revenue from tourism will decrease. But I want to focus on the constituent outreach that I've received from everyday families who are just fighting to make ends meet. Yes or no? Mr. Secretary, do you know what a car seat is?
I have 2 children, yes.
I figured as much. It's correct. You and your husband have 2 children.
Jeez.
So I'm sure you know that car seats are absolutely
that's your
essential for
rhetorical?
families when traveling with babies and toddlers to school, to worship, to doctor's appointments, just everyday living. But not only are car seats essential, they are the law of the land.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's the law of the land
Wait a
in
minute.
50 states.
Was that like
So
a
there's
shot
no
at
getting
his
around that.
sexuality?
Mr. Secretary, what's your estimate
No.
of how many babies are born in the United States?
Bro, what? No.
3 million?
Oh, that's
While the number
cold, lady.
fluctuates, there have consistently been more than 3.5 million babies born in the
Busy and
United
Larkin
States.
still
That
got
means
it, baby.
Millions of families in this country.
Because I was like, what
are
kind of
doing what?
rhetorical is that? Do you know what
Buying
a
a car
car
seat.
seat is?
Because it's
Ugh.
essential and it is the law of the land in all 50 states. But now that cost is going up because Trump has announced up
Is
to
this still about car seats?
145% tariffs on Chinese imported products. Approximately 9 out of every 10 car seats in the U.S. come from China. That's a steep cost. Steep cost hike for families all over the country. The price is up in Republican districts and in Democratic districts. And it's not just the car seats that are impacted. We're talking about strollers, cribs, high chairs. No family is exempt from the harm of these Trump tariffs on essential baby products.
Sound it out.
But don't just take my word for it. Mr. Chow would like to enter into
That's the easiest thing. Trump tariffs. It's his fault.
Yahoo
Come on.
Finance article
How did you
from
not
May
even know how to read that one?
2025 entitled
You're ready to
First Year Baby
ridiculous.
Expenses already topped
Easy
$20,000.
propaganda. Why did you fuck up on that?
And tariffs are adding to the bill as China dominates key imports.
Without objection.
She's gonna make fun of my gay homie and she can't even
support
read the propaganda
improved
right?
manufacturing in America.
Come
but
on.
That is not going into
Nah,
effect
fuck y'all. Scott
overnight
Bessent the
like
homie,
these
bro.
tariffs
I don't
are.
care what y'all
There
say.
needs to be an exemption to help
Lady.
America's families. Trump
he
has
got
used
two
his
car
power
seats.
for tariff exemptions on thermoplastics, semiconductors, but what about baby products? Mr. Secretary, do you support an exemption to
Yeah,
tariffs
just be
on
careful on the
items
calls.
that parents need to
That's
care
it,
for their
they're wicked.
kids? Yes or no?
Congressman, what you're referring to are
Yes or no?
what you're referring to are
I'm reclaiming my time because I don't want you to filibuster and give me some macroeconomic
Why are they
answer.
doing that
Families
to
at
him
home are
today?
hurting, and they
This
just
is
give
like
me
the
a
new
direct
strategy because I think they know
going to
people
agree
listen
with
to Besson.
So yes, you do support an exemption on tariffs for products that are essential for families for their babies.
Exemptions on E4 items, which
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time.
That's the thing.
I'm
Yeah,
reclaiming
they're
my
playing
time.
this like I don't.
Mr.
We
Chair,
didn't see
I am
this
reclaiming my
before.
time. Give me my time back.
So if he
I'm
doesn't,
reclaiming my
they just
time.
instantly
I just
reclaim
want a
time if
simple
it's
yes
not
or no. Do
the
you
right
support an
answer.
exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their kids? Because you all claim you're pro-family. I cannot hear the words you say because I see the things that you do every day. So clear it up. Yes
Long term.
or no? Do you support an exemption to tariffs on items that parents need to care for their babies?
it is under consideration.
That's a headline.
Good.
Go right
I don't
there.
know what's stopping an exemption
No,
from going into
literally,
effect
bro.
today. So
She just
do
gave
it
you a
now.
fucking headline.
And Donald Trump's America's price is not yesterday's
Exemptions
price
on
is not
baby
today's
products. It
price.
hasn't hit the
Costs are
wire yet,
going
but
up.
that's
Everyone is
literally what she
suffering,
just
especially
said.
our families with young children. Mr. Secretary, I'm making an appeal to you on behalf of the people of this country. Please tell occupant Trump to reverse course and stop hurting America's families. I yield back.
I just watched. I took
Gentleman
one.
yields back.
But they actually went down.
Pennsylvania, our chair of our Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee, Mr. Muser, recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, great to be with you. Thank you. Boy, oh boy, I sure wish we had colleagues that were upset about the Biden 20% inflation and lack of wage growth along with that inflation and the high energy costs that were costing families throughout my district thousands of dollars. I wish we would have heard a peep about that. And yet we have just angry voices over the potentiality of bringing manufacturing back to the United States that, in fact, hasn't even gotten into effect yet. It's nuts. Mr. Secretary, the ongoing litigation response to the Democrats' questions about the Treasury Doge team, is it true that they can find all the information, find all the available information there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Also, regarding the beneficial ownership rule,
we'll
which
see.
was
I'm
a
willing to take that
disaster
risk. How about a
for
small one?
My small businesses,
But it's still near
all
the
of them,
money. But the whole
100%
point is,
complained about it.
that was
The
kind of
original
an
intent of the
unnatural
Corporate
headline
Transparency Act was to
because I haven't
re-up
heard
bad
about
actors.
they're in
previous
the works on
administration,
tariff
however, turned it into a
exemptions on
massive data collection
baby
with
products.
over
Let's
50
see.
questions.
Just watch for
originally
that headline.
before, that outraged small business accountants.
Oh yeah,
attorneys,
maybe
anybody
watch
who had
Procter
anything to do
Gamble,
with it.
J&J.
In fact,
They've been
only
up. That's actually a better
20%
idea.
of small businesses
I like that.
were even able to comply by
Check
the January
J&J
1st
PG.
deadline, and meanwhile they were threatened with fines up to $500
Abbott as
per
well.
day, and
Some of them
up
are
to
already up.
$10,000. Small businesses. They were beside themselves. You listened to the small businesses and did something immediately to correct course, exempting U.S. companies from reporting, and my small businesses throughout my district, throughout Pennsylvania, applaud you for eliminating a needless bureaucratic reporting regime. So thank you.
And Congressman, I'm just sorry that so many of them had to waste their hard-earned dollars either complying or preparing to comply.
And losing sleep and everything else, and some even going out of business because they found it preposterous. Thank you. Let's talk about removing the ideological, subjective, even capricious regulators how would you, under the Biden administration, bank supervisors focused more on ideological concerns and less on material, bright-line financial rules versus the risks? How will you work with bank regulators to refocus supervision on bright lines rules rather than issue unrelated to safety and soundness?
Again, Congressman, very important point. We could see that we had under the previous administration, we had 3 of the largest bank failures.
Yeah, J&J
in
already
US
went up a
history.
lot.
2 weeks before
Then
that.
Abbott's another
the
one. I think it's a
Financial
risky idea. I put this on
Stability
Stream Alert.
Council,
It's a risky
published a report
idea
that said that
until
climate
it actually makes a
was
headline.
the biggest threat to the financial system, not the deposit volatility, not over-leveraged bond portfolios. So we are promoting common sense, back to basics.
Yes, thank you. Okay. The efforts related to the removal of reputational risk as a basis of supervisory criticism, can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Many people, many individuals, many organizations were debanked because of their political beliefs, and regulators used that as a litmus test, and that it is a very capricious category in bank regulation. So we have moved to remove that as a criteria. We believe that financial ratios are much more important than whether you are a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent.
Thank you. Yes, well put, and appreciate the fact that you see things that way, as should be seen. Capital requirements, Basel III Endgame, of course, the GSIB surcharge, and other proposed capital rules might put U.S. banks at an international disadvantage. What do you believe, if you got an idea of the right level for capital requirements?
Sir, we are examining that now, and we will weigh in heavily at the BIS and the other rulemaking entities. But again, this one size fits all. And I believe one of the reasons we've seen the stagnation in many other countries is the regulatory, the framework, the very tight regulatory framework.
Wait, something on an N2000 chip? What is this? Cadence unveils Millennium M2000 supercomputer with NVIDIA Blackwell to transform AI-driven silicon systems and drug design.
Is recognized for 5 minutes.
So CDNS, quantum.
During so-called Liberation Day, Donald Trump
and it's
imposed
related to
tariffs on
drugs. I don't know if that's bearish for RXRX.
populated not by humans, but by penguins.
Excuse me?
He imposed tariffs on countries with which the United States runs a trade surplus, not a trade deficit. He imposed tariffs on products that cannot be produced domestically, which means a higher cost for American consumers without any benefit to American manufacturers. He imposed tariffs on impoverished nations like Lesotho, which cannot afford to buy as much from us as we buy from them. If President Joe Biden had put in place these absurd tariffs, every single Republican, without exception, would have condemned his trade policy as the height of incompetence. And you, Mr. Besson, would have joined that chorus of criticism. There's no doubt in my mind. But swap out Biden's name for Trump's, and suddenly the moral outrage from Republicans vanishes like magic. I have a simple yes or no question.
Well, no, I told you the deficit thing I'm concerned about
undermines the competitiveness of American manufacturing.
And I said government spending on both sides.
Now, the Trump tariff
y'all
regime
just ban me. What
is
the
a breeding
fuck?
ground for the excessive taxation of American manufacturing.
I gotta get more wedge issues.
Consider as an example Intel's manufacturing of CPUs. Intel sources foreign components, which is subject to the first layer of taxation. It then manufactures the CPUs in the United States before exporting it to China, which will face a second layer of taxation. And finally, China will export the CPU back to the United States, where it will face a third layer of taxation. Taxation upon taxation upon taxation of American manufacturing goods. Do you think that kind of compounding taxation of American manufacturing goods like Intel CPU will strengthen or weaken American manufacturing?
Yes.
Sir, I just want to be clear. You're saying that
let's
taxes
go,
raise
baby.
costs.
Yeah, he already knew. He said, yup, I
sorry?
got the ball.
You're saying that taxes raise costs.
Taxing the intermediate goods that go into a manufactured product raise costs, yes.
So you're saying that taxes are inflationary.
Taxes are inflation, yes.
Good, then we should cut
In the context of tariffs, yes.
Then we should cut taxes, and you should join the...
Can you answer my question about the tariffs?
He's laughing.
Can you answer my questions about the tariffs?
He's too young to hold character.
Intel would face
He's even
three
like
levels
smiling at him too. He's like,
Intel
okay,
CPU
come
would
on,
face
answer
three
it.
levels of taxation: taxes on the foreign components, the U.S. taxes, and the Chinese taxes or the Chinese tariffs?
Well,
Do you think that that kind of compounded taxation hinders or helps American manufacturing?
I think that strategic American manufacture is very important, like Intel, and I think we have to bring that back to the U.S.
Do you think taxing intermediate goods that go inside American manufactured products helps or hinders manufacturing?
I believe that, as the Intel example you give, we have to bring these strategic industries back to the U.S.
We're not going to bring every component. A Boeing aircraft, 747,
Moving this spy call,
has
they
6
get more
million
time.
components.
It only went up 5%.
There is no universe in which we're going to manufacture all 6 million components in the United States. And so if you impose a tax on those foreign components, you are hindering the manufacturing of Boeing 747 here in the United States. Do you even acknowledge that?
I think individuals might be better.
That the supply chains, they are wide, but we've also, for the automakers, we have given an exemption.
I'm not asking about the automakers. I'm asking
We have
about
given
Boeing
an
aircraft.
exemption for
Let me move on. Critical minerals are essential to the military defense of the United States. China controls almost all of the world's rare earth mining and almost all of the world's critical mineral processing and refining. The Trump administration has chosen to wage a total trade war with China without first building a critical mineral supply chain here at home. Right? Just like it would be foolish to enter a car race without enough fuel in the tank, or enter a weightlifting competition without sufficient strength to lift the weights. Wow. It seems equally foolish to wage an all-out trade war on China without a domestic critical mineral supply chain, breaking China's strongest chokehold over the United States. The CCP's chokehold on critical minerals and rare earth elements is a precondition for winning the trade war.
Bro, Intel's moving off of this shit.
I believe that we have to bring the rare earth, as you correctly said, processing back, or not even back to the U.S. We have
It's not only processing, it's rare earth mining as well. And it's critical mineral processing and refining.
Okay, you're popping.
And the weaponization of critical minerals against the United States is the opposite of making America safe again.
PM optimistic about Ukraine.
Processing is rare.
I don't think
mining
that's
is rare
it.
too. We have a insufficient mining industry here in the United States, and you know that.
Good, then I'll hope you'll join us in the
It pops. Yeah, I repositioned
of
those.
many of these
I'm still in
onerous
it.
mining requirements.
But get one with more time. It's the same thing.
Appreciate the gentleman from New York. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding
But
this
the
hearing.
liquidity is still
Secretary
very
Bessent,
low.
good to
But
see you.
remember,
Thank you so much for
Powell is
coming.
up very soon. I'm going
Southern
to do a
California,
preview
where
in
I'm
30
from,
minutes.
the district that I represent
Intel is
serves
moving
as
off
the
of those
primary
comments.
gateway to
And you're getting
Pacific Rim,
Polish Prime
and
Minister
Asian
comments.
goods into the United States come through the ports of LA and Long Beach. But we are already starting to see a drop in volume.
Yeah,
as the
CDNS,
ports
they
of
had
LA
a
and
some
Long Beach are
supercomputer
expected
thing.
to see 35% to 30% drop when compared to a year ago. Cargo volume is one of the largest economic drivers in the region, and long-term drop will not just impact families, at the grocery stores and small businesses' bottom line, but also result in truckers and dock workers losing their jobs. So, Secretary Bessent, I would like to ask, how can you ensure that our tariff policy will not unintentionally harm American small businesses and workers in the long term?
Well, Congresswoman, we believe over the long term that it will drive growth in the economy. And as I've said many times, it is a mistake to look at trade in isolation. The Trump economic policy is a three-legged stool: trade, taxes, and deregulation. And we believe that the sum of the parts, that the whole is greater than the parts. And as we complete each one of those, that the U.S. will see substantial economic growth.
Thank you. I know that a lot of my constituents share these concerns that we raised. So I'd like to continue this discussion on this specific topic with you moving forward, because I'm concerned that
You guys are here for the
these
pre-Powell
long-scale
plays?
tariffs,
You're very
if they
bad at
continue
following
in the long
instructions.
term, then American
You are in
working
the wrong
families and
place.
Small businesses will suffer.
So I have the
under,
pre-Powell
price
information,
hikes and a lack of
but
certainty.
you're going to have to
But,
find
I want to
someone
shift
else for the
gears
plays,
and
brother.
discuss the Financial
Hopefully yourself,
Stability
but
Oversight
other than that,
Council, FSOC,
yeah, you're in
under
the wrong
the previous
spot.
administration Secretary
will have
Yellen
the
rescinded
info in 30
the
minutes for you.
non-bank
If you want something ahead of
systematically
time.
important
But it's
financial
not a play.
institution and replaced it with a new framework for assessing the financial risk. And this new framework overlooks the importance of prioritizing an activity-based standard and a cost-benefit analysis. So Secretary Besson, does FSOC intend to reassess the 2023 guidance so that it is more closely aligned with the thoughtful process that was created in 2019?
Congresswoman, that is on our agenda.
Thank you. You know, as you finalize that decision, I
Yeah,
want to emphasize
J&J,
that my
P&G,
support for a
Citi, banks
return
are all
to
running.
activity-based standard that more appropriately addresses the risk of non-banks.
They are
Thank
talking
you.
about
Treasury
it.
would be happy to work with
So
you.
literally, banks are running on that, and then
And finally,
Staples,
I'd
and then
like
there's
to,
this SPY.
urge you to continue your support for CDFI.
Yalla.
CDFI
Still don't have it yet.
fund programs are statutory, as you know, and it has been critical in promoting the local economy in Orange County. So do you still agree that the CDFI fund has a critical role to play in fostering economic opportunity? I think I know the answer because you stated very clearly in public statements.
We believe that if CDFIs follow their statutory obligations and do not digress into more ideological boundaries, that they can be important institutions.
Thank you. As you know, last week, I attended the Financial Literacy Roundtable that your team put together, and thank you so much for inviting me.
I think I just missed you.
But your team was very well represented, and again, I want to thank you so much because as a co-chair of the Financial Literacy and Wealth Creation Caucus, events like that, bringing the stakeholders together and having a meaningful dialogue and conversation, I think is critically important, and we need to continue that. So can you talk about how you can continue to advance financial literacy initiatives now that we are past the Financial Literacy Month? I mean, I was able to take the leadership and pass the bill that proclaims month of April as the Financial Literacy Month, and I hope that we can continue to work in this space together.
As you should know, that it is a strong core belief of mine that financial literacy is the only path to economic independence and well-being. So the more Americans who can be educated, and I think we should probably go state to state and encourage each state to put in financial literacy standards for their students.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the Secretary for being with us today. I want to start first by just clarifying your testimony and its delivery. Why did you ask for your witness statement to be embargoed until this morning?
Pardon me?
Your testimony reads right at the very top, embargoed until delivery, which means that we didn't follow the usual practice of this committee of getting the testimony 24 hours in advance so that committee members can review it and prepare for questions. Yours was posted at 10:01. The committee was at 10. Well, it looks like you need...
My staff is just telling me that it's standard practice.
It's your standard practice? It's not our standard practice. As a committee.
I'm told that it was standard practice.
Okay, you were told by whom, sir?
So my comms team and legislative affairs team working with the committee.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think for the record, I think you should clarify to the gentleman that that is not our standard. And I know that at least I didn't know anything about this until I got it here. And I don't think our committee staff on the Democratic side was notified that we would be getting all your testimony late. I just wondered, why you had made that request, and clearly at the top, embargoed until delivery.
Well, embargo to delivery, I think that was mostly meant for the press.
We're not press, sir. We're the...
Yeah, because you can't leak it, girl. That means it's not.
Mr. Chairman, I would hope that you not condone this kind of late submission. It just doesn't help. Frankly,
I don't think she gets it.
some of the atmosphere that's
Maybe I don't
created
get
when
it.
we all just sit down.
Well,
and we
somebody,
sit down and have
either
your-
I don't
your
understand it really
testimony,
well or she
well,
doesn't.
then we just
I'm being
sort of
serious too.
don't feel really good about that. It's not our custom and
Congresswoman,
practice.
I appreciate the importance that you put on my statement.
Well, thank you. Notice is important, sir. Do you know what the poverty rate is in our country?
I believe that the poverty level is a fixed number.
No, do you know the poverty rate in this country?
I believe it is in the teens.
In the teens, okay. Well, it's about a little over 11%. It just strikes me that most of all of your testimony is always about the tax cuts and cutting costs, and it's always about tax cuts, and it's always about the rich. But nothing is ever said about poor, other than you suggesting that you worked yourself
No,
through
ma'am,
college.
no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. and
Sir, I read your testimony.
Call
That's
him
not
poor.
anywhere in here.
Say it.
That is not
Say
in
it,
here.
Besant.
I am referring to
Call him
your
poor.
testimony and what I've
Say
listened to. I said right up front,
Say it.
I can see you and I can hear you.
How dare
You've
you?
not said one thing about what we're doing to help the poor. In fact,
I mean,
when
what do
we
you-
were talking,
what do you-
even when we were
we
talking
did a lot of- do you want me to,
about the car seats, that impacts poor people more than anyone else. Because not only can they usually not even afford a car seat and have to go to a garage sale to find one, now it's going to be even higher. Your president is suggesting that he wants to give a $5,000 bonus to women to have babies, and then what? Just leave them out on the cold alone? No car seat, no food, no Medicaid, no chip
Congresswoman,
program?
I can tell you the worst.
And I'm asking you right now, sir.
The
that
worst thing
you
for
need-
working
you need
families
to-
will be
as a
the
treasurer-
expiration of the 2017
As Secretary of Treasurer,
Tax
it's not
Cuts and
just
Job
about
Act.
the inflation rate. It's not just about the GDP. It's also about making sure that we keep the poverty rate in this country low. There are people who are living in poverty that never have lived in poverty before. You also failed to say here, you say unemployment remains low. I mean, the study should have
Dude,
read
I can't believe.
unemployment went up.
Do you know what's even crazier?
Because it did.
What's crazier is that this is almost going the whole duration before Powell.
Today about
I think
the
that's
current
wild. I did
president
not
and
expect
his
that. I thought we were
plans,
going to
'cause
be
I can
done
tell
like
you,
an hour ago.
I'm from Houston. I'm concerned too about some of the
up,
terrorism
H-Town?
on energy. We have done a lot to increase trade in Houston, construction, everything after the pandemic. And all things were growing. Everything has been growing. But now that the Trump terrorists have surfaced, it is threatening Houston's economy. I represent the area where almost the entire ship channel is in. The petrochemical companies.
Okay, you're
are in
picking
my
up another
district.
round even on the
Port is in
premiums.
my district. Everybody is trying to figure out
Gentlewoman's
what the
time has
hell we're going to
expired.
do.
Mr. Chairman,
Ranking member.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the opinion and order by the United States District Court in the Southern District of New York in the matter of New York versus Donald Trump that directly contradicts several responses the Secretary gave to me about DOJ's access to Treasury payment system.
Without objection. I want to thank our witness today. We appreciate
Okay,
Secretary
well, speak
Besant's
of the devil.
testimony. Without objection, all
There
members
you
will
go,
have
it's
5
over.
legislative
Oh,
days
man.
to submit additional written questions for the
Hold on.
witness.
I think
To
they're
the
just gonna
chair.
end it.
The questions will be
Is
forwarded
Levitt
to our
starting
witness
now?
for his response.
No.
Secretary Bessant, please respond no later than June 2nd, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you. Dang, well, I think now you have your girl, Apple exec. I see that headline. But my goodness, man, that took a while. I'm pretty surprised we got a little bit more drama. He repeated most of what he said yesterday, so you didn't get as many headlines. Honestly, I think that was a secret headline in there. I've never heard of this tariff relief on baby products or whatever. So there was that. That's the only thing I could have got out of it. Other than that, it moved its way back on up. We dumped because of Apple and Google. So we got that very early if you guys were here. The Google news, at first we thought it was just the hack. There was news about some malware thing, but then it was really Apple. And the news was that Apple is replacing their search bar. Like when you search something, it goes to Google. They're changing that for their AI. And then, ta-da. So, yeah, it's a very big move, man. 8% is not small at all. But other than that, now you're back to kind of where we started. I've been calling it out all day. The Dow is up almost 1%. The Russell is up 0.75%. The SPY's up 0.5%, damn it. And the NASDAQ is about to go green right now, meaning it's still red. Do you guys get it? This day, there's a lot going on. It's really, really distorted because of Google and Apple. So I thought that was all very fascinating. I hope you guys are locked in. We're an hour away from the event. That's going to be the statement release, the FOMC. But I will have a preview in 30 minutes. My preview is going to be very light. I don't think you need to stress. We've been talking about it a lot. I don't know. Is it going around in the media? I don't know why so many people today, they're like, well, what if he cuts rates? And we're like, he's not going to cut rates. And they're like, no, but okay, is it possible? I know, okay, but is it possible? Well, yeah, it's possible, but he's really not going to, there's no chance at all. But is there a chance of a chance of a chance? So I don't know why this is a very strong idea today. I've heard this a lot, bro. No, I think more than most FOMCs. Odd way. It is. I'm usually by now we would be like, is it leaked? Did you leak it? Is it leaked? Can it not happen? So I don't know. Maybe I'm just too caught up in philo. But in the sake of clarity, I would not really get bogged down in the whole, is he going to cut today? Albeit it's a very big topic, and last time the financial conditions were here, we cut right before an election. So we'll just ignore it for now. You probably should if you're a Democrat. But at the end of the day, it really does boil down to the statement, and is Powell and the Fed, are they going to tell us about economic uncertainty and how do they view it? That's what's important today. But the chance of moving rates, very, very, but you could think about it. It just might lead you to be confused at other times, or again, coming in with a bias. But even then, the bias for now is no cuts, but it would be, I'll tell you this, if he did cut rates, we do have a big problem. But I don't think you have to worry about it today. Honestly, let's hope, man. I every time I think Powell is going to be a dud, something big has happened recently, just in the last couple of months. So I still don't think he's going to cut rates, but I do think that there is a chance maybe he says the wrong thing or doesn't say something, and people get a little reactive. Other than that, though, I am biased towards Powell is going to be very uneventful. So we will find out. But I think there's a chance of a chance of panic. Do you get to both directions? But I don't think there's any possibility of a rate cut. And I don't think you need to worry about that. You should worry about how they're going to message the economy, the inflation, the statement, the quantitative tightening, if they're still going to plan to do that. Does he give a time? And other stuff that he talks about. Yeah, someone's going to probably ask him. Most people don't know this. In the last 48, 72 hours, the Fed has bought $30 billion of bonds. That's a result of what Powell announced last time on the Fed or the FOMC. So that question's probably going to get asked. But when it's all said and done, though, these views on the economy, the signaling, guidance, that right there that could cause panic or take it away. And that's what you should be looking for today. That's what you should be thinking about right now. Everything else, like I'm saying, just a waste of time thinking wise. And if you want to get prepared, you don't have to prepare for rate cuts. That box is checked. But right now, do we get the panic? Do we get the speed or not? Again, you got to think about it. Powell, too hawkish, too dovish. The presser, if the statement, and I'm going to go over the statements in about 30 minutes, but if the statement doesn't have any major changes, it all relies on Powell and his damn attitude. I don't know if you guys realize that. Again, especially as of late, he's had a vibe, an aura, as the young guys would say. But, what's his view about the economy? Does he shoot down certain questions? Is he more accommodative? Is he defensive? Is it towards Trump or not? Like, what? Again, how do they feel about the economy, or is it same old, same old? So, yeah, he's been confident, and you could tell, though, his aura would change towards the topics. One day it's, we talked about it. One day we don't care. Oh, yeah, now elevated. But he's not taking any shit. I said this yesterday. Most people, I don't know if you guys, this may be hard for some of you to accept. Hear me out. But Jerome Powell and Donald Trump are very alike. Is that wild? What would you say if I said that they're pretty much doing the same thing? It's good. It's kind of equal and opposite reactions, but it's actually really good to have somebody kind of mirroring Trump. Because literally, Trump asked him about tariffs. We're doing it. The price is going. The price is the price. Yesterday's price is not today's price. So you better act fast. Move the factory. I don't care about the market. It's not even my market. I don't pay child support. That's not my market. That's Biden's. Ask Hunter. So Trump, very hard-headed. He's not backing down, right? Now look at Powell. This is what I was making the joke for. Because, dude, aliens can invade tomorrow. Today, right now. Alien invasion, legitimately from Mars. And Powell would still say we need to see more consecutive data before we're confident. And then the reporters would be like, what do you mean confident? How many alien invasions? What do you mean? Would you be confident if they harvested us? What? I'm not really following. And he would ask to be more confident. That has been his vibe. He has been just as hard-headed about policy and the Fed's reaction function. That is the 2 words. Well, Fed reacts, 3 words. Fed reaction function. That is what you need to be looking for. That is where Powell, he has been hard-headed. He's going to do whatever the hell he wants. If he wants the soft data, he'll ignore it. He'll ignore the consumer sentiment. Yeah, uncertainty's high, but we're not confident yet. We'll go. This is why Trump even says he'll be late. But point is, Powell has stood pat on, again, when he's ready to move, everybody falls in line, literally. Homeboy wants to cut before an election. None of you had a fucking problem, okay? So, shh, because everybody fell in line when Powell wants to move, right? When he moves, they fell in line. Everybody did. Now, when he says, no, we're not doing it, everybody falls in line. The market, the Fed futures, the investors, everybody. So it's the same thing now. Trump, Powell, they both got their strong arm, and that's why Powell probably is not going to do anything today. But we do want to see what he says, his vibe, attitude, this statement, and then the general rest of the vibe from everybody else on the Fed. So, yeah, we'll see what happens, bro. We'll see what happens. But other than that, that's not even the preview. I just got excited. Trump, I think Caroline Leavitt. But you're running NTT to make NTT data. Tusk asked Germany to extend Patriot batteries. Where is it? I don't see it, Caroline. Yo. Oh, I think it just ended. But yeah, I really, ever since that headline, it hasn't hit headlines, but we have been moving up there. But sadly, it might just have been the market. Remember, again, everything sold off, but on the index, but it wasn't everything. Everything went up. It was Mag 7 that brought us down, and then we came up here, or we came down here, and then we started picking up as everything went up, and then Apple and Google still stayed lower. But yeah, not bad. You're to the high into Powell. Yeah, Google's insane, dude. 9% is no joke. Caroline. Yeah, I think she was just live. But I didn't see any headlines, surprisingly. Yeah, I mean, watch. Do you guys want to can you bet on it? I'm surprised there's not a poly market for it. So, and you guys should get a long-term. Stop gambling. But Trump is probably going to make a truth social right after Powell makes a decision. Are you aware of that? Do you realize after the press conference, he's like, stupid, stupid, stupid. Fed, we should call him Jerome Lady. Not a lady, but late E, like, because he's always late. She's going to be late again. The Fed has no idea what they're doing. Once again, Powell does something stupid, like a stupid person would. Fed chair of stupidity. Cut the rates now. You're too late already. Make America great again. And that's going to probably be within 20 to 30 minutes, give or take, before or after the press conference. That's my bet. So we'll see. But now we're back up. The long term is doing great. And God bless America. Google service now, and then again, Cadence had headlines. And then they just like chilled. But the whole market just ramped up here. Again, the Mag 7, they're kind of doing their own thing. Some did go up. I think Meta. Yeah. All right, well, see if we hit a new high. I mean, today you would have been up if it wasn't Google. So there it is. All right, and then I was hoping Caroline, who's this? Rep Greg Murphy. You guys want some politics? I want the rates down, Josh. Cut them.
Over the next decade, we have to get to.
Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter.
It's called accountability. And any business person, anybody who's looking at this program, understands you can't run a business and you can't run a government without accountability. This Medicaid system has been a system that has been abused, used, fixed, and taken advantage of in so many different quarters. And it is okay. It is absolutely the right thing to do to look at this system and make sure that it works for the people that is intended to work for. Those who are eligible for Medicaid. So Chuck Schumer, shouting out those nonsense lies is really not helping the situation. Good Lord, I've been a physician for 35 years and I've taken care of really the most desperate of individuals. The last thing I want to do is not take care of individuals, but we have to be able to pay for it at the bottom, at the end of the day.
Well, and so to kind of come back to my original question, Congressman, if there are indeed millions of people who are booted from Medicaid rolls as a result of this legislation, is that an acceptable outcome?
So if you look at what's happened with the expansion population, we had people that left being insured by companies to go be insured by the federal government. If it means getting them back on insurance by companies and getting them off the federal dole, that's not losing health care, that's taking it off the federal books. But in as far as people being kicked off health care, et cetera, those are scare tactics. We're literally trying to save a program for those who are eligible for it while trying to take the benefits truly who don't deserve them.
All right, Congressman, we appreciate your time, as always. Congressman and Dr. Greg Murphy of North Carolina joining us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio as we are live in Washington paying attention to the reconciliation debate on Capitol Hill, a Federal Reserve rate decision that is coming just over 40 minutes from now, of course, expected to be no change in rates, but also what is happening in geopolitics after we have seen some serious escalation between nuclear powers, India and Pakistan, in recent days. Of course, in the aftermath of an attack on Kashmir back in April, India then striking into Pakistan yesterday, saying that it was only targeting non-civilian targets. Pakistan disputing that, and Pakistan's premier actually, in fact, just within the last 30 minutes or so, has said India must face the consequences of those strikes. So we want to get the latest on this situation and turn to Courtney McBride, Bloomberg national security reporter, who is here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. So Courtney, obviously the tensions between India and Pakistan, nothing necessarily new here, but we haven't seen this kind of military activity in arguably over 25 years. Is this likely to escalate further?
Well, it's really anyone's guess. There's certainly some escalatory rhetoric coming from both sides, but it really remains to be seen. Pakistan has vowed to retaliate at a time, place, and manner of its choosing. But, we have been here before. In 2019, they came pretty close, it seemed, to all-out war. There was also a shoot down, a capture capturing of an Indian pilot by Pakistan. Ultimately, they did step back from the brink, and that's certainly the hope this time as well.
What role does the U.S. play in trying to pull everyone back from the brink here? Do they have any role to play in this particular instance?
Well, certainly the U.S. has relationships with both countries. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in his capacity as acting national security advisor, did speak with both of his counterparts in that acting role and urge India and Pakistan to talk directly and to work to defuse the situation.
Yeah, now National Security Advisor and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, in addition to everything else he currently has to juggle. This also comes, Courtney, after J.D. Vance just spent several days in India. His visit was primarily focused on trade and trying to reach a trade deal, but it did happen in the aftermath of this attack back in April that, of course, originated this current bout of tensions. Do we have a sense of what the Vice President and Modi talked about when it comes to Pakistan and how it might be shaping the way in which this is all playing out?
I mean, our understanding, obviously any bilateral visit and conversation has a variety of components, but that, as you said, that visit was much more focused on the economic relationship between the two countries. We do have some reporting today on some of the challenges to India's rise economically that are posed just by this ongoing tension with its neighbor. There's a question of instability that certainly can play a role.
Well, especially considering these are nuclear-armed countries.
Oh, we didn't go through the philo. Man, you just reminded me. Well, I'll give you guys a second then. So, yeah, you guys all have to listen to philo. Honestly, I don't know why you guys are so hyped today. Dude, I'm not going to lie to you, bro. Why the f*** is everybody so hyped for this Powell? This is very... So, I would just say the odds of, panic are higher than not. No, bro, I know it's Fed Day, but, this isn't... this isn't a summary of economic projections, right? So last Powell, we had a SCP, but yeah, this isn't the big, it's kind of, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of uneventful, but you know what? I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs, and we're already in uncertainty zone, and I think Powell will probably be highly scrutinized, man. So we'll see. And then his stupid Josh, stupid guy. So we'll find out, man. But that's very interesting. I think it's fascinating, actually. Bro, everybody, like I'm saying, I've a lot of more interesting questions. People aren't telling me it's leaked. They're telling me he's going to cut. What if he randomly cuts? And then, like I'm saying, just people are I guess we kind of know we have to wait for trade headlines. And then maybe this is just the only big event we could stare at. And everybody's still a little bit scarred from last time, a.k.a. the whole entire year. But, yeah, man. We'll see. I don't think no one's expecting him to cut. That's a lie. So you might be expecting him to cut, but if you wanted to refer everybody from bonds to betting to anything, it's all not 99. It's virtually a lock right now. It's like me and Halo 2. I'm sorry. But, yeah, it's a lock, bro. So I don't think that's a real, but like I'm saying, I feel like today has a lot of attention in the sense that I think people are really projecting a lot on Powell. Republicans, Democrats, independents. I think everybody wants Powell to say their phrase today. Could you guys agree with that? Because I do think that is kind of the vibe. And I think everybody just wants him to say what he believes or what they support. Because I don't know what it is, man. So we'll see. GE, I keep seeing that one. And then you're dancing around a little bit. I do think people are starting to get a little bit more prepared now. So all right. So let me give it a couple minutes. I'll give it 2 to 5 minutes. And I will begin with first propaganda, my own personal propaganda. I'm sorry you guys are all listening, so I am going to propagandize you. You'll see, though. I think you'll enjoy it. But other than that, then I'm going to go over the preview. Very simple, very straightforward, And if you will be here, we'll know exactly what to do when it comes out. And then all we got to do is read and respond. And I'll have a couple of things for you to look out for. And the plays are your responsibility. Again, if you get a long-term, save 10%, you will outperform the world. Ask the long-term, okay? But other than that, we lock in, and it should be good to go. So I'm sending out that stream alert. They're getting noticed of the Fed preview. And let me play this for a little bit. Let me get a water, let me let out a few, victories. I don't know. I yell out, victory. And then, so hold on. Let me get that ready.
But really, if the Fed acts, will it do anything to actually soften the blow of this economic calamity that the president has really created on his own?
Well, and when we consider the president's own words about what could happen economically, he seems to be talking a lot, Liz, about what will happen through the lens of children's dolls, the availability of them, whether kids will be able to get as many and how much they will cost. But I do wonder if it's not dolls, where you expect within the economy these shortages and potentially either empty shelves or higher prices for items that are shelved will start showing up in a more material way. How close are we to that moment, considering what we're seeing in cargo volumes coming over from China?
Yeah, I mean, at the Port of LA, we are now at a 50% reduction year over year. Just last week, Gene Soroka, the head of the LA port, was saying 35%. So the picture is grim. JP Morgan is expecting 70 to 80% declines in shipments from China. I think the president was kind of making an offhand comment when he said that the children might have 2 dolls instead of 30. And what he might want to turn his attention to is, the doll makers have said all of the hair for those dolls comes from China. And so it's not how many dolls they'll have, but if they'll be bald. But I think in a more serious note, 98% of car seats, 97% of strollers, 90% of first aid kits all come from China. These are essentials that parents cannot go without. And as we head into the summer season, more than 90% of charcoal grills and fireworks come from China. As these businesses we saw in the trade imbalance data earlier today that there was a massive spike in imports kind of leading up to Liberation Day. These businesses are rapidly spending through their inventories so that they don't have to pay the tariff on new shipments. Eventually, they will run out of those inventories, and families across the country could see essentials not on shelf for them to be able to purchase pretty soon here. I'd say for most businesses, they typically have between 2 and 4 months worth of stock supplied. Maybe some larger businesses were able to stretch that to about 6, but there's only so much stockpiling you can do.
Well, and as the Fed has said repeatedly, and as you were alluding to earlier, Liz, there's not much the Fed can do to address supply shortages. Their ability to impact the supply and demand dynamics is focused solely on the demand side. And I wonder, as we consider the interest rate mechanism and its abilities to influence demand, if actually what we could see is consumers themselves balking in the face of higher prices, bringing their own demand and consumption capacity down, and in some sense actually making it easier for the Federal Reserve if it's consumers that bring their own demand down, making the Fed not necessarily need to have tighter policy. Does that make sense?
It's possible. I mean, we've seen this a little bit from some of the fast food earnings reports out last week. McDonald's, Chipotle are all reporting decreases. We'll see Disney this week. But by and large, I think consumers and businesses are really trying to put as many big decisions.
They're quoting all the old Bassett comments, too. Chancellor Merz as well. All right, Chattadonia. What, are you ready for this, bro? This might give some of y'all, you guys might miss this sound. Some of you might get traumatized by this sound. Are you ready? Are you ready? Oh. So it's philo, bro, just a little bit, and then I'm going to give you a Fed preview. But honestly, this one's just kind of weird, but bear with me, okay? You guys are going to have to, I don't even know how to put this into words fully, okay? But I noticed something, and it's been on my mind. I've been thinking about the Chad, and I've told you guys I have a lot of data, and I've learned, and I've seen a lot of good and bad things. We've reached a lot of people on YouTube and all throughout, bro, right? And I noticed something, and I don't know, both good and bad, and I think it's really important. So before Jerome Powell, before we do, the Fed and all that, you guys know that, what's Hall X? Sorry, see, Hall X, bro, what is this? Holo, isn't this the scam one? Do we have this one? HOLX, that's a fat pop, 5%, and HEI, that might be a buyout. If that one's moving in tandem, no. What is Hall X? Is it a scam or no? No, that's Hall X. It could be a buyout. All the contracts already went crazy a little bit, but I don't even know what the news is on that. Yeah, you guys bringing in some liquidity. Yeah, they're already going crazy, bro. All right. Hi. What is it? 3%. Hall X. Well, yeah, and here's the funny part. We go members only on Philo because, people get mad. I talk about life in Jesus. But this is how Philo would work. Like I'm saying, you guys know we could do multiple things at once. So, and that's why I hope we could all come together in the future, though. And, yeah, that's a good example. But anyways, here's the deal. Are you ready? Here is my deal for you. And I'm very, very excited about this. So what I wanted to tell you is medical imaging. Nice. Well, here's the good thing. Dude, I've shouted out the veterans a lot. And I really do care about the veterans. And veterans, thank you guys for everything. And for real, I hope y'all keep that culture going and show love to the veterans. And God bless America. Woo! Okay, but here's another thing, man. I want to give a real big shout out to all of the caretakers out there. I'd never and listen, I'm not talking like nurses and doctors, although I am, that's part of it. But dude, the amount of caretakers in the trading community is very large. And I don't know if you guys knew that. And I don't know why it took me so long to realize it. Even a lot of you guys in here and the people who listen, and this is what I mean, bro. It's kind of bittersweet because it's people who really, really love, and you guys spend time with me in the chat, and even the people who hate me and get really mad and obsessive and very negative stuff. But dude, I hope y'all know what you guys are doing is amazing. And I could name you a lot of Bible verses, but I'm not trying to take it there. What I am trying to say, though, is that I was saying even the other day, bro, you never really know what people go through. And big shout out to y'all who are handling and taking care of others and literally handling other people's care. And that stuff, bro, gets very difficult. And I know some people have got to go through it and seen both good and bad. And some of you even get a special opportunity, bro, where even in the midst of all of how hard it is to handle all of that responsibility, you also get, certain final moments. And you guys are the ones who stepped up. But, dude, it's crazy. I'm telling you, bro, the numbers and what I realized, I'm like, man, that's a big portion of people in this community and in stocks. So that's, again, a lot of people, again, wanting to trade from home and do that, bro. It's caretakers. You know that, right? I hope you realize that. And even you little scammers in Wall Street, low key, you are just, that's some of the people you fucking over. But that's another topic. But for real, I just wanted to say thank you. And I see you, both good and bad. Because I think you guys handle a lot. And I hope it's very, very honorable. Just like I said, I may be a pacifist, but I know the honor for, anybody serving their country, bro. Anybody, for any country. And you have to recognize that. And it's no one could take that from you. And like I'm saying, caretakers. And I never really realized it. I knew it and I heard it and I've seen the prayer requests, bro. And I've read the stories. I don't know why I never connected the dots, bro. And there's a lot of caretakers out there. And, bro, that's why, man, I really hope y'all get a long term. And I hope you guys make the most of the opportunity and that you guys are wise. And at the same time, bro, take good steps. And you're already handling a lot. So, make this journey easy. Make this part easier because you are already doing the hard part, and at the same time, bro, take care of yourself. And that's why I've been saying too, you guys who take care of people, for real, I hope you have something good in your ear. And I do hope that you do take the time to smile. And I do hope I'm praying for all of y'all, bro, for real. But you also too, man, there's a certain limit where you do got to take a little bit of enjoyment, even in the dark times. And, and I know some of you guys are literally facing death. And that's what I'm saying. That's real, bro. That's serious. And that's why people get it brings out a lot. And money and stocks are already emotional enough. So, I'm praying for y'all, and I hope to. And I hope you take care of yourself. And I encourage you. And I encourage you to listen to good things and take a moment for yourself too, bro. And at the same time, I don't know if anybody told you thank you or if they have the ability to, but thank you, okay? And shout out all the caretakers, baby. So that's my philo. That's all. I didn't know, like I said, that's been on my mind and my heart, and I didn't know how to say it, but I know it's real. And I know you guys are out there, and I know you guys are listening, and I know it's in the stock community. And watch, maybe if y'all listen to some other people, you'll see it too, and you'll see what I'm saying, bro. And that's why too, and I do look down upon taking advantage of certain people, everybody. And that's why it's like you think like this is the people involved with it, bro. And that's why, maybe you see somebody, bro, getting mad at Josh, bro. Dude, maybe they are a bitch, but maybe they're also going through something hard, bro. And maybe it is something real like that, and I get it. But I don't think it excuses anyone's behavior. And there is always, the consequences of it, but I get it. And same thing, bro. And people, you have time to be here and you're working. I know some of you are taking care of somebody right now. And that's why I'm saying, though, you got to take care of yourself too and make good decisions. And you already stepped up in many ways. And it's amazing. But like I'm saying, bro, you got to keep going. And you have to look out for you as well. And don't put yourself in hard positions too, because you guys got something on your plate. And guess what? You never know when you'll be in this position. So always be humble, bro. It's funny because I've had people die, just straight up. So that's what I said. It's a blessing and a curse when you see what you're dealing with now. And it's always very humbling to be either having someone take care of you or you have to take care of somebody. But like I'm saying, bro, find the enjoyment in where you're at now and the opportunity in the present. And take care of yourself, bro. And I love you all, bro. And thank you. And thank you all for doing what you're doing. And that's a good thing. And humanity needs, humanity is caretakers. So before I go ranting again, I love you all, baby. And God bless you, Chad. And shout out to the caretakers. Amen. Amen. So let's get it, baby. Are you ready? Are you ready? So what? We got 22 minutes. So not bad, bro. Not bad at all. All right. So, are you ready for Powell? We're cooking up something simple, bro. Mac and cheese. Everybody loves it, but it's easy, That's what I think about today. But then again, I do think panic emotions are at highs right now. I really do believe that because this shouldn't be an eventful Powell. But we have gone through history in the last month and a half. So let me show you what we put on the watch list yesterday. Oh, man, my mouse. So here it is. Powell. What you guys need is this statement. The statement might have more juice. Again, yesterday, and Trump is speaking right now at the ceremony for the ambassador to China. And Hall X is still going. Some of you got that at 5 cents. They're at 30. But if you paid too much, they're not moving. But yeah, Trump, get ready for a Trump comment as well. But here's the deal. It's all about the statement today, I think, in my opinion. Now, like I'm saying, I do, even kind of noticing the activity in some of the questions today, I do think that there's a lot more emotions for Powell for some reason. And it makes sense. You have tariffs, inflation, the market, history, but when it's all said and done, market moving action, information, we will learn and even be able to guess what Powell's going to say based on the statement. And last time, the statement is what had the big change, the quantitative tightening. And like I said earlier, most people don't know. The Fed literally bought $35 billion of bonds in the last couple of days. That was on the last statement. That quantitative tightening, the plan, the timeline, all of that was very important. So think about that and keep that in mind, because that's where I think you'll get information, or at least a signal into what Powell is like actually saying. So watch out for that, and I'm going to go over what we need to look at. But other than that, if it's not a timeline, heightened uncertainty, in a real like target in writing, I think it's all just going to boil down to the vibes of Powell. Are you guys understanding? So this is me even acknowledging a little bit of the panic. Today is a vibe session. Do you get it? So right when it comes out in 20 minutes, if the statement has no changes, all that matters is what Powell says or doesn't say. Otherwise, the first move is going to be based off of what changes we have in the statement and how the Fed chooses to message about the economy, inflation, and their stance on policy and rates. Okay? And then we vibe to Powell. Other than that, though, I'm calling it vibes because, again, if he's angry, happy, sad, confident, shoots it down, if he's short with his answers, does he give you more insight? Does he respond to the politics? There's so many things. And that's what I'm saying, maybe, the wrong answer, the wrong type of thing, I think we're prone to movement. But other than that, the statement is what we are really going to be looking for, all right? So that being said, now, let me show you. So here are the three ones you need to look at. Let's start with last meeting. Where is it? Right here. So this is all on the watch list for this part. So that's why shout out the watch list. And here's funny too. If you squint your eyes, look at this screen right now and squint your eyes. You see this circle? This is the quantitative tightening, but this circle, if you squint your eyes, it looked like a smushed potato Donald Trump side profile. I didn't intend to do that, but you could see it kind of. So, but that's good though. I'm glad it got your attention. Because this was the change on the last one. Right here, there was a couple of other changes that we'll talk about, but this change right here, that was the quantitative tightening. That is the bonds I'm talking about. This is where if they add more, that would actually be bullish. That'll be good for the bonds. If Jerome Powell or the Fed, if they start if they speed up this plan or raise it, that's going to help out the bond market. And I think Treasury would like that. Other than that, here were the changes last time. Last time they said the committee judges that risks were achieved to employment is roughly in balance. That's what they had in the one before that. Then they took that out and they said uncertainty around economic outlook has increased. So last time in March, a month ago, 2 months ago, Fed came out, the change on the statement, they said that uncertainty increased. So they messaged in line with the tariffs and everything. That was actually before Liberation Day. So do you see what's wild? So this is why maybe there is a lot of people hyped up on this. What is this? French Macron, UK and EU split over youth mobility deal. And then JP Morgan, Michelle says US dollar has become a crowded trade. NVO selling. And then WGS on the low. But that other one, Holex, still going. And welcome, Michael. Oh, and Mr. Londino. What up, baby? Thank you. Yeah, the NVO stuff is old. All right. Well, do you guys see the dilemma? So something big did happen. I think it does, actually. Now that we're talking through it a little more, I do think it makes a lot of sense why everybody's kind of cracked out today. And why, even though Powell really probably won't say anything, everybody is like, Because what happened since the last Fed meeting? So this statement was on March 19th. My brother in Christ, you had Liberation Day, 90-day pause. I think you had steel tariff, pharma tariff, country. Now you even got Pakistan. Then you got the go down 18%, come back up 18%. And now you have this today. So I think we are near where the last Fed was. I do believe that the market is, look. No, you're almost, dude, you're exactly at the same exact spot. No joke. Isn't that funny? So we literally just bounced the ball back to Powell. Maybe that's why everybody is so cracked out right now. Because you're at the same exact spot as March 19th. But what happened since March 19th? The Fed watched you go down, watched you go up. They watched all this. Russia has never been against a ceasefire in Ukraine. RIA cites Russian Foreign Ministry. Where was it? But so you're at the same spot. But pretty much March 19th, before all that happened, that's when the Fed acknowledged that uncertainty has increased. And that's it. And they said the roughly in balance, they took that out. So let's see what they do. And that is what we're going to be looking for. Now, I have two examples. This is from Morgan Stanley. So are you ready? Here is two examples of how it could look. So this was the last, here's the updated one. And this one is a projection. So recent indicators suggest that the economy has moderated from last year. So what would that mean? Well, would you say that is bearish or bullish if that was on the statement today? And are you understanding? So that is something that could happen here in the next 13 minutes. So they say economic activity, it used to be, it expand at a solid pace. So if they say moderated from last year, that would be the Fed messaging like, hey, things are slowing down. That would be bearish. That is a more hawkish is actually the term because that's the Fed signaling. Do you see what I'm saying? So if you see them change, again, think about it. The last one said your economy was expanding at a solid pace. Hard data is through the roof. So if the Fed changes, that would be a little bit more hawkish. Hall X is going, all the contracts. GG's if you got it, baby. But that's one example. So instead of continued at expand, it would be moderation. Other than that, think about it. Outlook now is elevated. So last time they changed it from roughly in balance to uncertainty has increased, right? So if they take out increased and say outlook is elevated, is that hawkish or dovish? Trump, we will take a look at exemptions. Yeah, he says, don't know on tariff exemptions. We'll take a look. Yeah, Trump comments. Talk. Not looking for so many tariff exemptions. All right, well, I'm not putting on Trump. It's fucking Powell Day, baby. So get ready to juggle. I'll give you guys the wire, but I need the screen space. I'll put on the wire after this. Something about DOJ, FTC, unfair. Hey, yo, check Live Nation. LYV, I don't know if this is old or not. Nope, that's fresh. LYV, DOJ, Live Nation, FTC. We hit these before, but they're hard to hit. I remember it like lagged like crazy. So be cautious. Let's see. Yeah, LYV DJ. Yeah, it's hitting now. I think I'm early as fuck on that one, bro. Yeah, it's hard to hit though. I've played this, but we hit it. We ended up hitting, but it took like 4 days, and it felt like hell. And I was like 200%, but I remember it like stayed break even forever, and then one little move he would have got clapped. So just be careful on that. Okay, but like I was saying, outlook is elevated. If they take out increased, believe it or not, that would be moderate. So it would not be hawkish nor dovish. That would be neutral. So again, if they said uncertainty is elevated, instead of saying increasing, they are just acknowledging it's the same outlook from March 19th, which would actually give them more cover, because March 19th was prior to all of that. You know what Jerome Powell is going to say, right? He's going to be like, well, yeah, that's exactly why we don't respond to one set of data. So actually, yeah, it is exactly the same, because we thought it was elevated before, and you saw what happened, and you saw how bad it is now and how we are. So, yeah, there you go. So I think that would give him more cover. Trump says India, Pakistan, hopefully they could stop now. On sending migrants to Libya, he says, I don't know if that's happening. And then a lot of talk about Gaza. We'll know something in the next 24 hours, says Trump. Envoy to China to handle consequential complex issue. Now you're dumping. There's something about Gaza. Also, this is Trump now, fucker. Damn it. I just want the Fed. Now he's making me listen. Now I have to listen. Trump not open to pulling back? Okay. Well, that's going to fuck up everything. I would get rid of either the spy calls and then look for the put, get a little bit of time. He says, I'm not open to pulling back tariffs. Okay. Hold on. That's terrible. Market's not going to like that. That's going to deflate a lot of the hype. There you go. I'm sending you that stream alert first. I didn't play it yet. Because, again, I don't have too much exposure there. All I got to do, I'm going to close the call, and then I'd look for the puts. Yeah, not open to pulling back tariffs, bro. It's terrible. Contracts already rocketed up, but not really. Yeah, bro, you're holding a weird tariff, like Powell premium. Honestly, bro, the contracts have not gone nuts. I don't know, bro. This is kind of odd. That's very bad. I don't know if I'm tripping or not, but... yeah, bro. So they jumped up like 20 or 30, but it's holding Powell premium. Do you understand? Because I don't want to focus on this because Powell's about to come out. But yeah, oil's getting clapped now. So oil's reacting to it again. But now, yeah, you're already bouncing back up. So hold on. I just closed the call. I got one cheap put. I don't know. Maybe they just hustled. But like I said, those didn't move. That's why even the put was not like, there was not a heavy premium. Some of the ones out of the monies did. Be careful on the out of the money ones. Might be easing chip policy towards Gulf, a.k.a. Saudi Nvidia. Somebody told you that. No way. All right, we'll see. This sucks. Well, let me get you one more, guys. Because get ready. We're going to have the Powell, and literally the statement comes out in 5 minutes. I hope you guys are aware of that. He's really talking 5 minutes before the Fed. Yeah, it's at a China thing. But then it just literally wiped out all of those headlines. Like, think about it now. Okay, now you're moving a little bit more. Again, be careful on the timing. And then other than that, though, the premiums are now, like, holding that first move, but it's still not, like, no one's panicking yet. You're waiting for Powell. All right, well, give me a second. I got to get you this last one, but we only have 5 more minutes now. All right, so here's the final one. So watch out for the neutral one, and watch out if they say it moderated or not. And then here's the last. This is the other potential one. This is if they want to get more complex. This would be very specific, and this would cause more market reactions. So if they say activity moderates, that's hawkish, but then they list the things to watch. This would be like in 2022 when they explained all of the inflation factors. Remember, we started looking at jobs. What was it? Jobs, inflation, and Supercore. You guys remember that? This would be this in similar fashion if they wanted to go on a line-by-line basis and start explaining this. So watch out for that. Other than that, this would be both hawkish or bear. It would be hawkish at first, and then it would be dovish depending on how Powell described it at the press conference. So unfortunately, Trump kind of just muddied the waters there. So that got in the way of all of that. So he's literally speaking right now. I don't think we've ever had this. I think you're about to have Donald Trump talking at the same time the Fed comes out. Obviously, he is not talking about anything related to the Fed, but it's still just odd timing. Okay, it's over? Okay, then we're good. I was going to say, what the fuck? All right, well, get ready then, you guys. Time to lock in. I will give you the news wire as my gift to you. And once again, man, shout out all the caretakers out there, bro. We love you, man. I'm praying for y'all. But you'll see everything here on the statement. Like I said, you have the examples there to follow, but just watch if the statement changes. Again, pretty much the uncertainty around the economy. Inflation, moderated increase, stayed the same. That'll start giving us our first signals when the data comes out. So get ready for it. We got 2 minutes, baby. 2 minutes. Dude, Powell's not even on yet, bro. Powell is not even on yet. Oh, my goodness. All right. Let's see. Trump unwilling to lower tariffs to get China to the table. All right, you're going. They killed out of the money plays. Then anything near the money is still kind of holding odd Powell premium. I may have just got hustled out of my calls. So let's see. But that's it. Again, 1.5 minutes right now. SPY near the low of the day. And remember, there's outsized the impact here from Googly and everyone else. And even then, the LYV, anything related to politics already snapped back. So again, you're still fully in Powell mode. All right, go to fed.gov. That's it, baby. 1 minute. That's it, man. That's it. So we're going to look real quick. You'll see it on the wire, too. Just go here. It'll come out as this statement. And then we're going to just quickly see how it compares to the other one. But that's it. 45 seconds, boys. Let's go, baby. Analysts. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Everyone's saying the vibes, bro. Tone. Powell's tone will be the key. So, again, people are... The statement right now in 20 seconds, this could go either way. So, I don't really have a bias. Most people don't right now. So, let's see. But the Powell conference, that's it. Okay. About 10 seconds. Oh, man. Oh, Bond's wanting to get a bid. And we're out. Discount rate unchanged. Expansion remains solid despite trade swings. Risk of higher inflation. Unemployment has risen. Is that a spell check? That's a spelling error. Uncertainty about economic outlook has increased further. Okay, something in there. Let me read the full statement. So they just said further. That's not good. Although, yeah, they started it differently with, although swings in net exports have affected the data, recent indicators suggest economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. This is bullish. They didn't change that. They're keeping that the same. And then, but they're also acknowledging, this isn't an acknowledgement to soft, hard data, and also an acknowledgement to the front running of tariffs. That's very unique. Look at this is very different. So they listed it. Although swings, that's crazy. They started off the FOMC statement with an although. I don't know. Have we ever seen that ever? I don't know if that's ever happened before. Yeah, it's very different. I don't know. I could be wrong, but any boomers out there, fact check me. The unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level. That's good. And labor remains solid. Inflation remains somewhat elevated. That's the same. So no outlook change there. The uncertainty outlook has increased further. That's not good. What was that? Yeah, that's it. So the first part was dovish. The last part was bearish or hawkish. And then he's acknowledging hard and soft data, but just get ready for vibes. But that's interesting. That both had good and bad. No, literally, that had one good. Again, they kept the economy outlook the same, acknowledged any data shifts, and that even sets him up to pivot both ways. So, yeah, bro. I don't know. And then what was the good part is the good part is, or the bad part is saying the outlook has increased further. So he's saying uncertainty, no, literally. He's saying the economy's good, uncertainty's not. That's it. Literally, this statement just reads that hard data is through the roof, soft data is getting worse. Yes or no? Because that's what they're literally putting in writing. They're saying, although the net exports activity is expanding at a solid pace, unemployment's still low, that's all the same. And they're saying, if anything, that's good. And then just saying that uncertainty regarding the outlook, that is what got worse. Well, get ready. You're going to have a Trump thing, too. Everybody was unanimous. Nothing on bonds. So, yeah, I think that was really neutral. Right in the middle. One good, one bad. Literally, economic data is good and getting better. Uncertainty was bad and getting worse. So, that leaves a lot of room for Powell to dance in the middle of that. So, yeah, it's going to be all about the session now. Again, that's 3 minutes. Let's see what other people are saying. $1, uncertainty has risen, headlines. Yeah, bro, that's a nothing burger. It's new. It's very, and again, can someone confirm that? I don't think they've ever started off a Fed statement with although. They don't usually start it with like a counter. So I think that's fascinating, and I think you're gonna get Powell's gonna say something very interesting. So May 4th. But even then, he's going to go in the middle of this now. That Powell's going to say something about this. That's a very specific thing to add, if you guys aren't aware. Like I'm saying, he chose to talk about net exports and data, and then also they chose to again, signal that the economy is expanding at a solid pace. That is what the Fed believes, and that stabilization of employment. But they also believe at the same time that uncertainty was already bad and got worse, even from March 19th. Trump might be easing chip. Yeah, that's what I was saying with the Saudi AI stuff the other day. Grok, although there's records, there's no clear evidence of a Fed statement starting with the word although. I don't think I've ever witnessed that, but someone said May. AI's telling you none, but either way, bro. Yeah, bonds are bouncing off of it. But even the bond reaction doesn't really make sense. Traders see Fed rate cuts by July. Yeah, Fed futures didn't even move. That's the same. Remember, we still have like 4 cuts priced in or 3. It's just later. But yeah, that was interesting. The bonds, because again, the economy is good, uncertainty is bad. Inflation, well, I don't know. No, they said inflation is still uncertain, which kind of makes sense because they're saying the economy is good. So that lines up. And jobs are solid. That lines up to a certain degree. I just think I think that the net exports, get ready for that. That one's going to be very interesting when he talks about it. He has something to say about that. But it really does translate to hard data versus soft data. So we're coming back down, but one good, one bad. Uncertainty is bad. They think it got worse, but then the economy is good. This is the same situation you've been in. Who do you believe? Do you believe the hard data or soft data? That's it. And now the Fed is acknowledging it further. They're also playing the game of chicken. Again, and Powell, once again, very hard-headed. Bonds are running now. Again, the move doesn't really make too much sense, but you got good, you got bad. Okay, puts are now up. All right. Honestly, this right now is just to chop you up and fuck you over, guys. Powell could say anything. We need Powell. I think the big move is there. This is just because you have just as much good as you have bad in that statement. I hope you know that. He's going to be coming on here in about 25 minutes. No, this is just volatile. This is what I'm saying, the panic. And now the Fed just agreed with one level of panic. Is everybody going to ignore the first statement? But again, there's something about the net exports that I want him to talk about. That's unique. Again, if I would like more verification, but I'm pretty sure we have never seen, I don't think we've ever seen, although to start off a statement. So very, very unique. All right, well, you get 30%. You can make some puts free. I think I might do it. Unless it comes right back right now. No, that bounce already killed it. I'll take it at 30. Yeah, but it just, if people ignore the first part, we'll dump. But there's just as much good and bad in that. Like I was saying, he literally said the economy got better and is expanding, and even gave you a qualifier. New Jersey Transit, Amalgamated Transit Union reached tentative deal. Amalgamated. Okay, still going lower, bro. It's only 0.4, you guys. We just barely moved. But yeah, the premiums are starting to run because that's still holding a prior premium pop. All right, I made my shit free, bro. All right, I got free puts now. Oh shit, out the monies are going now too. Yeah, make that shit free, bro. So I made that one free. The out the money's now. Other sets just staying. Yeah, but again, I'm not really. I hope you guys are taking the info and respond accordingly. But like, this isn't done. That's why I'm gonna make it free. But be very careful here. Like, it is moving a decent amount, but you got as much push and pull in that information. And I do think Powell is gonna be the wind to your sail. So that could blow in either direction. Very fascinating. Yeah, people are reiterating the increased further. That's the bad part. And then the risk of higher unemployment have risen. That's the bad. But again, the first damn statement is very good. I can't, once you have, but then again, you have all known that the hard data has been very good. Everybody has chosen to ignore that or assume that the soft data is leading the hard data. So, yeah. We'll see. Please, no plays. Please, no plays in the chat. Thank you. I mean, I'm giving you info. I have the monopoly on plays, but yeah, we had changed our rules here, you guys. So I don't want you to pump. I hope you take the info and do good, but that way you don't need to flex a win or loss, and there's no reason to. But use the info, and I hope you do well. Isn't this soft? It is, but uncertainty is worse, and they are acknowledging that. So that's the bad part, and I could agree with that. Since March 19th, a lot more uncertainty has been introduced to the world. So, yeah. So the Taylor rule statement supports decision to stay put. No. Neil Kashkari voted instead of Jeff Schmid, who is mourning. Oh, no way. That's sad. Oh, well, Schmid's wife passed away. Oh, wow. So you actually had an alternative voter today. Kashkari voted, but because one of the Fed's spouses passed. Wow. That's sad. I did not know that. Rest in peace. Yeah, nothing forward-looking. I could agree with that. I think Powell, bro, like I'm saying, Powell's the win to this shit right now. Because he neutraled it. I'm telling you, I don't, please, somebody confirm it, but I've never seen a Fed statement open with a qualifier, like, although. So he has something there, but that's what I'm saying. They gave something good, and it translates directly to the hard data, and then they acknowledge the soft data, uncertainty, and everything else. May 4th had it. Did it? Wait, are we in? So in May 2022? No way. I'll check. Because that's pretty ironic timing-wise then. But yeah, you got about 15 minutes till Powell. I'll start hunting for some feeds soon. But dude, that's crazy. I'm checking the Fed 4th one. Yeah. Although, that was the last time they did this. So look, this is the statement from, and that's ironic. So you guys, another 2022 parallel. Kind of scary. So literally, the May meeting, last time we were going through this, that May meeting, let me see if I could zoom in on it. Where was it? Right here? Yeah. So you were already down, and that gave you a green, and then the next day you dumped. That was the last time the Fed started off with, although economic activity edged down, they said fixed investment in jobs, and yeah, they talked about the job market and then the inflation and all that. Very fascinating. So it's not totally unknown or unheard of, but yeah, I don't usually see that though. Nice. So yeah, get ready for that. I want to see what he's going to say. Premiums are leveling out a little bit. You're still near the low though, but like I said, nothing's permanent. If that could help you mindset-wise. Just get ready. You know, we still got a little bit more. Okay, I got to find the feeds. Dude. Okay, still going lower. Yeah, market lately, Powell, when he agrees with the uncertainty, the market doesn't like it. I mean, even right now, you're seeing the reaction. I mean, I'll tell you, it's because everyone's seeing the uncertainty has increased. I've seen more analysts post about that right away than anything, but I'm like, dude, what did the first line say? So I do think every time Powell gets on and acknowledges the uncertainty, even if he talks about the good, nobody likes to hear this shit right now, or it makes them a little worried. All right. That one's not up. The Fed, baby. Oh, the Fed's already live. Yeah, ready to go. Wow. Okay. So still going lower. Low ticker now picking up a lot more. Hey, Mr. Powell, tell me where you been. They been lurking, they been lurking. All right, baby. Oh, no fucking way. Dog. I got the video. You know that? That's it. We got it. So I got one. I'm going to keep this one up. Yeah, I found a feed with the video already on the podium. All right. So we're going to see which one ends up being the fastest. But, yeah, we are good to go. There's no sound. Oh, there is. Okay, you know what? I'm going to sell another set of those puts. They're still up 40. Okay, I'm taking more profits on that. All right, boss. That's it. Honestly, I don't think anything's permanent right now. There's good and bad. There was good and bad. It's really, we about to really vibe session off of Pow Pow. You stink. You don't sink. You might be impatient, and this is a very difficult market. That's why we keep saying get a long term. Again, you guys, we post all of it on this channel. Please get a long term and save 10%. Especially my caretakers. You don't need to get caught up in this trading game. While 1 minute they're clapping you, then you're up, and they just save 10%, little by little. You could do it with small. We got a small account too, bro. You do it with the small one. Yeah, market has hated Powell lately. Again, just they don't like hearing the uncertainty. But we'll see. All right, bro, you're chilling. Get a long term, saving 10%. Buy and hold assets that you will hold for 10 years. Minimum. Yeah, every time we add to it, we post it on here. very odd. He speaks in 10 minutes. Okay, you're already bouncing up. They're about to wipe all the puts right there.
She's gonna sing.
Oh, you hear that? I'm listening.
So what you got? You gonna sing? 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, check, check, check. Check 1, 2.
See, that's how you do a mic check.
You wanna do the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, man. That's it. You wait. You're look. It's gonna come back up. It'll probably be right at the same spot. That was a very neutral statement.
1, 2, 3, check. Testing.
That's
1,
good.
2, 3,
Again, my
check,
puts
check.
were from the first Trump thing. We're right ahead of it. That's it. So at this, I think you might just get right back to where we started, and then we go from there. But dude, this is already wicked. Yeah, that's funny, bro. I don't know. I want to go unmembers for a second. How did you guys get to the channel today? Because Homeboy just told me I don't even show up if you type Jerome Powell on YouTube. Come on, YouTube. So how did they get here then? I see. Why you trying to gatekeep YouTube? It's off homepage. Because usually Jerome Powell. Yeah, I think for you guys today. But yeah, search Jerome Powell. Does it show up? I don't show up on any of them if you search Jerome Powell. There's members only on the chat, but no, there's not 12,000 members. 12,000 viewers today. But we do have a lot of members, though. It's actually insane. We have more members than YouTube usually lets us have bandwidth. I'm the 7? That's weird. All right, at least it shows up. I had someone telling me it's not showing up at all. All right. I have a couple of feet. We're just waiting, you guys. I'm telling you, I think we took profits pretty well there, too. But other than that, you lock in. This should be the faster feed. I got to get them all individual. Watch your speakers, too. There might be very loud noises. So it's good, though. You guys are chilling out, though. I thought, because last Powell, we had like 15, 16,000 people in here. But that was a SCP, which makes sense. That's what I was saying. People were getting way too hyped on this today. But now I think that neutral last statement calmed us down a little, but I do think Homie is going to be very, very, he has a little bit of dance to do. It's probably because we reported the Google news so early today. Google got mad at us. That was a good play. Yeah, Coupang, bro. That thing, I've been seeing it all day. I didn't realize it's up that much. That thing's killing it. You had to scroll to 35. Yeah, that's weird. But yeah, other homie was telling me it wouldn't even show up. But I think most people, it just shows up on your homepage on Powell Day, which is good. Well, I mean, be careful of the Trump comment. That's it. Just get ready for that next. And then, sadly, I wouldn't have been into play if it wasn't for Trump. That's the crazy part. Because again, if he starts mouthing off and it gets crazy during that or whatever the reaction, that's going to be another element. But I'm going to just wait till Powell. Powell could say something. Powell might be able to drive a play, but again, it's just going to be how he dances. I think that start is very odd. And we saw that in May, and last time that happened, it was a good day for the Fed, and then the rest of the week was ugly. But yeah, it's interesting. They started with that in the statement. They were talking about literally the damn hard data and exports and talking about the gap. And they're saying, yo, the economy is good and solid. That got better and continues to expand. That is the very, very good part. But the bad news now, I wonder what he's going to, if the explanation for the first statement, the first sentence, will that be better or worse than uncertainty has increased? I think that's the simplest way I could break it down right now. Let's see. Any more analyst comments? Oh, there is. Hold on. Let me see. Carl Weinberg, chief economist, high-frequency economist. He is sure to be bombarded by questions about Trump's economic agenda, taxes, tariffs. He is sure to dodge and duck every one. Tom D. Galoma, Mishler Financial. Fed is taking cautious wait-and-see approach. My base case, Fed will be cutting rates due to economic slowdown. Higher unemployment will push the Fed to cut rates at least 2 to 3 times. Seema Shah, principal asset manager, the Fed has been plunged in an almost impossible situation whereby 2 mandates will likely move on opposite directions, will dictate timing. Trump headlines suggest an already hardline approach to China further reinforces the uncomfortable position for the Fed. Rate cuts will be required, but increasingly it seems that the Fed will need to wait till Q3. Ryan Colton, the addition of the phrase the FOMC judges higher employment and inflation has risen, says it all. The tariff shock will reduce real GDP and raise prices, putting the Fed on the horns of a dilemma. The policy move to maintain full employment is the opposite. We think the Fed will hold off rate cuts till Q4 25. People say it's a placeholder statement. Ian Ligon, and we expect attention will quickly shift to the press conference. Oh, shit. All right, got one live feed. I think I'm earlier on this one, though. Scared the shit out of me, bro. I told you watch your speakers, bro. Scared me, too. All right, so, yeah, dude, nobody has any... honestly, that statement was very effective in, like, kind of cutting through bias right now. Because, like, everybody has their bias, but that you have no idea what the hell he's going to say right now. This could go either direction. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning, Chads. Speaker knockers. All right, man. Well, good luck. Listen up. And as always, I'm just an annoying little Egyptian boy. So I hope you're here for that. But I am going to have my own commentary. So while it's still quiet and peaceful, just let me tell you that if you are looking for a lack of commentary, you could watch this on PBS. PBS has the same live feed if you are interested. So, and that's brought to you by viewers like you. So I appreciate you all, and I'm here to help. So I'm going to throw in my commentary as I see fit. And if that disturbs, I would just choose now so you don't fall behind. Okay. I got one feed up, another one. I got to take a step back so I can see both screens at the same time. Kind of a shitty starting point, and remember, right as he talks, you usually get a green candle. Okay, you're 30 seconds behind. All right, yo, this feed's faster. Yeah, they delayed it. This one's faster.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite heightened uncertainty, the economy is still in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or
None
near
of this is going to
maximum
move you.
employment.
Wait till he starts saying
Inflation
we have a
has come down
commitment
great
to
deal, but has been
communities,
running
blah, blah,
somewhat
blah.
above
That's
our
the end.
2% longer run objective.
But most of this pre-written, he might elaborate on the little
today, the Federal Open Market
export
Committee
thing.
decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged. The risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation appear to have risen, and we believe that the current stance of monetary policy leaves us well positioned to respond in a timely way.
So he started with that.
To potential
His
economic
statement started
developments.
with the other one. But he
I will have
started
more
with
to
that
say
has
about
risen.
monetary policy after briefly
But he
reviewing
said that so we
economic
could handle it.
developments. Pardon me.
Oh, you're welcome.
Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were likely driven by businesses bringing in
Front-loading,
imports
yep.
ahead of potential
Yeah,
tariffs.
that's what I'm saying, ahead of time.
This unusual swing complicated
he has
GDP
defense for
measurement
that.
last quarter.
He's addressed it all with that
Private
statement.
domestic final purchases,
He
or
just addressed the
PDFP,
fucking front run.
which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 3% rate in the first quarter, the same as last year's pace. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a sharp decline in sentiment and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged 155,000 per month over the past 3 months. The unemployment rate at 4.2% remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggest that conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures.
Okay, that's good.
Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but
that's
remains
good, too.
somewhat elevated
That's
relative
different
to
than
our
the
2%
statement.
longer run goal.
He's just elaborating.
Total PCE prices rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in March. Excluding
That's all
the
in line
volatile
with the
food
solid
and energy
pace there.
categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Survey respondents, including consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters, point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% and to continue reducing the size of the balance sheet. The new administration is in the process of implementing substantial policy changes in 4 distinct areas: trade, immigration, fiscal policy, and regulation. The tariff increases announced so far have been significantly larger than anticipated. All of these policies are still evolving, however, and their effects on the economy remain highly uncertain. As economic conditions evolve, we'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the outlook, and the balance of risks. If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that outcome will depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through.
That's how Josh AI says it.
And ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we'll balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. We may find ourselves in the challenging scenario in which our dual mandate goals are in tension. If that were to occur, we would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the potentially different time horizons over which
what
those
the
respective
fuck?
gaps would be anticipated to close.
Bro, is he talking about adjusting the dual mandate?
We're well positioned to wait for greater clarity before considering any adjustments to our policy stance.
He just said something about that dual. Someone's going to ask him about that. No, that could be that could open up the conversation for crying out loud.
Inflation dynamics and the implications.
No, that was weird. Let me see if someone else picks up on that.
Our review includes outreach and public events involving.
Let's see if there's a follow-up question,
including Fed Listens events around the country and a research conference next week. Throughout this process, we're open to new ideas.
He's probably going to shoot it down. He's going to. Someone's going to ask him if he's going to move the target, and he's going to say that's not what I meant.
We intend to wrap up
but
the
that
review
did sound
by late
weird.
summer.
I don't think it sounded
The Fed
good.
has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum
he usually
employment and
just
stable
says
prices.
no, or doesn't.
We remain
really
committed
talk
to
about
supporting maximum employment,
beyond just
bringing inflation
keeping our
sustainably to
dual
our
mandate.
2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations.
Okay, well, you're back to where the
well
release
anchored.
came out.
Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country.
He's going to say it was about rate
Everything we
cuts, but
do
he did
is
say
in
that. I
service
have
to
the
our
quote.
public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. A lot has happened since the last meeting. There's been tariffs put on, tariffs taken off, and meanwhile, there's a bill advancing in Congress. And I just wonder if I could press you on the last part of your statement. Are you any closer now to deciding which side of the mandate is going to need urgent care first?
Well, so as we noted in our statement, post-meeting statement, we've judged that the risks to higher employment and higher inflation have both risen. And this, by the way, of course, is compared to March. So that's what we can say. I don't think we can say, which way this will shake out. I think there's a great deal of uncertainty about, for example, where tariff policies are going to settle out. And also, when they do settle out, what will be the implications for the economy, for growth, and for employment? I think it's too early to know that. So, I mean, ultimately, we think our policy rate is in a good place to stay as we await further clarity on tariffs and ultimately their implications for the economy.
Hearing you describe what you're looking for in terms of being able to make a decision, it sounded like that's a long-term process before you sound like you're going to be comfortable, or the committee would be comfortable to act on what the data is telling you.
I don't think we know. I think if you look at where we are today, we have an economy that, if you look through, the sort of distortions in Q1 GDP, you've still got an economy that looks like it's growing at a solid pace. The labor market appears to be solid. Inflation is running just a bit above 2%. So it's an economy that's been resilient and is in good shape. And our policy is sort of modestly or moderately restrictive. It's 100 basis points less restrictive than it was.
Yeah, that's why the bonds should be
fall.
down. Look at the bonds.
And so we think that leaves us in a good place to wait and see. We don't think we need to be in a hurry. We think we can be patient. We're
Okay,
going
the
to be
bond
watching the data.
bonds shouldn't go up.
The data may move quickly or slowly.
Yeah.
But we do think we're in a good position where we are to let things evolve and become clearer in terms of what should be the monetary policy response.
Nick Timorous.
Nick Timorous of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's naturally a lot of PTSD around 2021 and supply shocks, but there are some who argue that the current situation has notable differences. Energy costs are down, housing imbalances look nothing like they did 4 years ago, labor demand appears to be gradually cooling with wage growth running below 4%. what do you see right now that could nourish higher inflation beyond a rise in goods prices this year?
I think the underlying inflation picture is good. It's what you see, which is inflation now running a bit above 2%. And we've had basically decent readings in housing services and non-housing services, which is a big part of it. So that part, I think, is moving along well. But there's just so much that we don't know. I think, and we're in a good position to wait and see, is the thing. We don't have to be in a hurry. The economy has been resilient and is doing fairly well. Our policy is well positioned. The costs of waiting to see further are fairly low, we think. So that's what we're doing. And, we'll see the administration.
This is part of that strong arm
power.
power.
He doesn't. Negotiations with many
this
countries
is what I
over
mean by
tariffs.
he's
we'll
not
know more
moving.
With each week and month.
This is what he would say if aliens invaded today, tomorrow, any day.
Land. And we'll know what the effects will be when we start to
say
see
this
those
will be
things.
his
So
response.
we think we'll be learning. I can't tell you how long it will take, but for now, it does seem like it's a fairly clear decision for us to wait and see and watch.
Yeah, that's what he's saying about aliens too.
Does that
He's
mean
not moving, bro.
That could the outlook change in such a way that a change in your stance could be warranted as soon as your next meeting?
As I said,
I can't say that. We don't know.
We are comfortable with our policy stance. We think we're in the right place to wait and see how things evolve. We don't feel like we need to be in a hurry. We feel like it's appropriate to be patient. And when things develop, of course, we have a record of we can move quickly when that's appropriate. But we think right now the appropriate thing to do is to wait and see how things evolve. There's so much uncertainty. If you talk to businesses or market participants or forecasters, everyone is just
good.
waiting to see how developments
If he says
play
uncertainty
out,
and the market doesn't
then we'll be
vomit,
able to
that's great.
make a better assessment
For
of
now.
what the appropriate path for monetary policy is. So we're not in that place, and as that develops, and I can't really give you a time frame on that.
Okay, no timelines. Remember, that's what I say. We're looking for those as well. Whether he says it explicitly or implied.
Bloomberg. So many economists have been pricing in higher odds of a recession, and several are noting that it is more difficult for the Fed to cut rates preemptively given the higher risks for higher inflation. So given the outlook, do you still see a path for a soft landing, and what does that look like?
Well, let me say, so let's look back and see where we are. So to go through 2024 up to the day, we've had unemployment in the low 4s for more than a year. We've had inflation coming down now in the mid to low 2s. We've had an economy growing at 2.5%. So that is the economy as we see it now. What looks likely, given the scope and scale of the tariffs, is that we will see certainly the risks to higher inflation, higher unemployment have increased. And if that's what we do see, if the tariffs are ultimately put in place at those levels, which we don't know, then we won't see further progress toward our goals. But we might see a delay in that. I think in our thinking, we would never do anything but keep achieving those goals. But we would, at least for the next, let's say, year, we would not be making progress toward those goals. Again, if that's the way the tariffs shake out. The thing is, we don't know that. There's so much uncertainty about the scale, scope, timing, and persistence of the
no timelines at
tariffs. All. So that's that. In terms
He's
of
very
preemption,
aversive to timelines today.
I think you can look back at the 2019 cuts as preemptive. I wouldn't say that what we did last fall was at all preemptive. If anything, it was a little late. But
what?
But 2019, we did cut 3 times, but the situation
that was
you
our
had a
first
weakening
TLT.
economy, and you had inflation at 1.6%.
Yeah.
So that's a situation where you can move preemptively. Now we have inflation running
Yeah, the
above
economy
target.
was
It has been
like,
above
again,
target
that was
for
like
4
right
years.
after
It's
repos.
not so far above
Real
target
estate
now,
was
and we
slowing.
Have
It
an
was
expectation, conditional on what happens.
Interesting.
That we'll see upward pressure on inflation. If you look at where forecasters are, they're all forecasting an increase in inflation. So it makes it, and then we've also got forecasts of weakening.
Again, around
in the
uncertainty,
economy
we
and
did
some
kind of
upward
top
recession
out.
forecasts. We don't publish a forecast about that. We don't publish a forecast that assesses how likely a recession is. But in any case, it's not a situation where we can be preemptive because we actually don't know what the right response.
Okay, there you go. Now the
data
bond
will
should be
be
down.
until
That's
we
why I'm
see
like,
what
wait a
it is.
minute. That's the part that didn't really add up.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. How much weakness does the committee need to see, though, in the labor market and the economy more broadly to lower interest rates again? Is it about a certain increase in the unemployment rate over a period of time, or perhaps a certain number of negative monthly job reports? I mean, how are you making that assessment?
You know, so first of all, we don't see that yet, right? We have 4.2% unemployment, good participation, wages behaving very well. Participation, I mentioned, at a good level. So, you know, with the labor market, we would look at the totality of the data. We'd look at the level of the unemployment rate. We'd look at the speed with which it's changing. We would look at the whole huge array of labor market data to get a sense of whether conditions are really deteriorating or not. And at the same time, we'd be looking at the other side of the mandate. We could be in a position of having to balance those two things, which is, of course, a difficult balancing judgment that we'd have to make.
On that point about balancing, I mean, you've mentioned that the committee would consider how far the economy is from each goal and the time it would take to kind of get back to that point. But what does that mean in practice? I mean, how much of that assessment
just said
would be
a
rooted
year.
in a forecast versus data dependence?
It would
So
be a
I don't-
combination of the two. I mean,
He said
let's
at
just
least
say
for the
this
next
would
year.
be
He
a
didn't want to give a timeline,
complicated
but
and challenging
I think that's why the
judgment that we would
bonds
have
went
to
down
make.
now.
Yeah, and
That's
this
a long
is, we're
time.
not in this
Another
situation, but
6
the
months of
situation
this
is if
shit.
the two goals are in tension. So let's say that unemployment.
So
is-
Powell's
is
even
moving
saying,
up
well,
in a
let's see where
comfortable
we're
way,
at
and so
day
is inflation.
365.
Not the situation we're in, hypothetically, but we would.
Good
we would
answer,
look
Powell.
at
Good
how far
answer.
they are from the goals, how far they're expected to be from the goals, what's the expected time to get back to their goals. We'd look at all those things and make a difficult judgment, and that's in our framework. It's always been in our thinking. You know, we haven't faced that question in a very long time, so again, difficult judgment to make, and not one that we face today, and we may never face it, but you know, we have to be keeping it in our thinking now.
Thank you. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. So we had the CPI report that came out that showed month over month the first decrease in inflation in about 3 years. The jobs report, you said, solid, that we saw. At the same time, we have those new tariffs that we're living under. So given this, should the Federal Reserve be cutting rates at all this year?
You know, it's going to depend. I think you have to just take a step back and realize this is why we are where we are. Is you know, we're going to need to see how this evolves. There are cases in which it would be appropriate for us to cut rates this year. There are cases in which it wouldn't, and we just don't know until we know more about how this is going to settle out and what the economic implications are for employment, for inflation. I couldn't confidently say that I know what the appropriate path will be.
So following on that, just, so then how does President Trump calling on you personally, as well as the Federal Reserve, to make rate cuts affect your decision today and affect your job difficulty?
Doesn't affect our doing our job at all. So we're always
go.
going to do the same thing, which is we're going to use our
I think,
tools
again,
to
the
foster
1 year
maximum
comment, but
employment
like I'm also
and price
telling you
stability
prior,
for the
that
benefit of the American
uncertainty.
people. We're
I was like,
always
it
gonna
went up
consider
for
all
now,
the
but you
economic
topped out
data,
right when he
the
started
outlook,
hammering
analysis of
home,
risks,
just
and that's it.
discussing
That's all
the
we're gonna
further
consider. So it really
uncertainty.
doesn't affect, either
And
our
then
job
1
or the way we
year or
work.
minimum, again, by at least the rest of the year.
Hi, Howard Schneider with Reuters, and thanks for the time. I'm wondering, I mean, given the complexity about the first quarter GDP and what lies ahead, I'm just wondering what your intuition tells you about the underlying direction of the economy right now. Many of your colleagues
He's asking
have said
him
they
if he
feel
thinks
growth is
the hard
slowing.
data or soft data is
If
leading.
so, do you have
It's a good
any
question.
sense of by how
'Cause
much,
everyone's
to what
assuming
degree
that.
the slowdown may be? What does your gut tell you about how things are evolving out there?
My gut tells me that uncertainty about the path of the economy is extremely elevated, and that the downside risks.
He's just
have
quoting
increased.
the statement. That's why it's funny.
The risk is, as we pointed out in our statement, the risks of higher unemployment and higher inflation have risen, but they haven't materialized yet. They're really not in the data yet.
He's just
So
explaining hard data
and
versus
that
soft
tells
data.
me more than by intuition, because I think it's obvious actually that the right thing for us to do is we're in a good place. Our policy's in a very good place. And the right thing to do is await further clarity.
Yeah, the right thing to do is move at the last second.
Usually
that's what his gut tells him. And his gut tells him to move once the hard data cracks.
That's what usually happens.
That's it.
Right now, it's very hard to say what that would be. In the meantime,
that's it. No, for real though. That's how you make the most money.
It's not highly restrictive.
If you could do it right before you're too late or a little bit there. Remember, better to be late than wrong.
So we think it's in a good place, and we think the appropriate thing is for us to wait and see and get more clarity about.
That's why everyone's just trying to bully him into an answer.
This idea of the economy being fine right now, because reading the Beige Book very closely the last time around, there was a lot of.
He just said policy is somewhat restrictive,
and I know that everybody's looking at soft data right now.
That should help the bonds a little bit.
You mentioned yourself that the sentiment's sour. But the Beige Book was talking about, the beginnings of layoffs in some industries, prices rising in some places, and an awful lot of investment decisions being pushed to the sideline. Doesn't that point to a slowdown?
It may well. It just hasn't shown up yet. And we all look at all these sentiment and read many individual comments just to get a better feel. And
bro, this is all soft data, hard data debate. Even all the analysts are just saying, well, no, even bond vigilantes, right? Because they just don't, you either agree or disagree that it's leading.
If that continues and nothing happens to sort of alleviate those concerns, then you would expect that to begin to show up in economic data. It wouldn't maybe show up overnight.
So you're saying if the soft data stays bad for long enough, there's no way the hard data doesn't come down.
Yet. And also there are
that
things
hasn't
that
happened yet
that will change that narrative. I mean, they haven't happened, but it's possible to imagine things that. But in the meantime, yes, we're watching it extremely carefully, like everyone.
I like
is,
it,
but
I don't
see
agree.
Really
but
much evidence of it
we know how to read it.
Actual Economic data yet.
He'll crack when the
And
data
by way,
cracks. That's it.
consumers
Hard
keep
data is going
spending,
to be the
credit card
goalpost
spending.
until he
It's,
changes it again.
It's still
big
it's still a
emphasis on
healthy
the last part
economy,
of that statement,
albeit one that is
until he
shrouded
changes
in-
it again.
in some very downbeat sentiment on the part of people and businesses.
But for now, that's a goalpost. The hard date,
Mike
that's
McKee
it.
from
He's
Bloomberg Radio
saying
on television.
his gut.
The Fed's been criticized recently by a former
like his
governor for
questions.
what he
Hold on.
calls mission creep. You
fuck
take
that.
on more
Political.
problems, use more
But
tools, and then end
as
up
long
building
as
tools to deal with the fallout of
the
those
soft data
tools,
stays down long
which
enough,
then makes
he
it a
thinks
given
it'll do
that
it.
You will act more
Otherwise,
aggressively
they're
in the
not moving
future.
till it happens.
Is that a fair critique, and is that something you would be looking at in your framework review?
Sorry, say the critique again.
That the
Thanks,
Fed
pal.
has been
I was
involved in
talking.
mission creep, gets involved in using too many new tools to deal with problems and to go too far. Is that something that the critique was based around the fact that you did QE and QE and QE and went beyond the narrow confines of your mandate?
So, well, I mean, there are a couple. That's not really beyond the confines of our mandate. I would say this.
Market's going. I mean, Powell did say take it lower for longer if you want me to cut.
The pandemic, and it's very fair and very welcome for people to look back over what we did and say, hey, you could have done this better and different. And one thing we hear a lot is we could have explained QE a little better. We did think we were explaining it in real time. I completely accept the thought that we could have explained it better. There's a lot of thinking that we went on too long with QE. I can tell you that the reason we did was we were concerned that we didn't want a sharp tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. And so we did hold on for a long time to QE, and we, of course, tapered and everything. And then we immediately went into QT, and, we're down a couple of trillion. But I get we certainly, with the benefit of hindsight, could have tapered earlier or faster. That's absolutely right. But this is all very welcome. We knew doing this in real time that we weren't going to get it perfect, and those kind of after action kind of looks are essential. And we're doing the same thing. And
Again, you already remember Fed just bought bonds, but
the other part of that
type of answer
is
highlights he's kind of like
taken on.
He's
topics
way
that
more
are
willing
outside
to
of
let
the
up on the
mandate, such
QT
as
than cut
climate
rates.
change and
That's why, look, bonds and market
ensure that
moves.
certain groups
It was political,
are
but that
benefited
he
by
did show his hand.
economic policies in terms of employment, et cetera.
So, okay, on climate, you've heard me say over and over again that we will not be climate policymakers, and that our role on climate is a very, very narrow one. And I think that's what we've done. We've done really very little on climate. You can say that little bit that we've done was too much, but I wouldn't want to give any impression that we've taken climate and it's something that we're spending a lot of time and energy on. We're not. We have very, very narrow things. We did one guidance for the banks, and then we did a one-time stress analysis, climate stress analysis, and that's it. And we dropped out of the network of greening the financial system. So we didn't do much on climate, but I do think, and I've said this publicly several times, I think it's a real danger for us to try to take on a mandate like that, which is very narrow application to our work. And the risk is if you go for things that are really,
I think it's the quantitative tightening thing.
Then why are you independent?
He said, I wish we would have done it earlier. Maybe we could have.
I do think we've done a whole lot.
And again,
less
the
on
Fed has
climate
been
than
buying.
some
But
people
other
seem
than
to
that,
think they
if that's not the reason, it's just is bullshit. But equities move more than bonds. You would have thought bonds would have moved in tandem. So I'm a little hesitant.
We didn't do that. What we said was that we never targeted any unemployment rate for individual racial or demographic groups. What we said was that maximum employment was a broad and inclusive goal. And I think what we meant by that was we're going to consider the totality of the country as we look at our maximum employment goal. Of course, we were never going to target any individual group with that, but I think some people, wanted to hear it that way. But that's not at all what we meant. So that's just not a correct reading of our. But I can see how maybe people found that confusing, and we have to take that into consideration.
Okay, you're going, bro. No, this might be something else, bro. What the hell is that?
Thanks for taking our questions today. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. You've said wait and see, and the economy is doing fine today, but the impact of tariffs are already showing up at the ports. Businesses, big and small, are telling us that they feel it, and most importantly, consumers say they feel it. That the challenges
This has to be Trump, bro.
And there's no way.
There's no way that's a QT
For
thing.
Main Street, what
That's a
is
fat
the
pop.
breaking
It could be
point? What would
BS
have to
though.
happen
So just be
to
careful. But that
prompt
looks like
rate
something else
cuts
brewing right now.
specifically?
Well,
gold didn't move. SPY's
we
still running, bro.
We really don't see in the data yet big economic effects.
Yeah,
we
premium
see,
just
we
went
see,
crazy.
Sentiment, their concerns that higher prices may be coming or things like that. So people they're worried now about inflation. They're worried about the a shock from the tariffs, but they really haven't. That shock hasn't hit yet. Okay, so we're going to be looking at
anything near the money
not
just
the
went
sentiment
ape
data,
shit.
but also the real economic data as we assess what it is we should do. And remember, there'll be two effects.
No, that goes well beyond the acute. Nothing moved though.
Weakening
Oil
economic
didn't move.
activity, which translates into higher unemployment, and the other would be potentially higher
dude, that's
inflation.
weird.
Again, to say it again,
You're going up in a very big
timing,
fashion.
The scope, the scale, and the persistence of those effects.
I don't know what is
very,
driving
very
that, bro.
uncertain. So it's not at all clear what the appropriate response for monetary policy is at this time, and and by the way, our policy is in a good place.
You look at
so
real
we think
data.
we can wait and move when it is clear what the right thing to do is. Really not at all clear what it is we should do. So people are feeling stress and concern, but unemployment hasn't gone up. Job creation is fine. Wages are in good shape. People are not layoffs, or people are not getting laid off at high levels.
Yeah, bro, there's nothing else moved. I thought it was Trump for a second, but I don't see anything.
In any kind of impressive
And
way.
nothing,
So
no currency,
the economy
no
itself is
oil.
still,
That was a
in
wicked
solid shape.
algo candle.
Just a quick follow-up.
Like I said, the QT
President
thing was
Trump now
good, but
says
not
he
that
does
good.
not plan to remove you as chair. When you heard that, what did you think?
I don't have anything more for you on that. I've pretty much covered that issue. Thank you.
Yep. Powell's been watching the stream. That's a Yosh ass
Hi,
answer
thank
right
you.
there.
Chris Rugaber, Associated Press.
Thank you, Powell. That's how you
I
do
just
it.
wanted to
Amen.
follow up. Earlier, it sounded
God
like
bless
you said it was unclear how the Fed, what kind of interest
Stupid
rate
ass.
decisions
I've already
will make
addressed
later
that.
this year.
Next.
So does that, in March there was guidance that 2 cuts might happen. 2 cuts were penciled in for this year. Is that now that guidance from the last press conference, has that been overtaken by events at this point?
We don't do a summary of economic projections at every meeting, as you know. We do it every other meeting, and so this was the meeting when we didn't do it. And we don't also kind of poll people, so I really wouldn't want to try to make a specific projection for where we are relative to that. We will, in 6 weeks, we had the June meeting, and
okay,
and you'll
bonds
have
now.
S&P. I'm not going to
see if these match up a little bit. Once they do, it'll be easier to read, but otherwise, that pop was insane, dude. I have no idea what that was.
Policy rate is in a good
that
place.
Looked
we think
way
it leaves
too
us
big.
well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential developments. That's where we are, and that, depending on the way things play out, that could include rate cuts. It could include us holding where we are. We just are going to need to see, how things play out before we make those decisions.
Great. And just to follow up on that, I mean, when you address the issue of how the Fed would handle both rising unemployment and rising inflation, how are you thinking about the fact that addressing one could exacerbate the other? So a rate cut to reduce unemployment could worsen inflation and vice versa. How do you handle those challenges?
You just captured this is the issue with
okay, now the bonds are doing it. They might go if they both line up.
Question. Now, there can be a case in which one goal is very far.
Whoa, that just premium just died.
One variable is very, very far from its goal,
Okay.
much farther than
No,
the other.
that was a different one. I was like,
you
holy
concentrate
shit.
on that one. And frankly, that was the case.
Oscar Health still going.
It wasn't a case where they were
Consumer
really
credit
intentional.
just
If you
came
go
out
back to
higher than expected.
2022, it was very clear that we needed to focus on inflation. The labor market was also
okay. Watch for bonds and
super tight,
stocks,
so
and
it
then
wasn't
if they
really
inverse,
a
that'll be
trade-off.
bad. If they match up, I think they're
You
just
know,
going to follow each other the rest of the day,
I
maybe.
think you know what
For lucky.
our framework document says. It says we'll look at how far each variable is from its goal, and also we'll factor in the time it would take to get there. So, that's going to be potentially a very difficult judgment. But the data could break in a way that it's not. I just don't think we know that. The data could easily favor one or the other. And right now, there's no need to make a choice and no real basis for doing so.
Victoria.
New York Times.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico.
Oh.
I wanted to ask,
Wait, did she move?
Congress is currently debating spending cuts
got a new
alongside
job?
extending the tax cuts.
Sky,
and I know
what
you've
up,
talked
baby?
many times about how the path of the debt is unsustainable, but given that we're also talking right now about the economy slowing, potentially even recession, I was just wondering, is there a danger that spending cuts now could slow growth a lot more?
We don't give Congress fiscal advice. They're going to do. We take what they do as a given, and we put it in our models and in our assessment of the economy. So I wouldn't want to, speculate on that. I mean, I think we do know that the debt is on an unsustainable level, on an unsustainable path, not at an unsustainable level, but an unsustainable path. And it's on Congress to figure out how to get us back on a sustainable path. And it's not up to us to give them advice.
Well, do you think that they should take macroeconomic conditions into account as they look at
You're
this?
just back to VWAP, man.
I think
all day
they
doing the
don't need my
VWAP
advice
dance.
and our advice on how to do fiscal policy any more than we need their advice on monetary policy.
Andrew.
So much fun.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Andrew Ackerman with the Washington Post.
I don't know.
In your
He could
Jackson
go for
Hole
another 30
comments
minutes,
last
another
year,
hour.
You said you would not welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. The unemployment
That'll be part
rate
of the
then was
vibe.
4.2%, which is what it is now. Many forecasters now predict a higher jobless rate. How has your tolerance for weakening labor market conditions changed compared to a year ago?
So it was quite a different situation. What was happening last year is that over the space of 6, 8, 7 months, the unemployment rate went up by almost a full percentage point. And it was click, 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 click each month. And everywhere people were talking about downside risks to the labor market. At the same time, payroll job numbers were getting softer and softer. So there was a really obvious concern about downside risk to the labor market. And so at Jackson Hole and then in September, we wanted to address that forthrightly. We wanted to show that we were there we'd been there for inflation for a couple of years, and we wanted to show also that we're there for the labor market. And it was important
I'm
that we
waiting
send
for
that
the
signal.
Trump comment.
Fortunately, since then, the labor market has really, and the unemployment rate have really been moving sideways.
Well,
at
I
a
already,
level that
that's,
is, well in
I
the
like this
range
meeting.
of
I'm not
mainstream
like the
estimates
biggest
of
fan
maximum
of it all,
employment. So that concern,
I could read it very well, I
has
feel like.
gotten a lot
I think
less.
Powell just,
So,
he kind of showed
you're at
some cards.
4.2%
You just may not like the
I
answer.
think we were in a very different
It
situation.
requires a
Now
lot
we
of
have a
time.
situation where,
But I know what
the
he'll do
risks to higher
to a
inflation
degree.
and higher unemployment have both gone up, as we noted in our statement, and we've got to monitor both of those. We actually have a potential situation where there may be a trade-off or tension between the two, potentially. We don't have it yet, and we may not have it.
Just
but
remind me about
that's
the
what we
hard
have,
data
that's why
and
I think it's a very
QT.
different
Those are the
situation.
two main
I mean,
things
I guess I want to follow up by
that I
asking how
think
much
he
of a rise
exposed
in the
today
jobless rate
so
you
far.
could tolerate.
Yeah, I can't give
Everything
you
else is mid,
I'm not going to try to
neutral,
give
where
you a
we already
specific
know,
number.
or
I'll
not
just
really.
say
Doesn't really
we've got-
matter.
We have to now be looking at both variables, and which of them is
Unless you
is,
work for the New York Times.
demanding. If one of them is demanding our focus more than the other, that would tell us what to do with policy. If they're more or less, equally distant and equally or not distant, then we don't have to make that assessment. The assessment is you wait. So I'm not going to try to be really specific about what we need to see in terms of a number. But if we did see significant deterioration in the labor market, of course that's one of our two variables, and we would look to be able to support that. You'd hope that it wasn't also coming at a time when inflation was getting very bad. And again, we're speculating here. We don't know this. We don't know any of these things. It's very hypothetical. We're just going to have to wait and see how it plays out.
Thanks.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. In terms of getting some clarity, we've got some talks at the weekend in Geneva between the US and China. A lot of economists are attaching an awful lot of importance to what we hear from those talks. How much importance are you attaching to them in terms of judging what will happen to the US economy going forward? And just in a similar vein, some economists are saying it's days, not weeks, that we have until we start to put the US economy at risk of seeing the sort of pandemic-era shortages and higher prices if we don't kind of soothe relations between the US and China. So it'd be good to have your view on that too.
So, these are not talks that we're in any way involved in, so I really can't comment directly on them.
write you a
But what I
statement.
will say is this,
Anything else?
we
Not
had,
my
coming out of
job.
the March meeting, the public generally had an assessment of where tariffs were going, and then April 2 happened, and it was really substantially larger than anticipated in the forecasts that I had seen and in our forecasts. So, and now we have we're in a new phase where it seems to be we're entering a new phase where the administration is beginning talks with a number of our important trading partners.
Yo.
And
Listen to that.
That has the potential to.
He said we're beginning a
change the
new
picture
phase, then he
materially or
corrected
not.
himself.
And
It
so I
looks
think
like
it's
we're
gonna
beginning a
be
new.
very important
He's
how
talking
that-
about the
how that
trade deal
shakes
shit
out,
with
but
Besson.
we simply have to
Very
wait and
interesting.
see how it works out. It certainly could change the picture, and we're
There you
mindful
go.
of
Like
not
we've been
trying
talking
to
about, I was
make
saying that is a
conclusive
game
judgments
changer.
about
It could
what will
be.
happen at a
But no,
time when
again,
the,
could be. Let's see if
when the
anybody
facts
runs
are
on that.
changing.
I didn't think he was going to address
Just
it.
on the
That's very interesting.
The fall in shipping volumes.
I didn't
from
think she
China
was gonna
over
get out
these
of him. What?
Tensions. I mean, do
random.
you share that concern that we could start seeing goods shortages and higher prices in the coming
She's like,
weeks
tell
as
us we're
this
going to run
isn't
out of
resolved
items
very
and should
quickly?
buy a car for more money.
I don't want to
Tell
get
us, Jerome.
We shouldn't be involved even verbally in the questions.
I'm so
about the timing
scared.
of
What
these
should I
things.
buy?
Yes, of course we follow all that
I'm
data.
so scared of
We see the
economic
shipping
collapse.
data.
Let
We
me
see all
spend
that,
my
but
money.
Ultimately, this is for the
Or I can't
administration
spend it
to
again.
do. This is.
Oh.
This is their
camera
mandate,
pricing.
not ours. And
gotta
I know
spend
they're,
it to
as you
be
can see,
safe.
they're again beginning to have talks with many nations, and that has the potential to change the
13,000
picture
people listening.
materially.
Yeah, don't buy
So
a
we'll
fucking
just have to
car
wait and see.
because of tariffs. Jerome Powell approves this message. They're all scamming you. It's marketing. That's it. Just stop it there. No politics, anything. You don't have to buy a new car because of a tariff. And just say no. Just say no to cars because you're scared.
Do you think that this situation could cause a delay in the impact of a tariff on inflation? And does this mean that it will take longer time
Surprisingly,
to
though,
reduce uncertainty?
and I appreciate all of you for real.
The decision we made
But there
today.
is less people
Which decision?
than the last Fed meeting, which is
so
good.
the future
Because I thought there was going to be more,
So,
but then no, it chilled.
the volume
So
of the
that's good. That's good, though. Yes.
imported goods.
Because there shouldn't have. Look at this reaction. I'm telling you.
Significantly. So
There's so much
the
hype for such a
on the
neutral,
imported,
get ready to spend the whole year like this.
May delay. So, what is the impact to your future decision?
I clapped all of them. I think
we-
some of you guys
I
are
think
not
we
comprehending
think
the
that
sheer
the-
magnitude of
there was a big
13,000
spike
fucking
in
people here right
imports,
now.
right? Very big, historically large, really.
I do, and I'm very grateful, and
to
I
beat
love you,
tariffs.
and
now
so does my
that should
AdSense.
actually reverse.
But above
So
all
that
else,
it's the difference between
shout out
it's-
the long
it's
term and save your
exports
money.
minus imports. So,
But yeah, this was kind of a
and
dud.
Imports were huge, and so that it conveyed a very negative contribution to U.S. GDP, annualized GDP in the first quarter, as we all know. So that could, in the second quarter, be reversed, so that we have, an unusually large contribution to usually positive. That's very likely as imports drop sharply. You could also have, very likely you'll have restatements of the first quarter. It'll turn out that consumer spending was higher. It'll turn out that inventories were higher, and so you'll see those data revised up. It may actually go into the third quarter too, and so I think it's going. This whole process is going to.
Dude, remind me about that. You just said something about revisions
Make it harder to make
to
a
the
clean
data
assessment of
based
U.S.
on
demand.
the front run.
I mentioned private domestic purchases, which doesn't have inventories, government, or inventories.
Asked to buy a
government.
membership? Nah,
Anyway,
reverse
it's-
Uno.
it's
Who
a
wants
cleaner
money?
read on
I'm gonna give a random person on my Instagram $100 bucks.
But that too
Let's see.
probably was flattered
Who
a
won
little
$100
bit
bucks?
by
Fuck that. Reverse Uno.
by strong demand for imports.
Never
to
let 'em
beat
know your
tariffs.
next
So
move, dog.
That might overstate. It's
But
a
you're
really
back
good
at
reading,
VWAP.
3% PDFP in the first quarter. That might actually overstate. So it's not really going to. I don't think it's going to affect our decisions. I will just say though that it's a little confusing, and it's probably less confusing to us than it would be to the general public as we try to explain this. It's complicated, and GDP is sending a signal, PDFP is sending a signal.
Nah, who's a caretaker?
It's a little bit confusing, but I think we understand what's going on. It's not really going to change things for us.
Courtney Brown from Axios. I guess, we talked about some of
All
the
right, well, I'll check after and I'll
indications
give
of
somebody
potential
100. There you go.
layoffs, price
I got
hikes,
you, G.
an
Lock in,
economic
though. Lock in.
slowdown, all
Even
being
though he hasn't said
evident in the
anything, I am
soft
listening.
data. I'm curious why the Fed
Millennium
needs
in
to wait
talks with
for that to
Goldman
translate
Partners about
into
hedge
hard
fund stake
data
sale.
to make any type of monetary policy decision.
bless you,
especially
bro.
if
It's
the
had all
hard
the tone
data
on. Amen.
is not as timely or might be warped by tariff-related effects. Are you worried that the soft data might be some sort of false warning?
No, I mean, look at the state of the economies. The labor market is solid, inflation is low. We can afford to be patient as things unfold. There's no real cost to our waiting.
I hate hearing this.
Also, the sense of
Yeah,
it
he's
is, we're not sure what the right thing
gonna
will
be
be.
patient, yeah, very patient.
There should be some increase in inflation. There should be some increase in unemployment. Those call for different responses, and so until we know, potentially call for different responses, and so until we know more. We have the ability to wait.
Oh, that
and
revision
see.
thing.
And
Remind
it
me
seems to
that.
be a
Revision,
pretty clear
QT,
decision. Everyone on the committee
hard landing
supported
reaction
waiting.
function.
And
hard
so
data.
that's why we're waiting.
Those are the three so
Just
far.
just a very quick follow-up. There was this sort of vibe session, if you will, where the sentiments expressed in soft data did not translate into the hard economic data. How are you thinking about that when interpreting some of the signs in the softer survey data?
I think going back a number of years, the link between sentiment data and consumer spending has been weak. It's not been a strong link at all. On the other hand, we haven't had a move of this, speed and size.
So he said soft data is not a really good, not been reliable.
Just completely dismissing it.
But he's acknowledging the speed of how fast and big it did move.
You're right that we had a couple of years during the pandemic where people were saying.
So again, you see where he kind of doubts it, but he is addressing
going
it.
out and spending money. So that can happen, and that may happen to some degree here. We just don't know. This is an outsized change in sentiment, though, and so none of us is looking at this and saying that we're sure one way or the other. We're not.
Matt.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. So you mentioned earlier that you were monitoring the shipping data, and we have seen in the shipping data that imports from China into the Port of Los Angeles have plunged, and that has raised concerns about potential shortages. What tools, if any, does the Fed have to ensure
to acquire
that
toilet
prices
paper?
and inflation
What do you think, Jerome?
expectations don't get out of hand if tariffs do cause significant supply chain disruptions?
I mean, we don't have, the kind of tools that are good at dealing with supply chain problems. We don't have that at all. That's a job for the administration and for the private sector more than anything. What we can do with our interest rate tool is we can be more or less supportive of demand, and that'd be a very inefficient way to try to fix supply chain problems. But
gold is dumping.
We don't see that. We don't
be
see
on the lookout for a
yet. We're, of
Trump
course,
comment
reading the same stories and
because he's
watching
not
the
saying
same
shit
data as everybody else. And right now
Mexico
we see
moved a little bit.
Kind of moving.
But yeah, watch if
sideways at a
oil or
fairly low
anything,
level.
but see if gold does make a move.
President Trump has indicated
Otherwise, we're
that he
pinned
will
right where the
likely
statement
name a
came out, man.
replacement for you when your term as chair expires next year. But your position on the board runs through January 2028, I believe. Would you consider remaining on the Fed board even if you're no longer chair?
So I don't have anything for you on that. My whole focus is on, and my colleagues' focus is all on, trying to navigate this tricky passage we're in right now, trying to make the right decisions. We want to make the best decisions for the people that we serve. That's what we think about day and night, and this is a challenging situation, and that's 100% of our focus right now.
Let's go to Jennifer for the last question. Thank you so much, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. Public records of your schedule so far this year show no meetings with President Trump. Past presidents Obama, Bush, and Clinton have all met with Fed chairs, and you met with Trump during his first term. Why haven't you asked for a meeting
Trump
yet
gave him the job.
I've never asked for a meeting with any president, and I never will. It's not,
Someone make that an edit. I never asked for any meeting with the
It's always
president.
been the other way.
So would you want to meet with him if given the opportunity to get more information?
Yeah, I'm saying gold was moving. That's why I think something could be moving underneath the surface.
I don't think it's
Watch
up to the
oil,
Fed chair to
Mexico
seek a meeting with the
currency or
president, although
Canada,
maybe some
but
have done so. I've never
GLD
done
was the
so.
first
I
mover,
can't
GLD and
imagine
dollar.
myself doing that. I
You're
think
right. You're
it's
right at
always
statement,
comes
bro.
The other way, a president wants to meet with you, but that hasn't happened.
And if I could just ask one question on monetary policy. When it is time to cut rates, how will you determine how far down rates will have to come to try to keep a balance on the inflation
Zelensky
mandate
says Ukraine
as
stands
employment
by
weakens?
30-day ceasefire. Russia silent.
I
Only
think once you
logical
have a
Russians are
direction,
not
a
calm
clear
at the
direction,
moment.
You can make a judgment about how fast to move and that kind of thing. So it's really the harder question is the timing, I think, and when will that become clear? And fortunately, as I mentioned, we have our policy in a good place, the economy's in a good place, and it's really appropriate, we think, for us to be patient and wait for things to unfold as we get more clarity about what we should do. Thanks very much.
That's it? Oh my goodness. No. Oh my goodness. All right. That's kind of really short. So what time did he come out? At 30? So we're looking at what, 48 minutes? So yeah, I mean, you only have 40 minutes left in the market, but that's it. So we got three things really to talk about really, really quick. Number one, hard data versus soft data. That is the major debate. Literally, you have all heard about this. I mean, this is what we've been going over. One of those last questions there where he started to discuss it, he was saying, yeah, it moved down really fast. And if you couldn't read through the lines there, most of those questions were all about that gap. Again, that first line, that's all that thing had to do with. So that's where, and again, I like that meeting, bro. I like everything I just heard. Again, I may disagree with some things, and I think he shouldn't have done other things prior, but dude, the only thing that I got out of this is that Powell, in my mind, he clearly explained that he is willing to move once the hard data finally shows up. They asked him about 3 or 4 different ways what it would take to do rates, or again, with everything going on, when does it hit this point? What's the timeline? And the way he answered it, bro, I'm telling you, I really think he wants to go at the last minute. But he gave you a reaction function. And I told you this. It's very simple. And this is a goalpost until he changes it. So eventually, he's going to go in and then he's going to be like, yeah, even though it may have happened, he might end up saying, well, yeah, even though the hard data, we still need more confidence, and that was just one factor, and now it's just one factor. This is what we have to do. So watch out for that. He might end up moving the goalpost when it's all said and done. So that's the first thing. Another thing about timing. So it was right around, I think it was right here. He started talking uncertainty, and we commented on it because I was like, dude, the market's still going up, even though he's just going in on uncertainty and then uncertainty increasing. And then, whoop, it starts dropping. There was like a series of questions, and then it led into quantitative tightening. But before that, he was talking about the end of the year and pretty much saying they don't need to move or change anything till the end of the year. So you got to kind of think about that for a second, because that has a lot of implications. That means for the next 6 months, the market, do you realize the market has 4 rate cuts already? Even then, Fed futures after this have stayed the same. They're still at July. But people think Powell's going to cut by July. Again, most people have this idea that you're going to get into that the hard data is going to reflect the soft data. I really hope you guys are getting that. The bond market, even the Fed futures, most analysts, you hear the questions, all of that. This is all related to people assuming that the hard data is going to match up with the current decline in soft data. I hope you guys are getting that, because that is the big disagreement. So there is stuff in stats that are showing that that's not being reflected. So that's why he's even saying now a year to not move. And then hard data versus not. So that was a little bit bad. And then came the quantitative tightening. So, bro, they were asking, was Michael McKee, it was a question about, like, mission creep. Very political. Just saying, are you going beyond your mission as in whatever role you're in, right? And even asking him about, I think, didn't he bring up environmental? But it didn't seem like you were going to get much, but it was related to the messaging on quantitative easing and quantitative tightening. And he said it. That's why I think he revealed his hand. This is why I actually like today, bro, because I really think that he gave you a little bit of breadcrumbs, even though they may take a long time to materialize. But he pretty much said he said if they could have signaled it, or if they knew what they knew now, pretty much, they would have done it earlier. They could have done it more. And remember, there's still more. And that was the bullish thing from the last meeting. So I really, really like that. I thought that was a very, very good breadcrumb that he left behind. But that was the other big thing. And then the market did start moving. And then we had that weird pop. I don't know what that was. But again, quantitative tightening and him kind of saying that he's down. And that's very good. If you don't understand why, I said this in real time when it was there, but I hope you guys get it. Why is it good? Like, think about everything Powell said today. Hard landing, he's going to wait. Or hard data, soft data, I'm going to wait. We're not going to do this, we're going to wait, right? Think about all of that in his hard-headed stance about not moving. What is he saying with quantitative tightening? That's a different element, but that is implying something else. Why is that such a big deal? Do 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 do. Do I have Powell? Good for him. Liquidity, inflation, revisions. Oh yeah, get ready for the Trump tantrum. We haven't had that yet. Members only. We are on members only chat. I know. I'm sorry all of you have to listen, but only a few of you could comment. Dual mandate, Treasury. Good answers. But quantitative tightening, bro, and ending that is very dovish. actually a certain amount of quantitative tightening, if he actually does it, do you guys realize that that is equivalent to a rate cut? So think about it. He may not be willing to ease via rate cut, but I think Powell would be willing to do anything else quite easily. Maybe a banking, a repo, or who knows what, or what other SOMA purchases and anything else in between. So I thought that was very, very fascinating. That's why I said, I was like, dude, that's really good in a weird way. He kind of showed his hand. Like, he may not be willing to move rates, but I do think he'd be willing to change anything else. Buy's coming down a little bit. Gunlock says economy weakens, long rates could be very well be going higher. He's been saying that forever. But yeah, that's the thing. I do think that quantitative tightening thing, that said a lot. And then what was the last one? I think there's one more factor that I'm missing. What was it? That glitch? No, that was a real one to the upside. We're coming down, though, now. So you're getting to this is actually like right ahead of where the release came out, the statement. Oh, excuse me. Oh, what was the other one, though? No, the soft data, hard data, that's the first thing. That's the Fed reaction function. It may take a long time, but we know when he's going to move. I'm telling you, I think once I would start getting into the chorus once the hard data moves down. Once it really moves down, or he said another thing. This also is a breadcrumb. He said if the soft data stays low enough for long enough. So also if this stays this bad for a year, then yeah, Powell's going to start changing tune, or at least until he moves the goalpost. But what was it? There was one more. There was one more at the end. There was one more final point. I used you guys as my virtual notes. Oh, the dual mandate thing. That one, it sounded a little bad, but it wasn't that crazy. He was just talking about other things. It wasn't, nobody pressed him on it. It just, the wording of it was weird. Oh, yeah, the revision on GDP. Thank you. Yup. Bro. So they're acknowledging the front run, and they're acknowledging the front run of imports ahead of the tariffs. That's a big deal. We've talked about that in advance. You're seeing it, import exports. You're watching it in the data. People really, really bought a bunch of shit ahead of this, and Powell is addressing it. And that's why he's saying the economy's still growing. But dude, I didn't think about it. He's saying all of this, even for the next quarter, this is going to change things for like seasonality. And now you have an inflow. They're going to revise it compared to prior seasonality. And then even leading into next year now and through this, that's going to change some of the GDP metrics, bro. That's crazy. I think Besson, I did say something like that, but hearing it from Powell, I don't know why. It just blew my mind. But I never really thought about that, because that means the front run right now may be showing you something good or bad, but dude, if you don't think we've had revisions, just get ready. You might start seeing it. Yeah, Yang is on the high. China plays are dumping right now, ironically enough. What's going on here? I'm watching spreads on China pull apart. Remember, Trump had a really bad statement today on the tariffs, remember? And not moving it. So, yeah, that's kind of wild, bro. The data would be revised on good authority. Yeah, but like Powell was explaining how this inflow of like this big jump seasonally is going to almost guarantee a revision down the line. You see what I'm saying? It's either going to change the baseline, or in the future, or the current revision, you're going to say, yeah, this was seasonally way more, so they're going to revise it lower. Or now coming into the next report, now the baseline is going to be a little different due to this recent activity due to tariffs. Moran, Trump has said there may be disruptions from trade. Again, Moran is one of the trade advisors. You're coming back down. Again, we've seen a couple things. Watch the dollar, watch oil, currencies. Keep an eye on China. I think they're moving. I don't think this is post-Powell. I think it's Trump. So we've said that a couple times today, but eyes. Let's see. Nope. All right. But I do need to go to the bathroom. We only have 30 minutes left. So watch out. Well, you're near the White House, Moran. U.S. has leverage in situation with China. Yeah, something on Fox. So trade advisor Moran making comments. That is what is causing these moves right now, I think. I don't think it's anything related to Powell. Again, I hope you guys, like I said, it was a dud. So that ended up coming true. But it was very neutral from the start of it. And Powell did say a lot, but just get ready to wait. I don't think Powell's moving for 6 months. We know what's going to move him if it is the hard data. But, yeah, I don't. This was painfully neutral despite all the hype. All right. Well, let me go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Code News on Twitter.
So if the S&P 500 goes from 100 to 50, private credit
Let me see if I can play the
marked
Fox
down to 80,
while I go to the bathroom.
and then they both recover to 100, and they say, look at this fantastic risk-adjusted return. It's the same as the S&P 500 with less than half of the volatility, so it's a Sharpe ratio argument. I just don't think that they're being accurately marked all the time. We have clients that use a lot of private credit, and some of them have many, many managers in it. And the private credit world is a clubby area. It's people that they get together with their competitors, actually, and they make a group that does a deal. So there's a $5 billion deal, and they get 10 firms together to do $500 million each. Well, this one client of ours had 8 managers that actually owned the same position. They were in part of that club together for that deal. And they were kind of shocked that at one year end, I think it was just recently, the last year end, or maybe it was the end of March, they said one of the managers had the position marked at 95, and one of them had it marked at 8. It's the same thing. So that might be a very extreme example, but that gets to the notion that I'm talking about. The next argument that's used is a true argument, but I'm not sure, as they say, past performance may not be indicative of future results. It's that the trailing numbers for private credit are fantastic. They're way better than public credit. That's what draws all the money in. But it hasn't been lately. And so I worry about projecting the past into the future as there's a booming market that's really kind of untested. And the last argument is the worst of all. I was at a conference speaking, and the person before me was promoting private credit. That was the focus of this person's firm. And she said the beautiful thing about private credit is when the markets get volatile, and this was fairly recently, so people were thinking about volatility, owning private credit lets you ride through the storm of the volatility in your public credit. Again, it's a volatility argument that I just think it doesn't really hold up. So this reminds me a little bit of, oh, it's only subprime, it's small, it's contained, and there's no issue. And then all of a sudden you realize that there's tremendous knock-on effects to other areas. So
but you have some really, really smart and successful investors I'm talking about. You know, the Rowans, the Arroghettis, as I said, the John Grays.
In June of 2007,
Chad, don't you feel cathartic?
Keynote
I feel really good, bro. I like that meeting.
And I said,
you know, lately he's been switching back and forth political, but I don't think he gave us answers we wanted, but I liked it.
And speakers that followed me, who were very smart, very accomplished, kind of in the category of the names that you're speaking of, said I was dead wrong, and there's absolutely nothing to worry about. And that kind of made my reputation because I was one of the very few people that saw that.
So again, I listened to him last time. I don't necessarily agree too much, but I think he's talking his book.
That is
Remember, this is all the cash guy.
You know, some people
buy
do
short
suggest
bonds.
that
Bonds are
this is
tweaking.
the first real
Good tweak
test
on his comments.
of private credit, because the economy,
Moran, it
the
takes some
trade
time,
war,
short-term adjustment patterns,
and everything
disruptions
else in
are
this
possible.
environment is going to be
Look at these
a
university
potential
endowments
test.
that have to tap the bond market to
The
get
S&P has
operating
fallen
cash, because
in the final
with
hour
Harvard's
of
case,
trading
over
on
$53
8
billion,
of the last 9
they
Fed
couldn't get
days.
$1.6 billion out of $53.8 billion endowment. This is, I just look for, in my job, particularly as a kind of a dour bond guy, my job is to find 10 problems for every 3 that exist, because that's really the essence of risk management. And we started on upgrading credit and raising cash and so forth a couple of years ago, and it's working very well. In our leverage funds, like our closed-end funds that we run, we have our lowest leverage of all time. And that's because we want dry powder.
Thinking about
also the yield curve is so
think about your final plays here.
Leveraging doesn't really work.
Again, we're getting in the final part of the week. Think China. Again, you got Russia, Brazil, China.
Another leg down on
what else? We haven't heard of Japan, India, South Korea.
I think from today, we got the headline.
And you're going
to
have all this digestion
out of the room. Is Steve, which way will the Fed lean first? You tried your best. And Jay Powell just doesn't know. He said, I don't think we know. And he later said it's a complicated and challenging judgment that will have to be made. If
I don't know, Ocean. And then, dude,
rises and inflation at minimum stays.
I don't like that Trump comment. I do think the Trump thing was bad. Again, the whole I won't lower 145. That's a bad comment. And like Powell said, this China stuff could be game-changing, but I think Trump said it to be strategically ambiguous, if that makes sense. I think it's a bluff. But at the end of the day, even if it is a bluff, that's what fucking got us here. Whether these big numbers, these big threats, you got to always, at face value, you got to still kind of move cautiously. So that's the bad part, I think, from today. Otherwise, I don't think Powell. I think Powell, the bonds did not reflect what he said. Again, it was very neutral, which could make sense. I think the bias, his bonds actually get clapped a little bit more, but Powell isn't going to cause too much here. Again, we have CPI next week, May 13th, I believe. So there's other stuff there, but other than that, that Trump thing was the only bad comment. Everything else was generally good or acceptable today. So we'll see. Why Powell is waiting? Well, no, it's not always a lagging indicator. That's what Powell said. So despite what some people would want you to believe, soft data is not a reliable indicator for the economy and hard data. You guys have to address this. Even that's what it was today. This was a clinic on Powell explaining this in many ways, answering it various ways, and translating it many ways. So has there been times where soft data has led the economy and hard data? Yes, indeed it has. That is objectively true. But does it give you a strong, reliable statistical indicator to base the biggest financial decisions of the country on? No. And that's kind of what he is explaining here. And he's just saying, yeah, there is a big gap. We notice the economy is strong. And he even said it. Although the soft data and sentiment isn't always reliable, he said when it goes like it did recently, that large, that quickly, they have to pay attention, and they will. And he's not treating that lightly, as most people aren't. But he's still saying, despite all that, though, until the hard data moves in that direction, or until the soft data stays that way and gets worse for an extended amount of time, he's not going to change anything. And there you go. And I think that's pretty straightforward. I don't think we all want the answer, but that's why I like it. That's why I'm like, I think it's very, you could you know what he's looking for now. And that makes sense because we have watched a lot of things, but he's going to be late. He's going to move at the last second. And that's another implication you could make too. But it's not you have to remove the bias that soft data does not guarantee that you go down. And the recent example was the banking crisis. We literally had a bank run a couple years ago. Many banks failed, and Jerome Powell had to step in and create a liquidity facility for $300 billion. That's not light. And during that moment, sentiment got clobbered. Sentiment, soft data, it went down for a couple months pretty rapidly. Again, you had high inflation and you just had a bank run. This was in 2023. So just fairly recent. And then guess what happened? After enough time, sentiment got a little better. The soft data rebounded. The hard data did not go down. And that's what happened in 23. Sentiment dropped because of the banking crisis, but the hard data did not move. And then it came back. So that's a recent one where soft data did not cause a reaction. So point is, and it's anybody's game right now. I hope you guys understand it. I'm not trying to tell you how to think, but it's anybody's game. And Powell's saying that. And what I got out of today was that Jerome Powell is pretty much saying, hey, I see both sides. If the hard data goes down, we could talk about changing things. And he could talk about it. And I think that's what he's waiting for, the very last minute. And then if it doesn't, then he's going to look at you and just still say the same thing and be like, yeah, well, this is what we expected, and that's why we don't do this. So we'll find out. But good question. I hope that does help. Ooh, SMCI. Okay. We did it, y'all. We did it. What a day, bro. What a day. It's good, though. I was like cathartic, bro. I didn't like, but I like some of the answers. And I think it'll give us some good guides in the future. And then just in like all of it, man. The Trump, the media, the pump fakes, you know what I'm saying? But man, I have just been I feel really NVIDIA, bro. Yo, NVIDIA and A-Lab. Check A-Lab and check NVIDIA. No, NVIDIA, it's everything. Something with NVIDIA. I don't see anything on the wire. What the hell is that, bro? Bro, what is that? Bro, what is this? AM dude, something, bro. Nah, something. It has to be that fucking, the Saudi shit, bro. Remember I was telling you, bro, the spy did it. Remember that first fucking candle? U.S. asked for trade meeting. Something, officials ready. Rescind global chip curbs. Go. I grabbed in the video. That's it. Man, heard it. CNBC got it first, but man, we got the price action. Not a reco. So I'm getting that stream alert. That's it, bro. Those just jumped. Yeah, bro, I think you got a little bit of time, but plays they went up, I think from the bottom 300%, but now it's on like its second leg of 100%. I got you, G. Let's go. No, I jumped on those. I'm still holding them. I have not made them free yet. So we'll see, but that, dude, this is going to, oh yeah, Intel could be another one. I mean, this is CNBC dropping it, bro. They're saying chip curb could be rescinded. So again, that's why Intel or NVIDIA is going crazy. But dude, this is nuts. Yeah, some of these aren't that bad yet. Did I get filled? No. Yeah. Okay, well, Intel's barely moving on that. NVIDIA is the one, though. I got you, G. Remember, just act on the info. You don't need to flex or post your plays, but and keep it clean, not too emotional. You'll be good to go. All right, the NVIDIAs are chilling out a little bit, but that's already a good pop. See if it stops here or not, because that's already 1%. Again, watch individuals. The SPY may get held down a little bit more. Okay, where's the other one? I hate the Intels, though. I love and hate the Intels. Oh, watch TSM. U.S. officials ready repeal of AI diffusion launched by former President Biden. NVIDIA has objected and to this rule and press the U.S. for reversal. Yeah. So NVIDIA wants this. I think that's your real winner. But yeah, that's the headline. All right, that's the first pop. Spies chilling out. NVIDIA, that's already, again, that's a big, big pop. So watch out. I'm looking at some intels, but like I said, I hate them. I fucking hate the intels. But yeah, watch some of the intels. All right, the NVIDIAs are still holding back up there. You can't make them free. This is just a question of how greedy you want to get. Again, you've seen very wild moves. You've also seen a couple of fades. I got a little bit of time, so not a recommendation, but just in case. Which ones? Oh, I just sold the SMCI. No! Trump admin will rescind AI. It's going again, bro. Every wire is picking this up. It has to be on TV by now, right? I don't know if they're talking about it yet. They got gun locks still on this bond thing. Alrighty. Okay, I'm making the NVIDIA free just in case. I'm scared. But free money. Just make it free. The Newswire just played it. Yeah, do they have a... I don't think they have a segment on it yet, though. But yeah, we'll see. You're going to hear more about that. But like again, you saw the China news, 1%, and then that's it. Said Intels are lagging, but they're just dumb, bro. All right, the plays went, 80 to 40 now? So NVIDIA, again, that dollar pop. I sold to get my money back. So if you buy $100 worth of options, you sell a portion of those options to get your $100 back. And then you hold the rest of the contracts for whatever you want to do with them. But now, essentially, you get your initial investment back. No buy. It's crazy. Even on a Powell day, I think we're about to even end up. Bro, that little pop earlier, whatever that was, bro, yeah. Shout out Mr. Hanlon, too, baby. Thank you. We had a lot of good ones, man, and I appreciate y'all doing it, not flexing. See? It's clean, bro. You just got info. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't it nice? I like it. So I hope you guys enjoyed it, and welcome to the cult. Yeah, we only have 13 minutes now, so that's it. Whatever. I already made it free, though. I kind of wanted to get greedy, but that's it. I sell early. It'll make it free, but hey, lock it in. Lock it in. I don't know. Market might, but I just watched the chips, and then we'll go from there. I saw NVIDIA. I hit NVIDIA before. I played the NVIDIA before I even knew the headline. I'm not going to lie to you. Because I caught it on the high ticker. Bro, that was just too big. So that was like 1.5 on the first candle for no damn reason. So, and it was before, and it was kind of like 3:30. But, yeah. So that one was just, and then we got the confirmation there. IBM launching GitLab Ultimate for IBM Z. Fed stir stagflation. You guys see the wire? Stagflation fears. I haven't heard that yet. They're still holding up though. But yeah, you're gonna hear that's gonna be your headline between now and tomorrow. And you guys get it, right? And we even heard it earlier, bro. This is all like I've been telling you. I think you're gonna whatever happens in Saudi Arabia. I think it's about chips. I think that's the big news Trump wants to announce, yes. the news feed, I use youtube.com/the stock market. He's a little loud, but I like him. It works. I think I've been saying that for days, that I think what they keep teasing with Saudi or big news, I think it is, okay, you're coming back down right now, but I think it's going to be related to chips. We heard it prior, but a lot of people don't, like, again, Saudi and AI and chips and routing through China, very, very big. All right, NVIDIA's everything's fading right now. So, okay, I'm glad I made it fucking free, bro. Yeah, now they're back to break even. Literally, those NVIDIAs are back to break even now. And that's on like the higher fill. And only up 45% on the day. So yeah, all those contracts were dead prior. You're going to hear this tomorrow. So keep that in mind. Yeah, Intel's widening. The Intels just don't. I hate the Intel ones. They just did not move. Ever. Well, welcome to Fed Day and welcome back to the box, bro. You thought you were leaving the box? Huh? Back to your box. What do you mean? Think you could trade outside of 560, bro? No, get back in the box. What? Get a long term. Just fucking stay in the box, kid. What? You thought we were going somewhere? Yeah. So, yeah, back to VWAP. Dude, Apple didn't move for shit on that. I already have Intel. Where's TSM and Broadcom? Yeah, they already faded. I think that's going to go into tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Bro, I'm glad I made it free. Sometimes you regret it, but then these are the moments you're like, wow, scammers. So yeah, it's good. Make it free. Trump comments are not for us. It's for negotiators. Trump to rescind people familiar, officials ready repeal. NVIDIA, yeah, this is coming out again. There's still Gunlock is still yapping. Gunlock paid them to talk about. He had to. Because meanwhile, yeah, now it's on the screen on CNBC. But, bro, Gunlock is just going in still.
Period, you're cutting out two big.
Okay, you're getting, dude, they're just, the price action. I would think about tomorrow, price that in the next 2 days. Whatever announcement, who is it? Saudis, the Rome thing. Again, you have the G7. So think about all. Oh, dude, Boeing. Where's Bradley Frizzle? I forgot about that one. Is that the one? Okay, that'll be the final one for the day. Okay, and SPY just holding. Well, that was fun. I told you, very cathartic, even though I'm yelling. But yeah, man, I'm getting like very used to this. I don't even like get like excited anymore, man. You know that? That's all this volatility is done. I can't get like excited nor sad. I'm just like, oh, cool. Yeah. Oh, that's it. We just over and over again, bro. It's so much. Just happy to be here. Just happy to be here. It's not a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. CNC, what's the other one? CNDS, Cadence, CDNS. They have that other quantum news. Yeah, Final 5, again, NVIDIA coming back up. The contracts are back to 40%. They literally went 80, 90%, came back down to break even, and then now they're back up to 40%. All in that five minutes, bro. Literally. So, yeah, that's why you got to think about tomorrow. Because if you don't want to hold it, then that's it. Like, you have a lot of price points to get in or out. The news is they're rescinding the CHIPS Act, or they want to. They're saying Trump would not the CHIPS Act, they'll rescind the one that has to do with banning AI exports and shit like that. All right, man. We'll wrap it up, Chad, and good luck. I hope you guys are doing good, but that's all we have now. I think you got to be thinking about tomorrow. You got a couple more minutes. And now, again, Thursday, Friday, a lot of shit packed towards the end of the week. You do have earnings, a couple of them tonight and tomorrow, but, I mean, it might be clouded by other announcements or the same effect. And the closer that we get, bro, to, like, middle of the week, the buybacks. So it'll be good. You buy enough contracts that run in the direction your P&L goes up to cover. Well, you got to just do the math. Like, it's super, like, again, that's why I keep using the $100 example, because it's just super, just like that. But, like, let's say you bought $100 worth of contracts, whether it's 1, 2, 10, 50, who knows, right? And then you have $100 spent. And now the contracts go up in value. You sell however many contracts you need to get back that $100. Whether it's 9 of them, 8 of them, 7, who knows. But if you get your $100 back, you now have the same starting amount as well as a contract in your portfolio. There's 2 out of the blue pot. So this is the final 5. You guys do not have much time. If you don't have more than one contract, revert to ghetto spread, but it gives you less flexibility. But yeah, Chad, time to wrap it up. I don't know if I've yelled at you today. I don't know how we might have a new mic tomorrow too. I don't have a mic stand yet though. I don't know if it'll work. But either way, wrap it up, baby. We have a lot in store. Thursday and Friday. Friday, Junior. So Chad, just plug your ears, mute them if it's too loud. But yeah, I think about tomorrow as well. And that's all you got, baby. That's all you got. Let's go. And Elgato 3, is that a mic stand? I need to see if I could use the one I have now. But we'll find out. I get it later. Thank you. Excellent reporting. Well, thank you. I appreciate you guys, man. And shout out to caretakers. And honestly, I had to ban a couple people in the beginning, but y'all did phenomenal during Powell. You know that? So thank you for that. I really do appreciate it. And I hope you guys got some info. And 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I was telling you guys did great during Powell. That was great. And I hope you like the info, bro, because the info today I think is very important. It's just a longer term info, man. It's going to be patient. And shout out where's the long term in all of this? But Chad, wrap it up, man. Less than 30 seconds. You got to be thinking the earnings if you're playing those. Be wise with it. Thursday, Friday, you got G7, the Rome thing, and a lot more on the way. So make up and now there's chip news at the bell. So bring it home. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chad Adonia. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, bro? We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. God bless you, Chad Adonia. I hope you learned something. I hope you saved 10% and got a long term, but that's the day. I need a good game in the Chad. Let's go. Hey, man, it don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. There was a lot to learn, a lot to see, a lot to put in the piggy bank today. Put it in the knowledge bank. It'll come in handy in the future. I'm telling ya. Oh, good game, though, baby, and thank you for not getting banned. Thank you for respecting the rules. Clean. Lots of good info. We got a lot of shit early today, bro. You know that? Oh, Skyworks. We talked about that one. Oh, earnings. STAA. Vinda. Oh, man. Accent. Oh, man. Good game, but that's it, bro. I hope you did something with it. I hope you were wise. I hope you get the long term. Thank you, Chad. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, I still love you. I hope non-members, I'm going to ask you to show me a long term one day. I hope you know that. So thank you, and I love you. You better get that long term. It don't matter who you are. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. They guided a little lower to a little higher. That's reality. That shit ain't up to me. All right. Off market. I'll take a look, man. I like off markets. Let's get us both paid, baby. Run it. But Chad, when does Bros come out? Can I go? Dude, these earnings are all going to be completely different by the time you wake up. And then by the time I'm done pooping in the morning, it'll be different again. You know that. So, thank God for Friday Junior, bro. You know that. That's it. We get the end of the week. Oh, Bros. I just saw Starbucks go up. Is Bros out? Let's see, Bros. Bro. Oh, bro. Oh, dude. That's bro. Oh, that's your price target cut, dude. Oh, dude. Arm, dude. Tank, dude. Oh, it's like a broken arm, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, Dutch Bros, dude. I have it, dude. But not the earnings, but the preview, dude. Cool, dude. All right, dude. Oh, shit. What happens, dude? Log off. Am I going insane? I might be. Sorry, guys. Well, thank you. I hope you guys had a good day. I hope you enjoyed your day. I hope you made the most of it. I hope you find a way to choose to enjoy it a little bit. You know, you only get this. This is the youngest you're ever going to be, dude, right now. Oh, there's Bros. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a lot. Oh, wow. It's not stopping. I thought it stopped by now. Okay. So they did EPS of 14 cents. Estimate was 10. So they beat revenue 355.2. The revenue expectation was 344. They beat, bro. They killed it, to be honest. Carvana's out. I have to read the other stuff. I don't know what the guidance is or the comparable sale. Delivers 4.7. That was in line on the comps. 6.9 on company. Oh, wow. They did really good on company operated. The same store sales was the same. Our business, strong growth. Open 30 new shops. I don't know how many ending they have. Where's the margin? Franchise margin. Adjusted EBITDA on a non-GAAP to 62.9. Yeah, they killed it, dude. They even beat. It wasn't bad. Again, they're trading at a higher valuation. I'm looking for the guidance, but everything else, 2025 guidance, revenue between 1,555 to 1,575. Previous guidance was 156 to 158. So we're talking 0.005 down. Like what, 50 million? And then same store to be targeted in 2 to 4 range. That's the same. And then adjusted EBITDA between 265 and 275. That's the same guidance. And at least same guidance, slightly lower. And then they beat on this quarter. They beat on adjusted EBITDA, top and bottom line. So yeah, man. Welcome to earnings. Katos. I saw it come out. But don't they make like drones and shit for Donald Trump's kids? No, I don't know. But let me see. If I have easy numbers, that's all you. ARM is 55 cents versus 53. Revenue 124 versus 123. Royalty 607 versus 567. Adjusted operating income 655 versus 621. And they see next quarter 0.3 to 0.38 versus estimate of 0.42. And then revenue down by 0.1. Chad posted that one earlier. What did he want? Katos? Oh, UMAC is the Donald Trump one. I don't have the easy earnings. Oh, no, I do. So they did 102 versus 109 in service revenue. Products 200 million versus 182. Unmanned systems, they missed by $1 million. Kratos government 239 versus 226. Gross margin 24.3 versus 25.3 miss. Adjusted EBITDA 8.8 margin versus 7.9 beat. Operating income, they lost money versus on unmanned systems, a loss of 1.7 million versus a gain of 200,000. And then government made 17 million versus 13.9. So very small. I don't think two people are too crazy about it. Kind of mixed. Good and bad. Go get swole. Dude, I'm mad sore from the other day. It's terrible. It's terrible, bro. Fortnite clap. I don't have TTD. Bros did good, yeah. But not enough in this market. You never know. That could be a good one for tomorrow. I might go get bros today, maybe. That's it. So I'll see. Because if I'm not available, I'll let you know on Twitter, I guess, if I'm going to do the thing. Oh, I need to give away $100. Oh, yeah. Kurt McGirt. I saw you on my Instagram, Kurt McGirt, and I see you every morning, Kurt McGirt. So how can I give you $100, Kurt McGirt? Is there do you have a PayPal? Or if you have anything else I can parlay it into for you? But yeah, Kurt McGirt, you're the winner of the reverse Uno. So thank you. And I love you, Kurt McGirt. Very fun name to say, especially in the mornings. Kurt McGirt. Woo! But Chad, I think on that note, I'm out. It's time to ride, baby. We must go off into the sunset. So God bless you, Chadadonia. And thank you for being here. I hope you had a good day. I hope you learned a couple of things too. And oh man, we got a lot more in store. So locked and loaded. But I will see you tonight on the watch list, maybe. If not, you'll have time to watch the other ones. And then get ready. Thursday, Friday, bro. I think now we could start seeing what happens. But that is all I have. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And, bro, shout out the caretakers, man. And, again, I said it yesterday, bro. I don't know what your situation may be, but There is a limit to where you can find an enjoyment in life, man. And I encourage all of you before it's too late, because that's what happens. You know, and we only look back and are like, man, I didn't have to be that stressed out. I didn't have to be that sad. It was sad, but I didn't have to be that sad. You know, I don't think y'all feel me, bro. You know that? I think don't be hard-headed with me, because I don't think somebody feel me, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I get it, bro. I get it. But it didn't, there is a point where you could, you know, chill for it. There is a point where you got to laugh a little and enjoy it. And I wish peace for all of y'all, man, okay? Why is Pfizer going up? What am I getting? You going to force me? Well, you going to force me to buy the stock? I lose my job if I don't buy the stock? No? Oh, no? Oh, what? I can't buy it for religious reasons? No? Oh, I have to buy the stock. Okay. What is it? Adcom to review. Oh, it's a cancer drug, dude. Oh, shit. Yeah, there's a 2-day meeting. I forgot. Oh, that could be it. I don't have it yet on the filing, but there was an early report there on it. Yeah. Yeah, app is going crazy. Damn, already up 8. Moved a lot today, too. I think Pfizer might have got a big cancer approval. Watch GSK. Yeah, if GSK dies, that means they got it. So, see. That one's interesting. But yeah, Chad. Peace and blessings, okay? And I hope you're good, bro, and enjoy your life at whatever stage it's at right now, man. And make the most of it. And let's go. And a lot of opportunity ahead, bro. So let's go. Time for you to seize it. So I love you, Chad. Have a wonderful evening. I hope I see you tonight. If not, tomorrow morning, baby. And peace out. Hey, Chad, you buy a stock. Buy it right here. Josh owns Pfizer. Jackass. Yeah, he's a little prick. I tell you, like the video. You got long term. How you gonna, well, you're so scared of inflation, you're gonna spend more money? That's what back in my day, when we were scared, we went to church. These guys, they get scared, they go to Costco. What the fuck's wrong with these kids? Hey, oh, I'm gonna lose my job. Oh, I better spend all my money. Oh, yeah. I don't know what's going to happen. Let me make very certain decisions financially. Oh, even fucking Joe knows that's dumb. I'm fucking senile as fuck. How do I know that? Come on. I won't let Joe gets it. I don't know. It's a front run. That's what they call it. A front run. They think they're sneaky. Like Miss Velasquez. That was nasty. She was asking a lot of algorithmic trade. Do you know algos? I know algos. I know algos better than algos know algos. They used to call me Al. They called me Al. They say, Al, can you tell us about the headline? I'd tell them. I'd say, it's nasty. It's these people, I tell you. No shame. No shame at all. Well, Josh has no shame in the long term. Save that money. I'll see you later, Chad. Have a good one. Thank you. Thank you, Josh. He's a good guy. I like him. I watch him during Powell. He's a good guy. That Josh guy, he knows his stuff. I know it better, though. He's stupid compared to me. Goodbye.